call hostile witnesses are against their case because they can just easily hand-wave dismiss their credibility. No, we don't. Who cares, right? About these guys. And so that's the thing to us. They've never described to us how they know. We're just asking them, like, basically, this is like their strongest evidence. They can say what they want anyway. But it's kind of like why this is important.
That guy's the worst. He's just like the face of pop pseudoscience. Like, he just, whenever people reference him as if he knows anything, he just says the stupidest crap off the top of his head. It just drives me crazy. Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah, he's the worst.
Is Creation Bear still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Creation Bear, what is gravity?
I'm away. Give me a second. Okay, give me a second.
All right. Give me. Are you ready?
I was cooking up some lunch. Hold on a sec.
I gave the Neil deGrasse response. Crypto. We don't know. Next question.
I was hoping that the man himself could tell me. But it's fine.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, Creation Bear, what is gravity?
Like, what it is? I don't know.
The thing I like about that clip is that he uses a little whistling with his teeth. What it is, we don't know. If you hear it slowly, you can still hear it.
Yeah.
Like, what it is?
Got some new information on parsnips. My mom says parsnips is a carrot-like vegetable with parsley top, and you can use it as garnish.
I should have told him that last night. He's like, no, parsecs, man, not parsnips, parsecs. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would love to just make him angry about it. I'll probably, you know what? I'm gonna use that next time somebody brings up parsecs.
Yeah,
my mom said so.
What's funny is that a lot of these guys they'll engage in this like hyper-technical language, which is used to really describe quite simple concepts, but they think because they know a word like parsec, that what they're saying about parsecs is therefore true. It's like they think that the two things are linked somehow. No, you can know lots of technical language and still not have a clue how to use it, but they don't get that.
Don't you know about the quark phasors? If they're too close to the gravitational field, you can't get the hyperextended reach from the
Yeah,
fuck.
Whoever saying that right now, I love it because it's like what happens then is you have like two people jerking themselves off in front of others. It's like, wow, man, these guys know what they're saying. No, they don't, man. Everybody's just like into whatever the lore is about. So it's like, tell us more about Middle Earth, man. These guys are onto something. That's what it sounds like, really.
I mean, I like to compare it to Warhammer 40,000 because obviously you guys have heard of Warhammer 40,000, but there's a very deep and intricate lore behind just the Ultramarines, which is just it's like one section of one of the armies. There are like books and books and books written about this chapter. All of it's completely fake, obviously, because they don't really exist. But if I was to say to you, I don't know, who was the Grand Master of the Ultramarines, there is a technically correct answer to that. Like, who is, and like, who was the I can't remember what the I think that they're not patron. I can't remember who they are, but there's like each chapter has got their own like leader. Each chapter has got their own historical leader, let's say, and all of this stuff can be known, right? And you can even have deep conversations about this stuff, but none of it's true, none of it's real, and they don't understand that there's a difference between knowing a wealth of information and verifying that wealth of that information.
It's peer reviewed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so DOA when they come into this forum. They don't even know it. Dead on arrival, by the way. Because I feel like they come in here just like, you guys... Because the guy last night, the previous one before the one I was speaking about, his name was Joe bro or something. And he's coming in here kind of half baked, half cocked, asking us questions. Well, I was here about a year ago, he says, and you guys were talking about the second law of thermodynamics and how that doesn't work. However, we know, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be great once he's done speaking. He's like, we know that as you go higher in elevation, we can measure this with the barometer. We got a gradient, and then far as we know, it's starting to get to lower pressure. Then it goes into the vacuum of space, and I was like, oh, I love that he just said that. So now I got into my bit where I'm like, okay, have you done this? Have you taken a barometer? And he went silent a little bit, right? So I'm waiting for his answer. He's like, well, we know that barometers. No, that's not what I asked. Because you just said barometers are a way to measure the how when you go up, the pressure is different, right? So go ahead and just tell us that you went up there and you checked, right? Well, and he just like got stumped. I was like, come on, man! Like you're here telling us what's what, and all I gotta know is how you know, because you sound like you know what you're saying, that the vacuum of space is what it is. And I mean, utter silence. And I was like, okay, did you get your tongue? I was trying to figure out why he wasn't speaking, but I knew. But I was like, yeah, are you there? You still there? He didn't chime in after that, so he just stayed silent. I'm like, oh, that's fine. And then Joe McWhite came in here to the rescue, and it's like, great, come on in. And so he's talking about like, well, man, if I was more knowledgeable, I would destroy you guys. I was like, had the ego on this guy. I mean, it's just as juicy as a tender steak, for me. It's like, I love it. Just the more ego you have, the better, right? Because it's like, I'm going to provide evidence to the entire listening audience how you sound like a buffoon. So here's what we're going to do. I walked through with, first of all, like, we started going to perspective and stuff, and he's like, well, if I go to a different location, I see different stars. I'm like, yeah, so that's great. I do too. I'm right there with you. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the star trails. Okay, we're taking a look at star trails. I see them too. Now what? What are we doing with this? Well, the Earth is no. I always say that. No. You just made a leap of logic from like what you see to now what you're thinking outside of this perspective that we see. How did you get there? Walk me through how you got from this point to that. And of course you can't. So it's all assumptions. So we went into a little assumption land with parsecs and stars and and like, yeah, yada yada yada. He's like, why do you think that's not important? Like, he started really going on it. You guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, I don't want to hear about this, man. And it's like, it's not relevant. He's like, yes, it is. You don't want to talk about parsecs. It destroys your side, and flat earthers don't know what. I was like, dude, chill, man. Like, first of all, that isn't evidence of anything. Yeah, it is. We know how far away the star is, and like, freaking hell. Like, so and bless their heart, there's some flat earthers will take the bait. Now I got this. I got one thing to say. Just one little bitty thing. Do you know that stars move at a different move at the same time? And then he's like, no, they don't. They work at all different speeds. And I'm like, now we're on his playground. So go ahead, and then you're back and forth. But then afterwards, he's like, I had to jump in because he did hand wave Clay under Seal's explanation, because of course, he's gonna the stars all move together at the same speed. They're not moving at different speeds, which is the other guy's argument that they all do move at different speeds. So pointing it out, I was like, okay. And the other guy was like, "Nuh-uh, just show me your video," and I'll say "nuh-uh" to the video. And I don't fine.
He appeared to authority. He literally said when I sent the video, so this video is not from an authoritarian source, so I can't take it seriously.
Yep. Guys, like, man, I must be holding a crystal ball or something, because like I predicted this. Like, I was like, I know exactly what I even told him. I know exactly what you're gonna do. As soon as Clay tells you what he's done, and like, the reason why I don't want Clay to say it is because you're gonna be like, at the end of it. And so, sure as shit, dude, that's the same thing he did. And he's like, nah, authorities, that's not, what is this? Some amateur stuff? Nah, get it out of here. So it's like,
sorry.
Hello?
I just want to say, once I hear that he says that he can only take things from authoritative authoritative sources, I knew that this guy must be
he's a fanboy.
unreasonable to deal with.
Yeah, he loves, but see, that's where he lives. So he wants to stay in a realm where he has good footing, which is talking about how great the parsecs and parallax and all kinds of jibber jabber. He wants to do that. So that's his forte. He wants to get there because he's like, well, dude, this is the most basic knowledge. Everybody should know this. And you know what? My intellect, as far as I know more than you. So that you really, if I don't know anything, what does that say about you? And he was saying all kind of high and mighty, he's real lofty and whatnot. I'm like, bro, you don't know jack. You're just in here just talking about stuff because you think it's something to say. When it comes to real knowledge, however, all right, let's get to the bit where you're going to describe to everybody here how you know the Earth is curving at a drop rate over distance. Now, go ahead. Let us know. How did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Well, we used lasers, and I did it the other day. Oh, did you really? All right, go ahead. Give us information on live stream voice text of what you did and how you did it. I want you to present it to everybody because everybody's got to see. I don't have it around me. You don't have it about you. That's great. That's great. But now you're just saying things, right? Oh, you want us to believe you? That ain't gonna happen. So now you don't have any evidence for the case that you said you measured the curvature of the Earth. Wonderful. So now you got nothing. So you don't know, basically. Yeah, I do. I measured it the other day. He kept on going on about him doing that. He didn't do it. Otherwise, if he did, he would have led with that. That's the first thing. You know what? I want to go measure the curvature of the Earth. You flat earthers are crazy. Here you go. There it is. Drop rate over distance. Have a nice day. Like he would have came in here with bells on to come and show us how we're wrong. He didn't do that. That had to have been the very last thing that I was asking him the question on because he didn't have an answer. See, I'm understanding the mindset of these guys. They want to have a rebuttal and say no to everything you say, but when you ask them for evidence, poof, it's like they disappear for their final act, right? Anyway.
Yeah, because the mindset that they're coming from is that you're making the claim, right? So you as the flat earther are making the claim. So they don't feel like they actually have to, because what they think is that they already have objective reality. They think that because you're challenging it, you should be the one presenting evidence. So that they actually fundamentally don't understand the problem that they have is that their position isn't objective.
Problem is most of them are just not intellectually honest. That's the problem. If he would have been intellectually honest and look at the video intellectually honest, he would said, yeah, indeed, it looks like 100% that all the stars are moving at the same speed, creating a perfect circular pattern. And it's literally what it is. Like nothing in reality points out what the heliocentric model claims. Like nothing we can observe. Show me one thing that literally points 100% out what the heliocentric model wants you to believe.
Yeah.
Like
so
if you want, yeah. Sorry. Go on.
Here's the thing, Clay, and I know everybody has the best of intentions when it comes to presenting things to them. They have an out and an answer and an explanation to every point that you got to bring. I just got to say they're gonna. It sounds like to you in your mind it makes sense because you already know that the Earth isn't what you've been told it is. So it makes sense to you. And if they've only seen what you've seen, then they could understand your point. But it's just not the case with these guys, and they're not gonna see your point. It can only happen to somebody super humble, right? And they're in a conversation with you and they're a globe earther, but they don't have no stock in it. They're not really gushing over the lore. So you're not going to have an issue with those guys who are that way. But the ones who you speak to are have a position on the globe, they're just not going to see that evidence that you have to bring to them, man. And I know you're coming with the best of intentions, and that's great, right? That's admirable. But these guys you're dealing with, they have to have an ego death before they get to the point where they realize they don't know what they're saying. And then look at the evidence that you have to bring forward. Because until then, your evidence is not evidence to them. It's just a counter argument. That's all it is, brother. I'm trying to point that out to you guys so you can realize that. Because until then, you can have your little Star Trail video to show them that the stars are moving at the same speed. They're going to counter with, this isn't an authoritative video. Where did this come from? Some rando came up with this thing, and now you want us to believe it? Huh? That's laughable. And so, you know what I mean? It's gonna make your point look like it's like horsepuckery. And so that's the thing. I don't. For anybody addressing these clowns, you have to actually go from a standpoint of where they're ignorant, because they are. They don't know anything about their reality, and you have to point that out to them. Until then, go ahead. If you want to keep on doing that, keep on trucking. That's all I gotta say. And in every forum you go to, they're gonna keep giving their counter to your point, and you won't get anywhere. But hey, I'm only telling you this because I've only seen it like 1,000 times. But like I said, the super humble people and the ones that don't have investment in the globe, but they'll cave. They'll be like, yeah, your video does have sense, because they don't have a stock invested. They're not really latched onto the lore. But those that are, my friend, you are not going to convince them of anything with that video. It'll be just like, because his pride was already puffed up when he was in here, so he's not like he's going to be like, damn, Clay, Brad, this is a humdinger of evidence. Like, now I'm really gonna be convinced. It's not gonna happen, bro. This is the reality of the nature of the beast of this discussion. It is what it is. There's some humble people out there, and that guy was not. And if you could tell that from the onset of a conversation with me, then you would understand. Like, if I come in with this, he's really gonna see my point. No, sir, he's not going to. He doesn't have an ego death at the moment because he's got a lot of pride and investment into his knowledge, thinking that we're all fools because we think the earth is flat. So hopefully you can see the point, guys, that this is why I'm saying what I'm saying, because it is what it is. We can't just want it to be the other way, where with our logically consistent points, they're going to be like, oh man, hold up, man, this is a showstopper right here. You got me.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Not happening. So.
And you're right, man.
Yeah, Clay. Was it you that I was having the conversation with yesterday on the Tartaria server?
What conversation? I don't know.
We're talking about rap music generally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Who is the American? Who is the triggered American guy who kept on screaming over both of us?
I think it. I don't know anymore. Actually, I don't know what his name was. I think it was. I don't think it was Bio. I think it was someone else.
Right. Yeah, it's a shame because I don't want to pick that conversation up now, but it would be nice to pick it up at another time because I felt like you were quite relaxed and I was quite relaxed, and every time he jumped in, he caused confusion between both of
Yeah,
us.
he just implemented things into the conversation I never mentioned to strawman me or to gaslight me or something. I don't know why he did that on purpose. Like I don't know why these people actually exist. They listen to you and then they start talking as if they understood what you said, and they just putting words in your mouth, and that's just awful.
Yeah. Anyway, we can pick that conversation up another time. I don't want to do it now because I feel like I'm.
Yeah.
But
Sure, man.
yeah. Anyway, we can talk about it another time. But yeah, Miggy, sorry. I just wanted to get that out of the way while it was on my mind.
Yeah, I think most of the people here, when it comes to like this discussion, more often than not, we get into a kind of like these are like teachable moments, right? For everyone, we have to understand that everybody's at a different level with this, so you can kind of, I would say, use your discernment when you get into the discussions with people, and if they're a bit standoffish from the get-go. You already know, like, it's easy to see, right? They have a position, they're like, no, you're wrong, this is a globe, and and then you're like, okay, let me bring out my good evidence, man. I'm going to show you how this is flat, check it out. And then you're just bringing your point. They're like, you know what, this isn't from an authoritative figure, so gonna have to pass. Anyway, we know the earth's a globe. And it's like, there you go. Like, I can tell you that that's what they're gonna do, because I know that's what they're gonna do if they're standoffish coming into the discussion. However,
Yeah, I mean, of course,
you can with your discernment, you can gauge where the person's at. You can be like, this guy's if I tell him, he's not gonna be like hand wave dismiss it, so is use your discernment when you get engaged. When you engage, you start to get a feel for whether this guy is going to be reasonable or not, or you have to go the other route where you're going to have to drag him through the mud and actually show everybody that he doesn't know what he's saying, or she. Then that's, kind of, that's the way things have to be. Because other than that, they're going to point out to you in their fairy tale when you start saying things about, well, that's not how satellites work or stars work or rockets work. They're going to point out to you, well, you don't know what you're saying now, do you? Everybody take a look at this flat earther saying how rockets work. He doesn't know that oxidizing the fuel makes the rockets push off of itself. Huh? Did he know that? No. Now look how foolish he looks. And so, you know what I mean? You're that's not a I wouldn't think it's a great way for you to have like point for point with somebody that's standoffish. But anyway, use your discernment. I mean, I would say.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, if you just dismiss someone's evidence, then of course you're going to win the debate. I mean, like, it's how easy. Like, how easy do you want the debate to be? Oh, well, if I just dismiss all globe Earth evidence, then the Earth's flat. Okay, well, I could do that too. You know, if they want to do that to us, we could do that to them. Not a problem. But then there's no point talking, is there?
Exactly. I'm washing dishes right now, but yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, you want to have a discussion that's logically, consistent and reasonable, and you want to talk some sense with the guy, like whoever, girl. But the thing is, it's not going to happen if they're like, if you bring a point up and they're like, no, and say the rebuttal to whatever, because you didn't provide the freaking Yale, Harvard documents that would solidify your point. It's like, no, man, like that's, then what are we doing? You know what I mean? It's basically just jerking each other off until one of us, says, "Oh, okay, I'm done with you." And like that's idiotic, man. I hate the fact that that's the way, like, the nature of the beast. It's like people like, let's have a date with Mr. What's his Wildcat and Sensible, or Conspiracy Cats, or whatever his name. And like, where are we going to go with this thing? Like, I mean, is this to help people understand that they don't know what they're talking about, or is it so that we have point for point, kind of like, okay, you got 10 minutes, go. And you got the Gish Gallop of the ages, right? Like, you got like 50 points that you got to unpack each one. Like, it's kind of ridiculous, because then you're unpacking one, and you're like, wait a minute, my 10 minutes are up. I'm just barely through the fifth point. And you're like, I'm sorry, but it's the way things go. And so the Globert just kicking back his feet, on a recliner. We're like, told you, guys don't know anything. So. And I just come off of work too, man. I was like listening. I was making my food. Then I heard a guy. I was like, oh, wait a minute. This guy's got. He sounds a little bit puffed up in pride. The first guy, not the second one. Joe McBro or something. And then he came with like a Kanye West, I don't know, avatar or something. And it looked like there was a swastika in the back of it. Looked a bit like, and then I looked closer, and maybe it wasn't a swastika. It was like kind of similar to it. I was getting ready to tell him about it, but it didn't. It wasn't one, so I didn't say anything. You at work right now, Crypto?
You sound like you're breaking up to me. That I didn't really hear what you said.
Are you at work?
Didn't hear you again. What?
Are you at work?
Oh no, I'm driving. My Discord time is always when I'm driving now, because I used to spend a lot of my evenings arguing with Globers, and then I had an epiphany one day that it was a waste of time, because you're not going to convince them anyway. So I'm always driving when I'm on Discord now.
You ain't kidding, man. You're like, on second thought.
Yeah, literally. Like, it's like, I could be working or going out or seeing friends, but I'm indoors arguing with Globers. And one day I was like, nah, it's not good enough.
I'm indoors arguing with Mr. Sensible. My God, what am I doing with my life? You're like,
Yeah, literally. I
hey,
will listen to the debate. Like, if I'm going to sleep or something and I can't sleep well, I might put a debate on and listen to it or something, but no, I'm not going to debate Globers actively while in my own free time. Unless I'm getting paid, of course. That's a different issue.
fair enough. Make your checks payable to MIGGY at Google.
Crypto. Yeah.
Dude, whatever you cashier's check, debit card, food stamps, whatever you want. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys.
No, I mean, you can make payments to me if you want. I will accept it.
Well, crypto will accept your payments.
I don't care. What I
You know
find really funny, I was talking to Witsit a while ago, and apparently he was getting like criticised for accepting money or something. I don't know what the exact story was, but I was saying to him like, well, people work for money all the time. Like,
Yeah.
why is it like if you work as an online debater, you should be paid for that. Why not?
Indeed. Yeah,
You know?
I agree. It's you know who gripes more about it? The truther community, crypto. That's who gripes more. Well, you shouldn't be paid for this. Like, well, he's taking his free time and executing a debate so that you can listen to, and you like to listen to those things. So why not just have the guy getting some scratch, while he's doing it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just a service. Like,
Just
I
saying.
mean, I even agree that the Globers should be paid for their time as well. Like, you're just listening to two people debating. I don't have a problem with the Globers earning money for it, and I don't have a problem with the Flat Earthers earning money for it. If you don't want to contribute to that, you also have the choice to not do that, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It is entertainment, so like, don't you pay actors? People get paid to do what they do. I mean,
Yeah,
it's people listen to like these platforms. I mean, it's time is money, man. That's what it is. Time is money.
yeah, man. Well, it's not even time being money, it's that they've got a skill set. Like, I can go down to any rough pub in one of 100 different towns in the UK and watch people punch each other. But if I switch on the TV and I see a boxing match, those guys are getting paid. The difference is the skill level,
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
you know? If someone's highly skilled and they want to earn money, well, actually, I actually see it a different way. Like, if you want the skill level to be improved, the best way to do it is to fund it, right? Because now you give people an incentive to be the guy getting paid to do that thing.
You're on. So
I did debates for years. Who do I send my invoice to?
Yeah,
yeah,
your
but
fan.
yeah. I gotta make me some New York strips for lunch today. That's what I'm doing right now. Washing my dishes.
I can't afford no steak. I didn't get paid.
Well, yeah, but I get I'm working now, so Web 2 and such. Dude, I brought these New York strips. $24 for 3 of them. They're pretty nice.
You must live in New York because it's about 3 times that amount here.
Is it really? No, I'm Midwest. Beef isn't that
Really?
expensive.
Yeah, you're looking at the cow right out the window. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's outside. Yeah.
That's why everybody needs to have a couple cows running around their yard. See, this is the answer to that. I want to see that steak walking around out there. I know I got steak in the future.
Like you do when you go to a high One of those high class restaurants where you pick out your lobster. You're just like, yeah, see that cow right over there? That one with the big ears? Yep. I want him on my plate.
There you go. Feed the whole town. Yeah, no, in the stores here, it's pretty sad now. I'm in Canada too, so it's just like a salt of the dollar versus the price, inflation, and the cost of meat altogether.
Yes, I gotta cook 2 of these things. Gotta act like Salt Bay right now.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Nusret?
Been to what? One of his restaurants?
Yeah.
Man, from what I hear, the prices are so marked up. They're ridiculous. They got
Oh
gold.
yeah, the prices are crazy high, but the quality of the food is excellent. To be fair,
You've actually been? I haven't.
I went to
Interesting.
the one in Dubai. It was excellent. Yeah, very nice.
Oh my gosh, dude. Were you on vacation? That's nice.
I go every mate. I'm sure I've said I go every winter to avoid the winter here in January normally.
Nice.
May I ask how much you run up that bill?
No, I'm lucky to have generous parents, so I don't really have to pay very much.
Nice.
You take a
Normally,
taxi
I
in
have to
Dubai,
pay
it's a
for-
Lamborghini. You know,
Sorry.
any taxi in Dubai is like a supercar.
It's not necessarily true. That is a lot cheaper though, too, because I think fuel's a lot cheaper there. So Ubers are a lot cheaper, which means if you pay the same, then you get better quality, right? But anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, normally when I'm out there, I just have to buy my own food, and everything else is kind of taken care of, so that's nice.
Seems like a cool place. I know, like the UFC's been going out there a lot more often, doing events out there. So seems to be
Yeah,
a hot spot.
Dubai's fantastic. If I mean, I don't have a problem with this. Dubai's fantastic if you have conservative social values. So they don't really allow people to they don't allow gay people to hold hands in the street. They don't allow gay people to kiss. None of that. You can't take a girl home from the club and have your way with her, because that's seen as like really morally repugnant. So you can actually be deported for that. I don't know of anyone who has been. So that's important to mention. What else? I think it's considered illegal to offend someone, but offensive means it's different over there. You don't just offend someone for misgendering them in Dubai, because they don't believe in that shit either. But it's like if you're very aggressive with someone in public, they can arrest you. You know.
So if you fart in someone's general direction, you could probably be taken to the slam.
Only if you're French.
No, but if you toss
Hopefully
somebody
nobody's French in here.
if you toss somebody the bird, that you can be questioned and you can be arrested for that.
If you what?
If you throw somebody the bird, middle finger,
Yeah, but what if he
Oh,
really
I don't know.
deserved it, though?
seen as a sign of disrespect.
What if he really deserved it, though?
Well,
Doesn't that justify it? I'm just saying, man. I don't know.
dude,
Well,
they
not
just did the
everything
gumball.
you need to think.
They just did the Gumball 3000 rally in Dubai, Saudi Arabia. They started in Dubai, and they were just the police officers. They were talking to them because they were there in the cars. They drive supercars over there, like was saying earlier. And yeah, it's just a different way of culture. Everybody smells really, really good. And apparently, respect is really huge. Like, you have to respect out in public, carry yourself with respect.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Is like you kind of you have to take the rough with the smooth there, there in Dubai. But if you're okay with the way they do things, it's wonderful. You know, you can have a really good time.
Yep, they have their culture, which will not be impeded upon. Meanwhile, the Europeans and Americans must acquiesce to being a multicultural society and losing their culture altogether. But the Chinese, the Arabs, the Africans, they can keep their culture, but we can't because we're racist if we do.
Well, to be
Yeah.
fair, everyone is fleeing those areas and rushing to ours, so kind of makes sense.
No one's
No, it's
fleeing Dubai. No one's fleeing
Well, not
Dubai.
Dubai. Not Dubai, but
not Dubai.
China and Africa and
People don't really,
you know what I mean.
Well, they want to take
Like,
over.
they've
of
got
course, we're gonna lose some of our culture when everyone comes and floods our culture. Like, we can't help
but
it,
they're not
you know.
doing it for cultural reasons, right? So I feel like you've lumped
You
them all
robot
together.
bro.
Like a lot of people leave Africa because the infrastructure of the countries are fucked, right? And a lot of people are starving, and the corruption should accept them. I think Europe should say, sorry, that's your issue. And I also don't think Europeans should actually be causing issues, and that's a separate point, right? So I don't really believe in foreign wars anyway. But that's the reason Africans are leaving Africa, is because the fucked infrastructure and corruption, mainly. There's also a lot of tribalism, like in Africa, generally speaking, the guy who gets voted in is the guy who's the head of the biggest tribe, right? We don't really have that in the UK. We don't really have that in the US. Like, you don't vote for your tribal leader in California. Do you know what I mean?
No, he has
or
the
wherever
biggest
you are.
stick. He has the biggest army. He has the more armors behind him.
But the Arab world's a bit different. Like most of the Arab world in North Africa is peace. There's only really a few countries that are at war, and yet you have people from all over the Middle East end up in Europe. Well, why is that? It's not for it's not for reasons of war. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, 2.5 million refugees last year in the southern borders of America, and probably 2.5 more this year. They're expecting about 5 million.
Oh yeah.
Years.
Oh yeah. Get this. Denver just declared a state of emergency because they had 900 illegal immigrants in the last few months. Like, give me a break. We get over that in a day easily. Like, we get thousands a day in Texas. So stupid.
I'm gonna throw another one there.
Yeah, I do feel sorry for Americans. Apparently, you guys take in like 1 million immigrants a year, which is like the vast majority of the population doesn't want. So even the new immigrants are saying we don't want more, right? Even when they poll people who've only been there a few years, even they're saying no, we don't want any more. There's too many. Like, who's bringing in more? Well, the answer is obviously large corporations. They love an endless flow of new people.
Apparently, most of the people are from the Middle East.
Wait, another thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where they come from, as long as they're driving.
They paint it like they're poor Mexican farmers who just want a better life. That's the way they slant it. They say, "Oh, well, they're just dreamers, and we need to support them." And so they're just completely ignoring that Texas is dealing with thousands upon thousands every month, And so they started shipping immigrants to like more liberal parts of the country so they can feel just a tiny little bit of our pain. And trust me, they're feeling it. They are freaked out just by having a few. It's crazy.
In Sweden, the highest has it has the highest amount of crimes, if I'm not mistaken. About 95% of rapes in Sweden are committed by migrants, as well as terror attacks and murders as well, also committed primarily
I
by
can't really hear you, bro. Sorry, can you turn up? I can't really hear you. Can anyone else hear it?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
It's a little better.
Yeah.
All right.
Sweden.
I was gonna say in Sweden there's about about 90% of rapes are committed by migrants, and crime has increased ever since Sweden has accepted large numbers of mass migration. Uh, Murder and terror attacks also happen consistently and has skyrocketed ever since the allowance and acceptance of migrants into the country. Every year, I believe it's about like 1,000 explosions,
Whew.
like actually, like explosions and bombings have
Oh my
occurred in
gosh.
every year.
Yeah.
I
That's the
wish that
consistent number.
I just wish that people here knew that, because all the lib heads around here, they all are like, "Oh, we need to be like Sweden." Like they think that Sweden is the perfect picture of a liberal utopia.
Oh man, it's
Well,
bad
yeah.
here. And you look at places like the UK, for
The
example.
thing is, as well,
A
though.
lot of
Oh,
knife
sorry.
crimes are also predominant in the UK, especially if you go like downtown London. I believe you could literally get stabbed or shanked or have your stuff stolen really easily,
Wow.
and it's
Yes.
done by migrants, especially if I'm not mistaken, a majority of the migrants are taken from Africa, some parts of
Mm.
Africa, and some of it is from the Arabic countries.
Crypto,
And it's
you're
so funny because even then, a lot of the Arabic countries are trying to the Arabs are trying to leave uh the UK because in the schools, right, they're teaching homosexuality, and the Muslims do not like the LGBT propaganda being taught and
Mm.
liberalizing their children.
Right.
crypto, you're
Right.
miking up really bad, bro. Really, really bad.
I
Sweden
can't
used
really.
to be Sweden used
Usually
to
my
be the
mic
third safest forever. Sweden used to be the third safest place to live in Europe. It is now where? Like 10th or 12th within a space of
It
two or
sounds
three
like
years.
almost the worst.
third or second world country.
Even the cops won't go in there.
That's the thing is
Right.
I've spoken to some people that live in Sweden, and it's so bad that a lot of like the young teens are really radicalized and are extremely like they're actually racist, and they actually are anti-immigration because of the stuff that's happening in their country.
Hmm.
But they do not like the migrants, and they do not like the mass immigration into their country.
Well, what
Because
happened
that's
with when Morocco went out of the World Cup there last night or the night before? It was riots all over Europe. They burnt cars, they burnt houses, they went mental.
you know
Wow.
what's
Something
sad as
stupid.
well is the
They
main
did.
reason as to why and that's the thing is I'm not discounting or downplaying like the migrants and the effects that they have on the country, right? Because obviously, right, it's not justifiable to be like, oh hey, I should be allowed to rape or commit terror in this country because your country destroyed my blah blah. You get the point. But the thing about it, right, is the reason why a lot of the migration does indeed occur is because Western imperialism destroys a lot of these like if you look at Gaddafi and if you look at Saddam's regime or whatever, what they did was they bailed out of the central banking system and created their own banks and printed their own money, and
Okay.
and all their countries got invaded and all that stuff.
Gosh.
And all these migrants, because their homes and their places are destroyed, they're obviously going to try to look for some people are obviously going to try look for a way to escape the country. But at the same time, you also have to realize that, you know, uh, they should stay in their country and fight for their country because, you know, if you're leaving a place, then you're obviously not loyal to the nation. That's kind of the double-edged sword on there.
Yeah.
Like
If you haven't got the balls to stand up and topple the regime that is oppressing your people, then what the fuck are you doing?
that's the thing is that that's why all these like organizations like there are actually still people fighting for their country
Like,
and choose to leave. That's some like
if Europe
that's some snake stuff right there.
if Europe went into revolution because we were getting sick of certain mandates and people telling us and fuel costs and sending money to war torn to some country in the east while nurses here don't get paid enough, a rebellion breaks out, the first thing I'm going to think of is not to fucking flee to Australia or India or somewhere where life might be better. I'm going to grab a weapon and do what I can to topple this fucking goddamn stupid bastard government.
That's the thing. Keep in mind, you know, with the stimulus pack or whatever, if you remember that in America, they were going to send $12 million to Pakistan for transgender education and transgender reassignment.
Brilliant.
Crypto,
By the way,
you're really, really making up, bro. I'm
um,
sorry, lad, but your mic, you're like see for the last 5 minutes, it's just
Yeah, no, it's not good. I don't know how to make it any clearer. And
no, not yours, Rother, Cryptos.
I haven't really been speaking.
Well, what's happening with your talk button, bro?
I haven't been talking, bro.
No, but your button has been constantly miking up.
Well, yeah, that's probably because I'm driving.
Okay. Well, could you maybe not mic up while you're driving?
What PMAX trying to say is maybe if you get a chance, Crypto, check on your noise suppression, or maybe if you could turn your gate up a little bit, that'll block out any of that background noise. But we definitely love hearing from you.
Are you actually hearing the background noise itself?
Everything, bro.
Just
Oh,
the
sorry.
bumps, the little bumps over the road and stuff. It's all good. These phones these days can pick up a lot
I can
of
hear your
stuff.
thoughts. It's that bad.
by the way, do you guys know what LIBOR is?
Yeah.
Do you know why they're stopping it?
Well, because Barclays manipulated it and made a bunch of money.
But why does that mean they have to shut down?
Well, because now everyone's going to do the same thing.
Barclays Bank
The,
shutting down.
the American housing market has depended on LIBOR all this time. So I'm a mortgage broker, so it's really weird to hear that it was shutting down this year.
Yeah. Do you know what they're replacing it with?
Yeah, it's called. Well, technically, they're not replacing it with
more.
anything, but really, there's replacing it with something called SOFR. It's
Yeah.
like it's like SOFR or something.
Lie more so far.
Yeah.
You mean like sound so far?
Who was the guy talking about Sweden just quickly? Because I just want to turn him up because I couldn't really hear him.
That's Flutter.
Flurfer. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the mic. I have like this headphone built-in mic, and like it just like I remember it's still working all right, but I don't know why it's doing this. It could be that I bent the end of my headphone or some shit like that. I don't know.
Well, you bet it off when you had a fucking whoa, you having a
You
fit?
bite things often.
You often bite your mic.
Yeah. gotta find a good quality mic. That's the thing. It's like when you go to like those cheap stores and you buy one of those cheap headphones, they like break every month or so, and you
Sounds
just
like you
gotta
got
buy
this one at Chuck E.
one.
Cheese.
Yeah, you just gotta buy a new mic. You just gotta buy one of those new cheap mics every time one breaks.
No,
Just
you
as
don't
a
have to do
PSA
that. There's
on
other
that.
ways. But yeah, so you're just pretty quiet at this point. That's all I'm hearing. You're just quiet.
If you're able to be on speakerphone, just use your phone and go on speaker and like just talking to your phone. That's usually a great way to get good sound quality because the phones these days are, you know, pretty advanced. So, but yeah, if you need to have headphones,
I
that's a
don't
whole
know how
totally
to
different
set
story.
that on my phone, for example.
That reminds me, I bought like a tiny microphone that plugs into my phone. I got to try it out.
Ah,
I was gonna say, yeah, if you're on your phone, just unplug it and just go on speaker, and then you're good. That's what
more
I'm on right now.
basic input
Me too.
or push talk.
I have like $300 noise canceling headphones, and the mic on there is trash compared to my phone. So I only use the headphones when I'm out and about.
It's all about the voice anyway. There, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kidding.
So we hear stories about 50 immigrants getting put on a luxurious ship and given 3 meals a day and videotaping on their phones back home because they're unhappy with the food that they're getting.
I don't get it.
Well,
Yeah,
this is it's what's happening in the UK. They're putting immigrants on actual luxury ships and in luxury hotels, and they're videotaping their journey back to wherever they came from, North Africa somewhere, about how shit it is here. Because even though they're getting 3 meals a day and a roof over their head and heating, the food is not to their expectations. Even though it's 4-star food.
Well,
What, it's like not
I
cuisine
mean,
they're used to?
no good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah, the road to hell.
Yep.
Where's my caviar?
Yeah, no, caviar. Fuck this shit. This is shit. I'm going back to Tunisia.
Anyway.
Well, the same things happen in America where they have these immigrant centers where people go. They go in and there's beds and there's phones that they can call their families with and there's PlayStations. Meanwhile, just around the block, there's people taking shits on the street that live in America because they can't afford a place to live. Plus, they sent $83 billion to Ukraine. That's fucking money laundering 101, bro.
Yeah, it's funny. People think that living in America is glamorous, which it can be, but like, man, people have to work really hard here to have the amount of stuff that we do. Like, it's not easy. Like, there are lots of really poor people.
So how does that mean that you're in the land of the free and the brave and
Well, because you can pursue opportunity freely. Like, no matter who you are, you can overcome it if you are determined.
yeah, that's fair enough. But if you're down on your luck and you're an
Yeah,
American
yeah.
citizen
Well,
and
here's the
a
thing.
non-American citizen needs refuge, you give it to them before you give it to an American citizen.
Right.
It's just what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
Hey, Pumpkin, I'm gonna probably need your advice on buying a house soon.
Oh yeah, for sure. Where are you looking to buy?
Iowa.
Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, if you're like how soon?
Well, I own a home now. I'm paying mortgage, but we want to upgrade. So,
Oh, gotcha.
but I'll probably talk to you in a DM or something about it. Maybe if you got some pointers or
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I
whatever.
can do the loan for you. We just have to get licensed in Iowa, but it mostly doesn't take that much effort to get licensed in a different state. So
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying because the housing market isn't what it used to be, but you know, it is what it is.
yeah, you should move to Texas.
I lived there actually. I came from there.
Oh, really? From what part?
Mhm. South
What part?
Texas, small little town. You probably wouldn't recognize it. It's called Beeville.
No, I haven't heard of it. Near Houston?
Corpus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. I'm in Fort Worth.
I used to love the food.
Oh man, I cannot move from Texas. I can't leave Tex-Mex. No way.
Mm, tell me about it. Fajitas. You know what I mean?
Yes, fajitas, salsa,
Mm-hmm.
enchiladas. Yeah. Yes, everything. Oh gosh, I couldn't do it. We have a family recipe for salsa too. We're really into it.
Stop, you're making me hungry.
It's like people from other places think they know Mexican food and they just don't.
They ain't been to Texas.
hmm Yeah, I couldn't leave Texas just for that sole reason.
Yeah, you're lucky. That's why I say you got what a burger.
You know, Whataburger, yeah.
Yeah, more aptly pronounced as Whataburger. Whataburger.
Yeah,
What?
Whataburger.
And
Because it's what a burger.
you guys call soda Coke. Everything is a Coke. Let me have a
Oh
Coke.
yeah. I think as the internet has become more robust, more people are saying soda.
Oh,
But yeah, that is how we do it.
let me have a
We
Coke.
definitely will never call it pop though. That's not a thing.
Yeah, that's a northern Midwestern kind of. Everybody over here calls it pop. Let me have a pop. What's that? You mean a Coke?
My mom said when she was younger, she went to a restaurant and they asked her what she wanted to drink, and she was like trying to buy time. So she said she wanted a Coke, but then they just brought her a Coca-Cola. She was like, "What is
That's funny.
it?"
That's funny. Only Texans get Texas. That's all I gotta say about it.
Yeah, Texas is awesome.
You know what's weird is that I'm of a heritage from Hispanic, Mexican heritage, and
Right?
the border's out of control. I
Yeah.
do. Isn't that weird? That's weird.
Well, I mean, once you're American, you are concerned about how America feels, not about how
Yeah.
Mexico feels.
Yep.
Plus, like I said earlier, it's really not mostly Mexicans coming over the border. It's mostly Middle Easterners. So, you
Well,
know.
but the thing is, you're American first. You
hmm
love, you love the country in which you are in, and you have pride in it. I do,
Yeah.
and
I mean,
not just like a patriotic pride. It's like it's almost like you did something here that you feel like there's things that you've done. You raised families, you've had good times, and it goes far beyond the idea of like being like a friggin' all full on like patriot. It's just you love the land where you are because the
yeah, it's a
people.
home.
It's the people that make the land. It's not the land itself.
Yeah,
Right.
100%. I think the issue you have though as well, like Mickey, because I don't know if you know, but my mother isn't from England, right? So I'm the son of an immigrant, and I don't know if you're the son of immigrants or the grandson of immigrants, whatever. But
Yeah.
my mother, when she came here, she was like, well, England's a wonderful country, and I'm gonna do everything to fit in, and I'm gonna try and be part of the country and part of the people and all the rest, right? And she still has that. She calls herself English today, even though she's not English, right? So,
Mm.
but whatever. And then you get some people who come to the country and they're like,
She
oh,
still hasn't
England's
got her
shit.
citizenship.
Yep.
And I'm like, if you think England is shit, there's literally 200 countries you could move to. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. I don't understand why people go to a country they hate and stay there. Doesn't
Job
make any sense.
opportunity? Oh.
It makes as much sense as the Glober coming in here saying he hates flat Earth and he's still in here. You know.
Yeah, just leave. Like, what are you doing, bro? If you hate England, I mean, France is across the river. You know, they're a little bit warmer. Maybe you like baguettes. I don't know. There's France, right? You know,
Oh yeah.
Germany's quite nice. You know, it's just like try it everywhere and then figure out where you like. You know, don't
There,
stay in the place you hate. Doesn't make sense.
I would like to live in France. That sounds awesome. Except I can't leave for the Tex-Mex, you know, as I said earlier.
yeah.
You don't want to go to France. Trust me.
Oh yeah, why
It,
is that?
it's bad. It's bad
Oh
over
yeah.
there.
I can't help but love the French people though. Like when
Firstly, you have
what's his face? The
issue already. That has already reached France. Secondly, the protests and all that stuff. Like it's wild there. It's really bad in France.
I just can't help but love France though, because what's the prime minister, whatever his name is? What's his name again?
Macron.
Yeah, Macron.
I
Whenever
don't know.
it was funny because it was like the French Revolution all over again. Instead of let them eat cake, he was like, let them buy electric, and the people were like, heck no, like you know, like it doesn't make any sense. We can't afford to buy electric all of a sudden, and they just rose up just like they did in the French Revolution, and it was beautiful. Except you know, didn't they use COVID to shut that down?
Mm-hmm.
Some bullshit right there.
It was like the equivalent of Marie Antoinette saying, "Let them eat cake."
Exactly.
And don't get me started on Justin fucking Trudeau.
Oh, Trudeau. Oh my gosh. The worst.
You cannot protest by freeze your bank accounts. We stand with Chinese people for standing up for their human rights. And all they're doing is standing up against fucking the thing we're not allowed to talk about.
They said we're standing up with the Chinese people for human rights, the people
Yes,
who hate human rights the most.
no, we're standing. Yeah, we stand with the Chinese people for holding a revolt because they've been revolting in China for a long time. And they smell.
Oh, revolts, right?
We stand with them and their right to express their human rights. Yet he froze fucking Canadians' bank accounts, truckers' bank accounts, people out on the road that couldn't heat themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like a pure fascist. He actually here's a little thing for you. Do a little research now. I'll just say it to you now. He was in the EU there, and he did a little speech, and about two EU presidents stood up and went, "Get the fuck out of here, bro! Who the fuck are you? Do us a favor. Don't show your face here anymore. This is the man that's standing, trying to tell us how much he stands up for democracy and human rights. That was basically a fascist to his own people. Do us a
Isn't
favor."
it funny that the fascists all rally against the fascists? They're like, oh no, there's fascists over here, and they're the fucking fascists. Like they have no clue what
Yes.
fascism means.
Not a clue. That's exactly right. They when a leftist points a finger at you and calls you something, you can bet your fucking bottom dollar that's exactly what they are.
Mm-hmm. Well, anytime you control the thoughts of the people by controlling their language, that's fascism. By controlling groupthink and not letting people say what they really think, fascism.
Yep. Not allowing anything, using the state to impose your will. That is fascism.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they have the nerve to call the far right fascist. Like, like literally.
Yeah, I mean that's actually good. They push such absurdity. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Am I coming through?
They're like, oh well,
Am I
the
coming
far
through?
left might be communist, but the far right is fascist. And it's just the furthest thing from the truth because all the far right wants is a small government.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
Yo, guys, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Yep.
I think I might be roboting. I did. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that's an interesting way that you've put it, and it made me think maybe that's why they push such absurd ideas onto us, like you know, men can get pregnant, just as an example, right? And then they
Oh
try and
yeah.
tell us that because what they're doing effectively is they're saying it's like a power play. It's like we can push absurdities onto you, and we will make you eat them, even if you don't like. Obviously, it's not true, but we're going to make you like publicly agree with all of these absurdities. It's like a power
Mhm.
play.
And they also want to overturn God's order. You know, it's like that's why it's called the New World Order. Because think what the Old World Order is, God's order. You know, so anything they can do to overturn that, like you know, saying that men can have babies. I keep on hearing rumors from all my liberal friends that like, oh, did you know that they can make babies from only girls now? No, they fucking can't. That's they also can't throw babies in like without wombs. It's not
And
possible.
why would that be good anyway? Like, I don't understand this kind of obsession with like the far left and being very anti-male. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are anti-female as well in different ways. But there's this like bleeding edge that they just love shitting on men in every way
Because
possible.
they want to split men and women the same way they split black and white. They want to keep us at each other's throats because it's a good distraction.
That's true.
Yeah,
You know,
but I think there's
everyone
more
has
to
an
it.
opinion too because everyone's a boy or a girl and everyone's, you know, some color of skin. You know, like everyone's got an opinion.
If they keep,
But I think
if
more
we,
to it
if we,
than just that. Sorry, go on.
no, go ahead, Crypto.
I didn't hear you talking. Please go ahead.
If we keep them at each other's throats, then they won't realize that we're the real enemy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that is true. I think, like, I'm not sure that the factioning between different tribes is entirely made up by them, but I think what they do is they exacerbate the issues. Like, I think, like, say you get like a group of white people, you get a group of black people, a group of Mexicans, and they're gonna prefer, like, a group of Mexicans are gonna prefer Mexican food generally to say British food, right? It's not a problem. They don't hate British people or the food or anything like that. They just prefer Mexican food, right? That's not a problem. No one's hating anyone. No one's like feeling superior. Any of this kind of stuff. What they do is that they throw all these groups together and they say, oh, these Mexicans over here, they prefer their food to your food. That means they don't like you, right? And they start to do all these kinds
Yeah.
of. That means that they think they're superior to you, right? They start to do all these things to people, and then some people believe the bullshit, and I think that's where it comes from.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. They speak for people. You know, it's like they started telling everybody, "Oh, well, you can't say gay. That's offensive." You know, like you can't say queer because that's wrong. You know what? I have had many gay friends, and they call each other gay and queer, and they do not care one iota, not a single bit.
Yep, don't give a shit. I've actually got one of my. So I run a number of businesses, and one of my main business partners is a guy called James, and he's gay. And I've spoken to him at length about this stuff, and he's like, yeah, these gay rights activists are just, they're losers. They don't actually represent virtually anyone he knows.
Mm-hmm.
So he's often said to me, like, I don't know who they represent because they don't represent me and they don't represent any of my gay friends, you know?
Like the
So I'm
abortion
like,
stuff
okay.
too. They say, "Oh, well, you're oppressing women. You're oppressing women's rights." They try to like get the women rallied up around it, and actually, they try to get the men rallied up around it without being told by the women, so the men can come out ahead and feel like, "Oh, yes, I'm pro-woman." But it's like it's not even a woman's issue. Like,
No. Yeah,
you
I
know,
Imagine,
agree.
imagine in a
Yeah, you're
world
bang.
where your number one thing to get people to vote for you is that you have the right to kill babies. I mean, that's
They
stupid. I mean, if half of them realized, or even if some of them realized what actually happens during abortion, like a 3 month term pregnancy or a 6 month, they actually reach in with tongs and cut off the baby's legs and then the arms and then pull the.
No.
No, seriously, yeah, I know it's horrific, but this is what they
I
do.
was gonna say like the women's rights thing though. Like they're such hypocrites because half of those babies are women.
I know they want to be. You know, oh, it's so insulting, and they insult poor people. They're like, "Oh, well, you wouldn't want them to grow up poor, would you?" What the fuck do you mean? You're saying that life is not worth living if you're poor? What the fuck?
Well, the vast majority of people in the world are poor by someone else's standards.
You know what
Yeah.
most
And like
what
seriously, by American standards, like it's so stupid. Even the poorest American still has a fucking smartphone.
you know what
know?
the paradoxical thing of all this is people who are demonstrating for abortion. The paradox in it, personally, what I see is just if these people would for one time just think about if their parents would have chosen to do what they're standing behind,
They probably
not
wouldn't be
have
here.
they would not have the voice to do what they do. So that's the paradoxon. So these people are for death, they're a death cult, but
Yeah.
simultaneously the only reason why they can be in that death cult is because their parents were mentally healthy and used the decision to not do what they promote. So do you see the problem here? Do you see the hypocrisy here and the blindness of these people? They're literally blind.
It's
Yeah.
because they want to have sex freely and they don't want to use protection. They say, "Oh, well, I should be able to just get an abortion."
I mean, okay, uh, this is maybe an argument
It's a
that
terrible
most of them,
argument.
yeah, it's a terrible argument, yes, but at the end of the day, again, if their parents would have lived the way they are proposing it now, or they are, wanting it other people to do so, they just don't see the paradox in it. They wouldn't be existing if their parents would act it the same way as they're doing now, and that's the sad thing about it.
Well,
So they have no value for the very existence of themselves. Actually, you can kind of say these people are already dead if
the
you want to
thing
look
is,
at it
well,
this way.
Clay, there's another way of trapping these people. Often these worldviews are self-contradictory anyway, right? So when you say to them, well, do you like abortions? Yeah, okay, you like abortions. Do you like diversity? Well, most of them, they are leftists, so they're going to say yes. Then you say, well, did you know that most abortions are done by diverse people, and therefore one of your
It was
political
literally.
views leads to
I mean,
less of one of your other political views, right? More
I mean that.
abortion means less diversity, right?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then,
there's so many of these
of course.
inconsistencies.
But I'm just
That's
saying,
like
when you
literally the reason for abortions. You know that it was like a plot to reduce the diverse population. They're like, man, we got too many black people up in here. We need to cut it down. Like, not
yeah,
even kidding. That's literally the reason they started like pushing it so hard.
well, the point I'm trying to make is that they wouldn't be for, like, they kind of have to choose one. And
Mm,
what's interesting is that they will often choose neither, right? Which you can't
mhm,
do. So,
mhm.
and trying to get them to pick one or the other. Are you for abortions, which is going to kill loads of black people, or are you for loads of black people, which means no abortions? Choose one, and they can't. They can't choose. So anyway, whatever. Obviously, I don't find the topic funny. What I find is they're squirming fun. Sorry, I should make that.
Well, you know what the real deal is they just want to fit in. It's the same reason why they're Globers. They just want to believe whatever they believe that the masses believe. The ironic thing is that the masses don't even really believe that. It's just the left pretending that everyone is on the left,
Yeah,
like
yeah. Well, that's
just
they just
misrepresenting it.
yeah, they just gaslight. They just say everyone has our views apart from these few fringe people.
Except for the far right, yeah.
But the problem is that the way they define far right, it's like 70% of people.
Exactly.
So I guess we're all on the far right. Who knows?
Sure are. What do you guys think about Elon?
He's a
I
weirdo.
think
Isn't
it's pretty. I think it's pretty obvious if we're here for the face this faking gay shit. I'm pretty sure you guys know exactly what my opinions are on that
Well,
one.
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets too. By the way, I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said I've never seen that before, and I was worried about him.
oh, Trump.
This is so funny how he says it. He likes rockets, and he builds great rockets. Like the way he says it is so like kind of infantile.
Well, just the way that Trump talks. He's oh, this happened. I like this, and blah blah blah, and blah blah blah. It's like
and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets.
Yeah.
I like
That's
what
the
Elon's
typical
doing, man.
Trump speech. It's like when
It
someone
is so
says that
good.
Trump said something, you can tell they're lying when it's like it doesn't follow that pattern of speech.
Right.
I think what's happening with Elon is just it's a continuation of what's happening in these modern times. The revelation, the great revealing, everything is being revealed. But I do think that he's a bit of an asshole. I do think that he's probably going to lead people in the wrong direction with this.
Trump? Elon.
Elon, yeah.
Well, the only thing about Elon is that he, right now, as of now, he has declared that he's a Republican, and he's voting Republican, and he's revealing everything that Twitter did to fight against free speech. So I'm like, okay, is he a good guy or a bad guy? It's hard to say,
Well, here's the
Because
thing.
everyone's trying to say he's a bad guy, but they're just doing the same thing to him as they did to Trump.
A lot of Republicans, a lot of Democrats says they were turning Republican, just like Carrie Lake there, and is it Texas or Arizona?
Yeah, Maricopa County.
Somehow that other creature won the election.
Yeah, Katie Hobbs.
Katie Hobbs, and that's just voter fraud, bro. That's just voter fraud. 1-on-1.
Yeah, and then they tell us that to even, ask to look at how they came to their conclusions of the election is, trying to overcome democracy itself. And they tell us, like, that there has never been any voter fraud in America. No one would ever want to defraud the American public, the most, powerful country in the world. Why would anyone want that power? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, they're doing it all the time. Do you know that Donald Trump, listen to me, Joe Biden got 11 million votes than Barack Obama? You probably know that.
Yeah.
11 million votes more than Barack Obama to win the election.
No one even likes it. I mean, literally right before the election, like half a year before the election or something, it came out about like a woman who Joe Biden had fingered against her will, and people still voted for him.
Oh yeah. If Joe Biden got 11 million votes than Barack Obama, I'm fucking Mickey Mouse.
Exactly. Man, Trump had so much support, and they just did everything they could to pretend that the voter turnout was so much higher than it was. Just ridiculous.
And the people that own the voting machines too, they're all connected. Half of them are senators or whatever. Or they all own the voting fucking machines too. And people that have left government, like the guy after 9/11, who was it? Sure, I don't know what his fucking name was again. He's a very, very scary, dubious looking motherfucker. No, but he owned all the, the Homeland Security and the scanners that they put in airports. He owned them. Surtov or Surkov or something. He's some fucking, he was some big wig in government anyway. But he owns all that. It's his company. It's just it's incredible the insider trading and just the way they rub each other's backs is going on. But I wouldn't be surprised now if within the next year they figured out that the 2020 election was fucking rigged.
Yeah, I mean, of course it was. The question is, are we going to fix it? Now that we know there's a problem, can it be fixed? Will we fix it?
It's going to be fixed, all right. I'll tell you how it's going to be fixed. Shooty, shooty, bang, bang.
Good news for us, because Texans love their guns.
Yeah, I believe it. It's like, I mean, eventually, whatever you say is just going to fall on deaf ears. As soon as your mouth starts moving, people are just going, we're not listening anymore, bro. Fuck you. That's the end of it.
Thankfully, people here are now, because of the election being stolen, Republicans are way more willing to be activists and actually like volunteer at the election centers and stuff. So I'm going to volunteer. I think my mom's going to volunteer, and we'll see what we can do to fight against some of these people who go, no, you're Republican, you can't be in this corner,
Hey, and if things get too tough, maybe you can move to an African country.
I think I'd probably rather move to Panama. They use American dollars, so it's convenient.
Yeah, with whatever works, you know.
It's hard though, because even though America is like this, I don't think there's like a country I'd really rather live in, you know.
No, it's good for the most part, but I can't understand how. Is it what did he just ask for? $28 billion? Didn't they just give away $46 billion or something to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's make a conservative estimate of $70 billion. $70 billion to a foreign country, while their own country is not doing too well.
Yeah. Well, also, do you know that when Trump was in office, our oil reserves were an all-time high, and now we've got less than a month left of diesel fuel because of
No.
Biden. He restricted us from pumping any more oil.
Yes,
And
yes. And why
yeah,
did
so
you do
now
that?
we're totally out of it.
Yeah, you do have apparently America has the biggest oil reserves in the flatly globe. Whatever.
World, I think we're.
One of the first things he done when he came into presidency was to restrict that, to stop that completely. So this whole fucking thing could be triggered. So we could all live in a, I don't know what do they call it, some kind of mind fuckery thing.
Right. Have you ever played Secret Hitler?
No.
It's a kind of like a board game. It's really fun. It's like you're replaying being in Nazi Germany, and
Do
like
I have to wear a small mustache?
no one can know whether you're a fascist or not.
Oh,
So like it's because the name of the game is Secret Hitler. So there's one person who is secretly Hitler, and then one or two people who are secretly fascist, and you have to like to win as Hitler, you have to either be elected as like the
Is this an actual
I don't
game?
know. Yeah, it's an actual game. I've played it several times. It's like
I
a lot of
like it.
people play it. But basically you have like when you're playing as Hitler, you have to play liberal cards instead of fascist cards because those were the parties at the time in Germany were liberals and fascists.
Oh yeah.
And so you have to play liberal cards when you're Hitler, but the fascists have to play fascist cards or else Hitler can't win. But it was like when Joe Biden got in, he got in on a you know, under the name of liberalism, but the first thing he did was super fascist. You know, like it could not be more clear.
Yeah.
Like okay, I wish you guys had played it because it would make this metaphor a lot smoother. But like, there's all these things about like you can't tell if they had a fascist card to play or if they had a liberal card to play. They just play it, and I don't know. But yeah, this metaphor.
It's just pending. No, I'd love to play that game. I wish I had it. It sounds fucking great.
It is great. It's a lot of fun.
Sounds fun to me. Sounds fun to me.
Yeah. I got 2 words for you. Made in America.
That's something you rarely hear.
Greetings to everyone here on the live stream and 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome, Pumpkin, Madame. Seems like you're fairly new here. I'm returning from the dead as usual, but I'm back now, and
vampire bastard.
Not quite like that, but anyway, it's good to be back. It's nice to hear you people on here. See Kiwi in here. See a lot
Yeah, well, shut up and you hear more of us, man.
A lot of the regulars. A couple of Clay Underseal muted. Oh well. Let's see.
I posted it to the wrong part. Oops.
Anyway, I didn't want to interrupt you. Sound like that game sounded fun. I started wondering when you were talking, like, why is there only fascist and liberal though? Like,
because those were the two parties at the time.
I get you. I got it.
Something in between.
Yeah, you have to forgive them calling the good people liberals. It's just what it was at the time.
Yeah, I was close to being a liberal, and then I wised the fuck up. I thought liberal was the move, and then I watched them, and I slowly backed away like Homer Simpson into a fucking hedge.
Yeah.
These are not my people.
Yeah, really. The Quran actually like condemns liberals like explicitly.
By the way, how's the volume on my mic? Just want to check that.
It's
Pretty
fine.
good.
Okay, good, good. I want to make sure. Is there going to be a ladies' night tonight? Anyone know? Ladies' night tonight at 2 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Is that still on?
You know, that reminds me, I guess I haven't really like heard any girls on here yet. Like the only one.
Well,
one's enough.
yeah. With there has to be a,
No, I'm kidding.
there
But
has
do
to be.
they only come for ladies' night?
What's that?
Do they only come for ladies' night?
A lot of times. No, I mean no ladies come on from time to time. We wish they would come on more though. There's might be an intimidation factor, and I don't think it's necessary because there's enough.
Well, you know,
But
did you know that when men hear women's voices, they like when they hear men's voices, they hear voices, right? But when they hear women's voices, it's like they hear music. It's like listening to music. So it's not you can't really give the same kind of attention to it because of the way your mind works. So it can be annoying to talk to a bunch of boys because they only hear each other.
oh, because you're saying like when men hear women's voices, they become mesmerized or hypnotized by the musical quality of the women's voice. Really? I believe it.
We're very liberal here.
I love that. It's probably true.
Like the number of conversations I've been a part of that were supposed to be about feminism and yet they were constantly talking over me. I was like, "Oh my gosh."
So they're all in their head. They're hearing the musical voices of the women's voice. They're going la 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 la.
Yeah. And I mean, men can be influenced by music. I've seen it many times, but you still are gonna prioritize just, a
Yeah,
normal
yeah.
voice over music.
Sorry. There's a couple more things we can be influenced by, apart from the sound of your voice.
Not over Discord.
Now.
That's right. We can be affected by music. That's true.
Sonny. Sonny's going to play us a little tune now, back from the 1920s here in 1934.
Okay, if you say so. Here it goes.
Wow. Just wait for that. That's great, Sonny. You can stop now.
How's that?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I had the blues since my lady told me to kick the can down the road. Yes, I've been so sad.
Oh no.
Since that lady told me to kick the can down the road.
Why don't you?
I'll be on my big knee if I didn't know her sisters too.
Kick the can down the road.
That's so not. Better use a pick for
You're
this
like a Hitler. Just a little Hitler. Your mustache on my nose. Nobody knows. I feel like a liberal. Goddamn liberal. And I don't know why. To my toe. Where it goes, nobody knows.
Okay, there we go. Double ending. Don't start double ending. Now put it down.
Thank God for
that. Wow. Thanks for letting me share.
They make you feel good.
Yeah, I got all hot.
You feel good.
Yeah, I gotta start go to a different place and time, you know.
Yep, me too.
Where are you from?
Sunny California.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm in California now. I've been here for almost 50 years.
wow.
This year, actually, this next year will be 50 years I've been here. But I'm from
Uh-oh.
Midwest and originally from Chicago. Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles, San Diego.
Hey. Well, it's nice to meet you
Wait.
guys.
So you're from 4 places?
Nice to meet you.
San Diego. What the fuck? I'm from 4 places. Don't you know?
I know. No place is home, you know.
I'm just a gypsy.
Sorry, I gotta make a pizza for my kids real quick.
Cool. Pizza time. Pizza.
Cool.
So, how are you guys doing on your Christmas shopping?
Terrible.
What's that? What's shopping?
Right.
What's that?
Is that when you get enough food for money so you can eat again?
I figured out. It's like you post $50 to your one kid and $50 to the other, and that's your Christmas shopping done.
Oh, dude, I have 28 people to buy for.
What?
Yeah,
Poor
because
guy.
I've got my parents, my sister and her fiance, my other sister and her fiance and his kids, my brother and his girlfriend, my husband, my two kids, and then my husband's parents, my husband's brother and his wife and their four kids, plus like
So
3 of our friends and 3 of my grandparents. And
wait,
I
so
think
you're basically saving up the whole year just to pay for Christmas.
no, I didn't save up.
You didn't save up
No, so
cheap presents?
I'm trying to figure out how to do it because I did the
It's a
calculations and
candle for you and a candle for you.
If I spent $25 on every person, I would have to spend $700.
Yep, well, that's how I figured it.
Yeah, my mom said I should bake stuff for people instead.
I would do that. I would
Yeah.
heed your mom's advice.
Oh, dude, I actually recently made these pumpkin cupcakes from scratch. Like, I actually used real pumpkins and used erythritol instead of sugar, so they're sugar-free. And they're awesome, so I might do that.
There you go.
But it's a process.
What the hell?
You like that?
That sounds so clean, bro. Where's the mute button?
You recognize this?
Baby. Yeah.
Get ready for the copyright.
Baby. When I think about you, think about love. Hey, when I dream about you.
And if I
Hey, the sun and moon. Yesterday, I will wrap you in the heaven, slowly dying, dying, dying all the way. Feel like making. Feel like making love. Feel like making love. Feel like making love to you.
Go.
Nigga. And yeah. In the fly away.
Like making
Feel like making love. Feel like making love. Hey. Feel like making love to you. You bastard. If I had the sun and moon, yeah, good stuff, bro. That's brilliant. That's exactly how I feel.
Thanks for the accompaniment, PMAC. I don't know what it sounds like in live stream, probably like crap, but
Probably.
it's okay.
Well, you don't know what to go. Do you know what you know? Yep, thanks, man.
Yeah, I fixed my acoustic. Sounds really nice, so I can have like these like this is just my fingernail.
It sounds pretty good.
Got really light strings on the two, so I can play leads on these high strings.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's not the reason why I was about to do and die. I'm sorry, what? Oh, what do you say? This 100%.
You're completely wrong. Let this video play. Once again, look at all this footage and realize the most important aspect of during sunrise.
Wait, what? Sorry, who was that? No. Okay. That was Wilson Vince talking about things that could possibly be true. There's reality. Oh my god.
Now it sounds even better because I had to do some work on it so I could make the D string stop buzzing, you know? So I had to raise the bridge with a tiny little sliver of wood. I had to sit there and sand it till I got it like less than a 16th. Is someone talking? Am I talking over someone?
No. I don't think so.
Oh, I hear background from Flurfer. Flurfer, you're hot micing. Does he know it?
No, probably not.
He's disconnected now. No, still hot. Hey, Flurfer, you're hot micing.
Ah, shit. You guys can hear me or some shit?
What's that?
Hello.
Ah, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Hey, Sonny.
Oh, okay.
Sonny, you're hot micing, Sonny.
Oh no, I'm not. It's
Totally
fucking,
fine.
it's the fucking, it's a fucking sunny show. So who's hot micing? No, I'm only
Wait a
kidding.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You might be actually. Yeah.
My fucking video on TikTok and angered the Globies.
You have a video on TikTok? Please share.
Yeah, hold on. I should send you the clip. Hold
You
on.
should. You really should.
I'll send it in the fucking I'll send it in the live
Send
stream
it.
chat.
Okay, I apologize for my
Load in the thing.
cursing earlier, so it doesn't give everybody else an excuse. Hi, Gemsy. How's it going?
I gotta send the clip.
Hey, bro, so we can plug it. Hey, Sonny, yeah, I'm good. How you doing? And stop cursing because my children are listening, okay?
I'm very sorry. Yeah, I apologize. I appreciate. I'm sorry.
Family friendly.
Apologize to the family.
Damn.
So PMAC, PMAC.
Hello.
Hey, PMAC, wash your mouth.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the.
Yeah, wash that mouth out of yours.
I must have said the F word about 100 times. Right?
Everything in the past. I just joined 2 minutes ago, so anything before that doesn't matter. It matters from now on. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So fuck you.
Oh.
You're lucky you're not on speaker now.
I'm wasting my time, bro.
Okay, I gotta send the video in the live stream chat.
Lefford, did you share your link?
Yeah, I'm trying to share it right now. Gotta download it. Oh,
Let me
man.
check if Lefford has perms to share. Oh, you can share.
Everybody's welcome, even gay people that want to
send it right now. That's good.
Everybody's welcome, even gay people that want to talk sex to my kids.
That's
even
good.
you're welcome.
That's good because I'm gay. I'm happy most days, kind of gay and
You're
chill.
not gay.
gay and cheerful, and
Right.
yeah, gay means
Video is
means happy, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry.
I don't appreciate the hijack of my words.
I like that, Sonny. I like that. Yeah, yeah. You hijacking my words?
Stop hijacking my words about an accurate description of my mood at times, gay and
Now,
cheerful. Right?
now people are listen. Now people are behaving like pedophiles, and they're calling themselves gays.
No, really?
Well, that's liberalist for you.
Where would you hear that?
family
Where would you hear that from?
Big liberal gaytards that want to have sex with kids.
Would I only hear that from some little screen or something?
There's nothing wrong with being gay. It's about being a pedophile and abusing people sexually and thinking that's okay.
That's why I'm a member of the Gay Twitter Society, even though I'm not gay. It's
Yeah,
fine.
because you're a happy drunk man. You're a gay.
No,
You're a gay
I'm
drunk
fine.
man.
Just leave the kids alone, bruh.
You are a gay drunk man. You're a happy man.
Yeah, but
Happy
I
drunk.
pretend to be in all dimension, yes.
Definition, you're pretty gay.
I don't care. It doesn't bother me, right? Just leave the kids alone, bruh.
Yeah, just leave the kids alone 100%. That has nothing to do with.
Leave them kids alone.
Just
Yeah, let the kids grow so we can slaughter them and eat them.
no, you're just another prick in the wall.
You know, 'cause kids are baby goats, so don't eat them when they're kids. Let them grow as adult goats, and then you can milk them, make cheese,
Okay,
and
sure,
then you
bro.
can harvest them for the meat.
Bro. Okay, it's
Gemsy.
now.
That's another brick in the wall.
It's taken so long to upload one video. I
It
was 9 megabytes, but because of Discord's new shitty update,
Brick in the
rest
wall.
megabytes.
Sonny, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're just another
Just kidding,
brick
bro.
in the wall. We don't need no education.
That will turn you
We
into
don't need no thought control. No dark sarcasm in the classroom.
Hey, Maggie.
Teacher, leave those kids alone. Hey! Teacher, leave those kids alone.
Is that Flurfy? TikTok.
We don't need no education.
I don't need your vaccinations.
Oh,
that's a good one. Dark sarcasm in the classroom. Teacher, leave those kids alone. Hey! Teacher, leave those kids alone.
If you don't, I'll kick your balls.
If you even have balls. Uh-huh. I could do magic.
We're gonna have people dropping off because Sonny and PMAC are hot micing.
Stopping. We're talking about Earth here, right? Okay, good. Let's talk about Earth. Earth, flat, stationary, contained. Nothing's changed since I left, right? Earth didn't change. I'm not hot. I'm not hot. I'm not micing now because
Jimsy doesn't know what he's talking about. People are actually going to stay because you and I are fucking doing it.
Jemsy, you're hot micing.
Jimsy,
In
what are you
purpose,
hot
because
micing,
I'm
bro?
trying to rumpus you guys.
Jimsy, you're hot micing. I'm shut up, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to rumpus the hell out of you guys. That's my goal.
You're not rumpusing me. Hey.
He's rumpusing the Sunny Show, and I'm quite affected by that. I even turned off the boiling water and everything.
This is not the Sonny Show because PMAC is so drunk.
No, he's not.
Jimsy, could you get a grip, please? I'm not that fucking drunk, bro. I'm not as drunk as you, like.
It's probably when he sounds the drunkest. The one time he comes in, he's not drunk. Hey.
What do you want, Jimsy?
PMAC think that he can sing.
No, he can't. No, he knows he can't. He knows he can't. What are you on about, bro?
Well, this is great. I came back to listen to you guys arguing with each other. Awesome, man.
Oh, Jimsy, he loves me, man. He loves me. He has a thing for me. Don't you, Jimsy?
Actually, it's not for you.
What are you
It's
talking
just
about?
for drunk. Go ahead.
Right, okay. That's great, Jimsy. Thank you for your reply. Now fuck off.
Hey,
Hey,
this is a family show.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. We'll have
no drunks allowed.
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. No, I do. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're not. No, you're not. Sorry, don't lie.
Yes, I am. I'm very, very sorry.
I bet he is.
I am.
I bet he's not sorry. He's not
I
sorry.
am. I bet I am.
He's gonna say, I'm sorry. Fuck off.
You know me too well, man. Right, so what's your point, bah? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about
Shite.
how does drunkenness work on a globe?
It turns itself upside down, then it turns itself inside out, and then it fucking works, right? So what are you talking about? I mean, if you're sober on a ball, or you're drunk on a ball, which way is up?
No such thing.
Hey, where's the new people? We have
sorry, new
PMAC
people
trying
now.
to
Sorry.
speak to the new people. Let's see.
No, I'm not talking
Mike.
to new people. I was talking to you, Jimsy. Jimsy.
Howdy.
Which way is up on the ball?
Towards your center.
Now, I'm going to start disliking you a little bit. So I'm going to start fucking calling you out.
Okay,
So-
good. That's
Hey.
good. Wait a minute. That's a good start. Let's have a conversation about that. Now listen, the center of what? The center of every mass, right? So does that mean okay.
Actually, he asked about up. So up will be towards the black hole, right? On a globe. That's up.
What black hole? You and I both agree that up is not up.
Anyways, we have PMAC. Sit back.
What?
Keep cracking the vodka or the tequila. Go ahead.
What are you talking about?
We have Mike. Mike,
James, do me
are
a
you
favor.
there, Mike?
Howdy.
James, could you do me a favor?
How are you, Mike?
I'm
Mike,
doing well, Jamesy.
Yeah,
How are
we
you
have
guys?
Mike PMAC. Chill for a second. Okay, I agree. I know we got a little ruckus there, but let's talk to Mike.
Hey. gentlemen.
Mike, what brings you to the Flat Earth Discord, Mike?
I've been here for a little while. I think I've been here for a year or so. I kind of just browse, pop in and out, and just kind of listen to the discussions.
Cool. I mean, if you've been here over a year, you probably had a fair share of listening into the conversations in here. So,
Yeah, a little
what
bit.
what will be like your overall conclusion about whatever you think about the server or the topics? What do you think?
I think the server is great. I think open dialogue and discussion is always good, right? As far as like flat Earth and stuff, I still think that the Earth is round, kind of like the traditional way of thinking about it. So I don't know though. I haven't been to space.
What do you base that conclusion of, that the Earth being round? Round like a
globe or like a planet.
Okay.
Or
Okay, because when we see the planets and we see a circle of light in the sky, we can also look to the ground and see a round table which is flat. It doesn't necessarily mean a sphere, but you believe that the Earth that you're standing on, it's a curving, spinning sphere through the vacuum of space. That's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
And what are your bases to come to that conclusion?
Just I don't know. I mean, just growing up in the USA, just school, right? Pictures, videos of space stuff. So.
Okay.
So
how about Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
When you see a picture from space looking down at the planet, do you see flat Earth or do you see more of a globe, like a circle?
Well, we gotta make a difference between the stand that we're standing on, right, and our immediate experience based on our senses and logical conclusions that we can draw from that, and even from the extension. Our senses point out towards specific frame of references, in my opinion, from a specific perspective, whatever you're standing on, based on your senses. And then we can extend that with equipment, optical equipment, infrared, radar, different things, right? So we can work with that on the ground. But then when we point out to the sky, starting with our vision, one of our senses, we do observations of the luminaries, right? So you're referring to what specific? You're talking about the sun, the moon, the wandering stars, aka the planets, or the celestial north Polaris rotation certain point. There's also the celestial equator, and then the celestial south, aka the Southern Cross region of the sky. So when you're talking about the luminaries looking round, can you extend that a little bit? What you actually mean?
I don't.
In reference to the ground, how do you come to the conclusion that you look up and see a circle of light, or see lights in the sky doing things? How can you extrapolate that to making a conclusion about the ground that you're standing on?
I don't know. I just think that I just don't know like what the I don't know what the value is in saying that it's not a circle. Like what? I don't get it. Like why would everything be taught that it's a circle? For as long, last 100 years or so.
But not everything is thought to be that, right? Because because I'm saying the term that you use in circle, I could have a flat level table and I could draw a circle on top of it. That doesn't make it a sphere, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you're saying that the observation that you're doing in the sky, looking at circles of light, or it could be spheres of light. Let's say spheres in the sky, right? We see spheres in the sky, or circles of light in the sky. That doesn't determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on, does it?
think so. No.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my. I agree with you. It doesn't, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So the observations of the luminaries, we can make ideas about what's happening in the sky, but to verify what actually is happening in the sky, it will stay on the phenomena. Like, let's say we can go to the sky. That I haven't, and I'm almost certain that you haven't been to the sun, the moon, or the wandering stars. Have you? You haven't
No.
been there, right?
No.
So you're basing your conclusion of the ground being a certain shape based on what someone else said that they did up on those lights, or they're doing observations about them, and having certain um, pre-assumptions and presuppositions from a made-up model, and then basing their conclusions of the observations of the luminaries based on pre-assumptions and presuppositions about the ground they're standing on. You know what I'm trying to say?
No, I do. I do. Obviously, I've never been to space and looking down at the Earth, right? But there's. I think we're at the point in where there's a lot of people that can get to space, right? As far as money goes and all that, and private space travel. So,
There's people that claim that based on the money that they have, and there's certain programs that say we're gonna get on a balloon or on a rocket, and we're gonna go very, very high up, but they always come down, don't they? So just by someone saying, "Hey, we're gonna go up, and then we're gonna come back down," does that mean that they went to the vacuum of space and that the Earth is a spinning globe?
I don't know.
That's a good question, isn't it? Like, we can send very weather balloons over 100,000 feet. We can send rockets to go up, but that still doesn't determine the shape of the ground, because when we actually experience things here in the ground, the globe that some people are making a story of, that these things are happening on a globe, when you test for that claim, this globe has a specific geometry because it's a globe, and it has a specific size, and from that size you can determine distances and all that kind of stuff. So those claims can be put to a test, and it should be verifiable. If someone is claiming a specific size of the Earth, should be able to verify that we have the capabilities of doing that. Will you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have, I mean, many people have demonstrated. Me doing long distance observations and basing my immediate experience based on my senses, what I perceive, and coming to logical conclusions based on that, and by extension, utilizing devices that verify my immediate experience that we live in a motionless, horizontal plane, or I mean, that could be described as that, or described as flat as well, level, and it's a motionless contained ecosystem or environment that works in a very specific works in a certain way, that claiming that it is a spinning, curving, rotating globe flying through the vacuum of space, that will be in direct contradiction to the immediate experience and verifiable tests that claims that we can do. The test that we can do will falsify the claim of the globe, like the ground and the water is curving, that the ground is spinning at a certain speed, that the vacuum of space is even a thing. A lot of that stuff can be tested, and we can falsify that stuff, and it's been falsified. So by extension, the globe is a nonsensical claim, because your senses don't tell you you live in a globe. I mean, you observe, you don't feel the ground movement. You don't feel the ground moving. So your senses are indicating that the ground is motionless. And if the ground starts moving, your senses are gonna dictate to you that the ground is moving, right?
Yeah, I would agree that.
Yeah, and then when you
Kneel
observe when
down,
you observe a
touch the
horizontal,
ground.
hey, when we observe with our vision, another of our senses, when we observe
The
the
second
horizontal,
sun in the
Pima, you're hot micing,
classroom.
Pima, you're hot micing.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, when we
Teacher.
observe,
I'm
He's
just
just messing
kidding.
with you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're gonna piss him off over there, PMAC.
yeah, so our vestibular system, the liquid in our inner canal will indicate if we were rotating. If you start rotating your body, you will know you are rotating by indication of your the liquid in your inner canal, which is based on the level, right? And the level water, the level liquid that is in your inner canal. You will be able to tell the difference if you're moving in an angle or that kind of stuff. You know based on those senses.
Let me ask you this: Why? I mean, what? Why would the narrative be that it's a planet, it's a sphere?
Because it's a religious preference.
Okay.
Yeah, by the people who created the heliocentric, it was a strictly philosophical religious preference. They tell us so. They couldn't see they listen, even the modern astrophysicists said it is inconceivably it would be, what is the word they use? It is horrible, horrifying to think that we're in the center. So we'll avoid this at all costs. Go look at the things all your priests have said, like Hubble and Carl Sagan and all of the others. Go look at them all the way back to Copernicus, high in the church. The heliocentric whole model was created by good buddies of the Sephoric Jew. Einstein, his buddy George Lemaitre, who invented the heliocentric, was a high Jesuit priest in the Catholic Church.
So what do they get out of
Is made
telling
by
us that?
Catholics
What's the benefit to them?
because they want control of everything, just like they always have. All the media, all your knowledge, your informational knowledge, all your history is all kept by them and
So
controlled by them. Information, yes.
I guess I don't see the connection to the Earth being flat, like flat or sphere, and
Because
like
you don't know how powerful you are. They've convinced you that there's scarcity when it's not true. It's been invented to keep you on a ball. It's a prison for your mind. So it's if they could control every single human being's all their activities, all the resources, and how much things cost, how much they're worth, how much limit there is to any of it. If they control every single bit of that, so they control your entire life and all of your generations before you, families, how long you worked during the day, how you slaved away for very little, was all controlled. Every single aspect from cradle to grave is controlled. Why? Why would you even ask why? It's a silly question. Why? Of course they would if they could, and they have. This is a objective that they have controlled every aspect. But once they control the money and the information and what you know and what you're taught to believe your world is, they have control to the very nth degree of your entire life has been controlled by a lie. That's why.
I just feel like if I could start over my life and they taught me that the Earth was flat in school, it would make no difference on my actions as I
Yeah,
live,
well,
right?
because you would know who you are and who you came from instead of where you came from being lied about and diffused. Even your own ancestry, you think has come from somewhere it hasn't. They lied to you about everything, man. Are you kidding me? You don't think you'd behave a little different if you knew you were powerful, came from greatness everywhere? They lied and had to tell you that you either came from indentured servants, you came from some population that was less than, which they did to everyone. We came from greatness, let me tell you. So if you believed and you knew for a fact that you came from greatness, you think you would act a little differently rather than living in this nihilistic, endless, you're just a speck of dust, you're nothing. Earth is so tiny that there's, billions upon trillions and trillions of, like, how infinitesimal do you need them to make you to understand this?
Also say, like, when we're talking about the shape of the earth, you're assuming the shape of the earth is inconsequential when you're a kid. It's the fact that you're being lied to and about the actual shape of the earth. You're being told to not believe or trust any of your senses at all.
They actually tell you that your senses are lying to you, and what you're experiencing is the opposite of what actually happening. So they're telling you that what you sense and what you experience, and then they claim the opposite is happening, is literally a nonsensical claim. What they're claiming and telling you, it's nonsensical.
And imagine, I just want to also kind of add to that is imagine how much power you do have if you're able to convince the entire world.
A lot of power, because you know how much resource, how many people's times and effort, resources, even it comes in the form of taxation. People have to work to pay the taxes so we can send people to Mars. You're working, paying your taxes, so some people have to go to the moon, and what you get is a movie, a very bad quality movie, very bad production, and they tell you, hey, there you go, your taxes did something. We send some people to the moon, or we send some probes to Uranus or the black holes.
Yeah.
So keep working. You're doing a good job. Keep paying your taxes, because we're gonna go to Fantasyland, and we're gonna give you cartoons and imagery about it. So just believe us.
Yeah.
Just trust us.
And meanwhile, while you're watching that on your TV, sitting back nice, comfy, there's something like 50,000 people homeless in Los Angeles County.
Yeah, and think about it. Your question, if it did, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That there's actually whole towns unincorporated along rivers in the richest county in the nation, Orange County, here on the West Coast, along the Santa Ana River. There's 20 miles of homeless camps, bro. While they're sending all your money at $70 million a day out into some place that doesn't even exist, and they got you believing it, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
They got you believing it, and you're paying them too, and so did your family and their family before them. Yeah.
So
yeah, and go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
So if I'm hearing you, like, a big part of that is money. They want to control money. So
Let me tell you something. You are going to pay taxes that will go towards NASA for the rest of your life. You will also not reap a single benefit from anything NASA gives you for your entire life. Of this, I'm certain.
Also, remember, Mike, your question, why does it matter? That doesn't make any difference. If it didn't matter, why are they pushing it to everybody? Why, if it didn't matter, why pay taxes for it? If it didn't matter, why allocate so many resources, put so many people's times, effort, currency, energy into accomplishing these things, right? That they, as a result, you get some type of video or movie production on TV. If it didn't matter, why they pushing the globe on every TV show, on books? It doesn't matter, right? But why are they pushing it so much to everybody since you're born in the first place?
You know how big the economy is?
Go ahead. Now, since babies are born, they're basing the globe logic into, hey, this baby looks good. I don't want to derail the conversation, but I think this is a point that's very underrated. This baby, everything looks good, but this baby is it's V shot deficient. So we have to give this baby this things, these injections, based on the logic that this evolution, viruses, and that kind of stuff. So they even the globe comes into you as an adverse reaction from the belief that there's these things that they're gonna make the baby sick if we don't. The baby is deficient in vaccine, so we have to give the baby a bunch of this stuff. And it's based when you look at the propaganda they give you about the reason why they're giving the baby this is because little globular things that are flying on the screen of the TV, and that's why we doing this to the baby. But anyways, I don't want to go there, but it's very consequential. It has real life consequences. The way of thinking and the control of information and control of resources and money and people's effort, it has real life consequences. If it didn't matter why they push it, doesn't matter, right, Mike?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the difference would be if they taught me the Earth was flat or the Earth was a cylinder or it's a triangle. To me, it means no difference.
So let me tell you, even though they pushing this lie, this global lie, and this stuff that you see as you look at it as propaganda. I'm pretty sure you can see the globe thing being pushed everywhere. So if it was the opposite of that, where you're not a speck of dust, basically an accident that happened, a bunch of coincidences on top of coincidences.
When you say accident, what do you mean?
Well, remember, the sun exploded, and you're just the Earth is just a speck of dust from the sun, and you have to be specifically in this Goldilocks region of the sky in distance in reference to the sun. And they say the only reason there's life on this place is because it's fundamentally an accident. It's just you see the other planets. There's no life in the other planets because this is the actual the most common thing on the globe is that there's no life out there. The other planet, how many planets they say they're out there? Way more than one, because the Earth is one, right? The Earth is one. So in this one, there is life in this one because it's on it's on this Goldilocks area. And if it was away from these more common places like the other planets, there would be no life here. So literally, this is an accident that happened. Coincidence on top of coincidences. And you're just a speck of dust that came from the sun exploding and all this, which is a bunch of things that they cannot prove. There's no evidence for these claims. They're just putting claims on top of claims without any evidence. And the contrary of that is that this place, you see the luminaries revolving above our heads around a centric point in the sky, which people can say is heaven, or also it's above the plane that we're standing on. So the luminaries are moving in relation to the Earth. So geocentric or even heaven-centric, based on the luminaries, you're not in an accident place. This place has a design way of working. There's a fingerprint on everything you see, just like you can see the fingerprint of the engineer in the Mercedes-Benz and in the vehicle that you drive, or the airplane that you fly in, or the watch that you look the time on. The watch that tells you the time is based on the watch of the sky of the luminaries. The watchmaker has to adjust the watch and build the watch based on the movement of the luminaries to make it accurate. Okay, so this whole place is not this accidental speck of dust that is in the middle of nowhere. What the globe tells you. You see the difference between the globe lie and the actual experience that we're having, that is not just an accident.
I get what you're saying on that aspect of it. Are you saying that there's not a God and that He created the universe?
In the globe, there is. In the globe, where's God in the globe? I mean, I'm a believer. I believe there is a designer. I believe there's creation. I mean, look at everything in reality. So by extension, as a design, you can see a fingerprint of design on everything, like a code that requires a coder. Imagine the Big Bang, where the globe come from, the Big Bang, then the Big Bang of the sun, because the sun has to explode to create this dust that then cool down and turn the earth. Right, that stuff. What can I grab a Mercedes Benz? I grab all the pieces of the Mercedes, all the pieces, or let's say a watch. Let's make it more simple. Let's say I grab a Swiss watch, and I grab all the pieces that can make the Swiss watch, and I put it inside a box, and I start shaking that box. Will it ever build the Swiss watch that works properly if I start shaking all the pieces together? It doesn't. You need a very specific design and events to be happening one after the other one to have the product that once you have that product, there's a designer behind it, right?
Right.
And a specific design, a specific code, just like in the computer program, just like in anything in nature. You see, there is a fingerprint, a code behind it, and this is not an accident.
So if I'm understanding this, if it's a flat Earth, then are there edges, and what if there are edges? What happens at the edges?
So let me tell you this, right? Flat Earth, that question comes from a weaponized term that is flat Earth. Because remember, they gave you the globe since you're a child. And if you question the globe, there's an alternative. That alternative is flat Earth. And if you search in the search engines, the alternative to the globe, when you look at the globe, you see a cartoon, a sphere or a ball in an explanation for it, a language that goes with it. And then you search flat Earth, which is an alternative, you also get results that will show you and depict you a cartoon and explanations and kind of like a debunking. You get mostly a side that is debunking that idea of flat Earth, which is just a cartoon. And in relation to the globe idea, it doesn't make sense. So that's why there's a lot of debunking from this cartoon that you found on the internet label flat Earth, but that's not what reality is. Reality is not a cartoon. It's not this idea that some people have, these models, ideas like the globe and the flat Earth. That's not the soil or the water that gets between your toes when you go in reality, right?
Okay.
So when you ask about flat Earth has edges and this stuff, this comes from the idea that is that model that is being put in place for people to look at as an alternative. But when I speak from my immediate experience and from exploration records and people talking about the ice regions like the Antarctica, because I think you're thinking about Antarctica. So where I'm standing on my home, and this building that is built based on a horizontal level, everything is built on level. Even when you put the TV on the house, you use a level, a water level that is horizontal to make it horizontally level, based on the sea level, water level, everywhere around. So my neighbor, when he built his house, he did the same thing and put his TV on the wall horizontally level, and his neighbor did the same thing, and the neighbor after that, and then until you reach a shore, right? You reach the sea, and then on that level of the sea, you go across the sea level, and then you reach the other shore, another country, another continent, and the first building that was built was based on that level, and the house after that one, after that one, after that one, the TV in place after that one, all level horizontal. You get my point?
Mm-hmm.
So when you are on the ground, there's topography. A lot of people don't get the description flat Earth because there's hills and valleys. Yes, there is hills and valleys, or there is horizontal level. And then when you reach the shore, you get on a boat and you travel, you reach another landmass, and then when people say the edge in the records, they show an ice region, which is people call it Antarctica. It could be something else. It could be that Antarctica is part of other set of land masses that I haven't been there, so I can't verify any of this, right? So people do go to Antarctica, and I believe that, but it's everything based on a certain guided, not independent exploration of these regions of the world, because there is the longest standing treaty by the most of the nations of the world is the Antarctic Treaty, that includes a certain rules and laws based on on this treaty, abide by many nations and enforced by many nations, that you cannot do independent explorations of certain regions of the world, specifically the 60th parallel and another region around the north area. So you see, there is things in place that so when we reach the ice region, what they depict, and there's photography footage and even writings about it, and surveying, they describe as the ice wall. In the surveying, the surveyors and the explorers, they call it the ice wall, which is a 200 feet wall of ice that once you jump above that, which, with whatever means, you reach that's the Antarctic basin, and the Antarctic region is the highest elevation point on all of the Earth in average, right?
Okay.
So even high, this. So think about I could be wrong because I haven't verified this, but based on explorers and maps, old maps, they depict this ice region surrounding the continents that we live at. Get it? Like a circle around the continents, a circle of ice, and then Antarctica or other land masses beyond that point. But about the edge, a lot of people think about the edge like it's the end of the world, that you cannot. It's like a waterfall of water that is falling out of the earth, and the earth is flying in space or something suspended, right? But in my opinion, actually, we are in place, and there's waters above and waters below. Waters divide us from the waters. So the liquid water that we experience, it extends into frozen water, which is the waters that are beyond the ice regions, which is basically all frozen, most of it, a lot of all of it. And then below, have you ever heard there's waters below the waters? So below those waters, there's also frozen water, which is ice, and that might be part of why we're motionless, because it's frozen in place, right? And you see, even in the air, the medium that we're in, it's water in the air, humidity, right? And there's a lot more than that in the air, but it's essentially water. And above, the heavens above, there's waters above. I don't know if you ever heard of this term, but there is a container. What is it made of? There is containment, um, and there is the waters above, and that's why we can see people say, "Look at the stars." You kind of see the twinkling stars. It looks like there's some inside some type of liquid, but that's speculation because I haven't been up there. Right? We can verify what we have in our immediate experience, but when you think about the flat Earth that is being depicted on the Google search engine, it's a floating disk flying through space, and that is just not reality. That's another cartoon just giving you an option that can be debunked based on the globe cartoon, but those things are not reality. The reality is, like I said, this the soil and the water that gets between your toes. That's reality.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I spoke for a long time, but hopefully
it's
that
okay.
gave you a better idea.
That was a long hot mic, Jimsy.
Do you liked it or no? Is it a
No,
thumbs
I
down
thought
or
you did
thumbs up?
great. I thought you did great.
So what do you
You
think,
touched
Mike?
on a lot of topics.
I did. But Mike is asking. I'm trying to kind of make it more. How do you say? I'm sorry. Sometimes the words just miss my mind. Concentrated idea, because remember, the globe idea is some concentrated idea, right? It comes with a lot of package The globe comes with a bunch of language. It brings a package. The flat Earth that they depict in the Google searches is also comes with a package that a lot of people say, though that package doesn't make sense to me because the globe and blah blah blah. So you have to kind of bring your mind and your awareness back to reality and move away from the cartoons and the depictions that they've been giving you about what the globe is and what the flat Earth is, because those are just cartoons. Then you have to go. Then once you center yourself in reality around you, then you can start using your senses, experience it, and then you can look into what other people have experienced and can demonstrate, and things that you can verify, and things that follow a logical way of thinking and give you a logical conclusion instead of just looking at the cartoons and thinking, hey, that cartoon makes more sense than the other one. You get it?
I think one thing also that's important for you to understand is like people here aren't going to try and convince you any which way or like try and bring you over to this side. It's all about like you got to be willing to do the work yourself. You got to be willing to look into it and have an open mind about it. As Jimsy said, there's a lot of places that are subversions of the entire movement. That strawman the entire flat Earth. They say ridiculous things. They say that the Earth is moving up at 9.81 meters per second squared, whatever. So, but the whole point, I think, is for you to look into it yourself. Like, if you get pigeonholed down into like a model or linear way of thinking, you're always going to be in a cage in terms of thinking. And I think that's by design, I would argue. So I think one of the big points or messages that I'm trying to say is like open your mind to other possibilities, because man is fallible and corrupt, and I mean,
I kind of hear what you're saying. I just, if I'm being honest with you, man, it doesn't really change anything for me on the daily basis, whether I believe the Earth is a sphere, a flat, whatever. So I'm just kind of, that's mainly the reason why I came in. I wanted to see what the thoughts were, I guess, about the
I see
entire thing.
assertion that you have no idea how it would change your life. You've never even stepped on that side of the fence, so how could you make that statement?
That's a fair point.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, because that's kind of what this is, right? You're going to have to seriously grasp the concept of what it is that we're talking about. And it's not really a concept. We're talking about reality. The globe itself is the concept. It's all based on math. It's based on, coincidences, but there is no empirical evidence for the globe or the heliocentric model at all, period. Now, you would say, well, how is that possible? And if you, given an amount of time, and if you wanted to spend some time in here and just hear all of the debunkings and the arguments, we'd be happy to do that for you. But in the meantime, you need to kind of unlock yourself from the prison that is the way that you think, which is just believe people because they tell you. Just believe because your teacher told you so. Just believe it because it was on TV and because NASA said so, right? Now, NASA, being a government agency, I just got to ask, do you trust your local government or not your local government? The government in general, do you trust them? Do you think that they're always straight with you?
No.
Okay, and no one ever does, right? We all know that the government's corrupt to a certain degree, but sometimes you find out that it's even worse than you thought it was, right? So this is the one that kind of helps you understand how bad it really is, because every time you start poking around in the paradigm that you believe, which is the globe, you go, oh, shoot, well, they were lying to me about this, and I can prove it. oh, dang, they were lying to me about this, and I can also prove it. Oh, they were just kind of using this coincidence, and they sold me the globe when really it's an entirely other thing. So if you actually are interested and if you want to see how it could impact your life, then I would just hope that you would come in here with a, an open mind and just, ask good questions. And a good question was, well, you start
Is
somewhere.
he
So
cutting out?
that's
You're
the best
You're
roboting.
place
cutting
to
out.
start.
You're cutting out.
Otherwise,
You're roboting, Sesu. You're roboting, bro. I mean, you were clear, but now
all
you're
right.
kind of choppy.
Go back like 30
I'm
seconds.
sorry. Well, anyways, just keep asking good questions, and yeah. But thanks for coming by.
Hey, I appreciate
So
the input.
you say it wouldn't change your life, but I disagree simply on the fact that your mind was never allowed to wander freely on the mysteries of the world and around us because they've always had all the quote unquote answers to spoon feed you.
Okay.
And
And
the
in
fact of
your
the matter
immediate,
is we don't actually know.
yeah, in your immediate experience, nothing has to change. I would say in what you do in your day to days, because everything is fundamentally in place already for you to be able to experience and accomplish everything as it is. Like reality is not gonna change based on my opinions or my beliefs, right? You think the real world is gonna change because you discover something new today? It's not gonna change, right? So you're
Absolutely
gonna
not.
still gonna, yeah. So you're saying it doesn't make a difference of, let's say you work in a certain field, whatever you're doing, whatever your goals are, whatever you accomplish, has a fundamental that is based in reality, and the whatever you do is built on top of that. But then there is a lot of package that comes with that, which is the um, movement of resources, the people on high places controlling and providing certain information, certain facts, that it goes to school, to the children, right? They tell you you live in this globe, and then in the propaganda machine and all that kind of stuff. So it does have real life consequences, affects things in reality, because it's steering people's perceptions and perspectives, thinking that they live and getting the information that they live in a place that is not in reality. So in my opinion, it does affect even people's behavior based on that. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to affect you directly. I mean, me myself, I do whatever I have to do. I'm not think when I go to the store to buy stuff, I'm not thinking about the globe or flat Earth. I'm not thinking, oh, the Earth is not a globe, but therefore I'm gonna go to the store right now. No, I have my goals. I do my things. I take care of my family. I do whatever I have to do.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, I know when the liars at the corner telling lies, the Earth is a spinning globe, and there's gonna be a comet falling on top of your head. I know I can ignore that guy and not believe what he's saying. And when he comes with another lie, I'm gonna be skeptic again. It's a different lie this time, but I'm gonna be like, he lied last time. Let me check what he's saying this time. It's probably a new topic for me, but I'm probably not just gonna believe him because I know he was lying the first time I heard him. Do you get what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah, I do. And just kind of sitting here and having this conversation with you guys, I would probably be pretty upset if I found out that everything was a lie in regards to that, and probably start trying to figure out why they were lying. Right.
Billions of other worlds and possibly other civilizations. That makes most people think.
SD, get closer to your mic.
Yeah,
SD, are you trying to say something?
No, he cut out. He cut out right after he meant whatever he was saying. He cut out.
I just want to reply because he replied when after I said something, Mike. Not everything is a lie, bro. Your life is not a lie. Your parents, that's not a lie. Your life experience, things that you have accomplished, obviously that's not a lie. That's something that you experience in reality.
but there is this baggage of deceive. In reality, there's people that are deceivers, right? You probably met people like that want to deceive other people.
Yep.
So I'm here, or people are in here, in my opinion, trying to point out to some people that haven't realized it that there are deceivers out there, and you don't have to believe what they're saying. You have to kind of make your own mind about things and try to not let yourself be deceived. Even if that deceiver lied to you and you did something because that guy lied to you, you got scammed. I've been scammed before. I've lost money being scammed in the past. Sure, but that's not gonna change the way I operate, right? It's gonna change the way I make decisions in the future. It's not gonna change the fact that someone lied to me, right? And there's
Right.
liars out there. So yeah,
Right.
not everything is a lie. That's my point.
No,
Mike,
I agree.
Mike, I have a question. If you were walking down the street and you met a con man and he was talking to you and he swiped your wallet and walked away, would you? And then you found out later he swiped your wallet. Would you go hunt him down and ask him why he swiped your wallet?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. How busy am I that day? I don't
No,
know.
you would not go. You would not go hunt the
Great
guy
answer,
down and
man.
ask him why did you take my wallet?
Right. You wouldn't
Okay,
be
I see what
asking
you're
that bad.
Pardon me, young man, but why would you do such a thing?
There's a lot of great science and math that we do use. But when it comes to like astrophysics and stuff like that, there's no way we can verify or validate any of that information, right? There's no way you can validate that a star is 80 million light years away or whatever.
Yeah.
There's no way you can validate that.
Who's going out there? Who's measuring the distance between the Earth and the Sun?
Yeah.
No, but really, who did that?
Like there's good,
That's
like
a
I
good
said,
point.
there are good.
Yeah,
Go
that's a
ahead.
good point that you bring up because Mike, you have to see a difference between what people call science. These people that when science proved the Earth is a globe or whatever, that is actually what's called pseudoscience, and a lot of people don't know that there is pseudoscientists preach out there, talking and claiming they're doing sciencey things, but they're actually doing pseudoscience. So that's the scammers that are out there. Part of they're scammers in probably every way of life. But when you see these priests in TV talking about this fantastical idea, but they don't have any proof for it. All they got is stories about it. Those are
Right.
the pseudoscientists,
Right,
and
and
that's a big difference.
Hey, sorry.
Get that tea.
And I was gonna say, the easiest way to tell if something is truly science or not, one very simple way. It will either decide on this decision. Will decide is it science or is it not. This is the way. If it is anything that is unfalsifiable, that's the clincher. It cannot be science if it's unfalsifiable. Billions of light years, for instance, the distance 93 million miles to the sun. No one could ever verify this.
Right, it's impossible to prove wrong.
So that means it's not science.
Guys, let's allow Mike to say if he wants to say something.
No,
Go
you
ahead,
guys
Mike.
are good. I'm having a great time, just kind of listening and just kind of thinking. That's all. I appreciate all the insight.
Yeah, Mike. So these pseudoscientists that are out there telling you how things work, there's a possibility, and in my opinion, my conclusion, there's a bunch of liars calling themselves scientists and saying, this is how this stuff works because we say so, and you have to adjust your behavior and the way you do things because we are the scientists. But in reality, they're pseudoscientists. Have you seen what's been going on for the past 2 years? These people claiming science about things, and no, it's not a coincidence that we called them out from the beginning, and right now it's coming to light that there's a bunch of liars.
What
claiming
question?
themselves,
What are those specific things in the past 2 years that you want to point specific examples to?
Who asked that?
Big Crit Nasty here. What's up?
Solid name.
Hey.
Thanks, bro.
So
Appreciate
yeah,
it.
I'm just trying to point out there is we're not gonna based on the shape of the Earth, yeah. What what they claim, the pseudoscientists of astrophysicists, that's a pseudoscience. Will you agree?
Well, so you said the past 2 years, so I kind of want to keep it focused on my question before you can ask me questions. So you said the past 2 years, like what specifically has been called out?
The past 2 years, a lot of pseudoscientists have been in TV talking about, the outer space.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've been talking
things
about
that are in
that for
relation to
decades,
that.
right?
Yeah, and they're using pseudoscience to claim it. And there's many topics. There's other topics that we're not gonna touch in this VC. Maybe we'll go to a different room and talk about other topics.
Okay.
But on this
Do
one,
you want to do that? Because like, I would love to talk about other topics.
I'm confused. What's
we
going on?
can do that.
Yeah, pick a room and I'll come. I'll come talk to you. I got 45 minutes to kill.
Yeah, but right now we're speaking to.
That's true.
We're talking to you,
that's true.
but we're talking
I
to.
don't want to spill Mike's thunder here.
No, Mike. We're talking to Mike about the shape of the Earth and the globe and that stuff, and just throwing some correlations of pseudoscience. But the other topic that you probably want to touch, we'll do it in a different room after I listen to the conclusions about this conversation. Go ahead, guys.
I'm kind of curious. What are the other topics? Are they things that are not?
Like the
related to-
pandemic and the
Okay.
jibby jabbies and all kind of stuff. A bunch of pseudoscience
Jibby-jabbies?
related
What's a
to that.
jibby-jabby?
You
Oh,
know what it is.
vaccines.
This guy,
God, so stupid.
Big Crit Nasty, is hot to talk to anybody and get in an argument tonight.
Oh, fuck that.
I mean, I just got my last exam, so I'm like I'm playing Dragon Age too, so like, not on my best.
Oh, whatever that is.
It's a really great game. You guys haven't played Dragon Age Origin? It's usually on sale on Steam. Y'all should
play
get
your
it.
game and come back when you're ready.
No, I just want to. I like to learn, so just here.
But you, Mike, whatever. What's your name again? What is it?
Me?
No, Mike. I know Mike. You know the point about science and pseudoscience. You know, there's a difference between those two, right? The gamer guy that asked the question.
Oh, you talking to me?
Yeah, you know, there's a difference between
Yes, I
the
understand
science
there
of
is
things and the
contextually a
pseudoscience.
difference between. What do you guys think is a science? Like, what do you think is a verifiable, falsifiable, using your, Karl Popper-esque? What do you think is a falsifiable science?
Anybody?
Like chemistry, bro.
Okay.
Chemistry.
Have you ever measured the length of a bond? How do you know chemistry's right?
You can test, bro. And this isn't us. This isn't us making this up. This is the scientific community who draws these distinctions. They they say that there's such a thing as testable science and observable science. And when they say observable science, what they mean is not testable science. And that's just another way to say what Sonny was saying, by something that's not false. When it's unfalsifiable and it can't be tested, that doesn't qualify as science. And this isn't a distinction that flat earthers draw. This is a distinction that the scientific community has drawn. I dropped a link in the chat if you want to read about it.
Sure.
So anything that can't be tested, any claim that cannot be tested, and at least have the attempt to falsify it, it actually doesn't qualify as science. Does that make sense? So a lot of sciences like evolutionary biology and astronomy, those actually are pseudoscience by their definition, not by ours, but by their very definition.
Well, I mean, theoretically, somebody could point to an existence of a bunny in the Precambrian period, or the geological strata of fully extant species modern day. That would point to the question of gradual change over time. So, even if it is observable, you can. Well, I mean, yeah, you can test it. I mean, you can look at speciation over time. You can say whether or not.
No, you cannot.
Like, yeah, you can.
You can make a bunny produce a non-bunny.
Well, no, but
You
the
can make a
evolution
bunny
wouldn't.
produce a
but
non-bunny.
Evolution doesn't say non-bunnies produce bunnies, right? So I think that inherently is ignoring what it says.
Over time, Big Crit Nasty, over time. We can
Well,
watch
yeah, absolutely, they would agree with that.
We can watch it over what?
Well, I mean, but we can test like
couple
things
million
like
years?
genetic
Oh,
drift.
they've done
Those are things
They've
that
literally
are capable
done.
of being tested.
They have tested it with fruit flies and done millions upon millions of generations, and they keep getting fruit flies.
Okay. Well, I mean, there are observed instances of speciations where species do verge to a point where they're incapable of producing fertile offspring. You know that, right?
And what does that demonstrate? That you came from an
it
amoeba?
shows that no. It shows that phenotypes do change over time, right? And there's also things like endogenous retroviruses, inactive DNA areas in the same spot, and theoretically genetically linked species. I mean, those are testable hypotheses. I mean, you can't put it into a laboratory conditions, but you can test ideas against evidence that you find in nature.
You can't. It's not science.
You can't test it in a laboratory, but it's scientific. Do you see the problem?
It's not science.
No,
then.
not really. Not really.
Yeah.
No,
Really,
not really.
It's not science.
Well, because for instance, I can say I think my girlfriend's cheating on me, and then I go and I check her phone. I have an exact timeline where she is throughout the day.
That's not science.
In a laboratory condition, but you can still test it against variables.
Are you a private eye? Like, what are you talking about?
He's projecting.
This is ridiculous. This guy's a clown.
Oh yeah, for sure. You guys are wasting every second of your time right now.
This is so much more fun when I just have like the sound completely off, because I know they're just raging.
Who's raging? We're listening to you.
Yeah, I kind of waiting for what you were gonna say next, kiddo, and that did not disappoint.
Yeah, they're not a disappointment, that's for sure. Any other shit you love? He's mad now.
Did you hurt his feelings? Maybe we could test that in a laboratory.
It's all they have is feelings left.
Pretty much.
So, if anybody would like to take you.
Hey, Mike, are you there, Mike?
No, Mike deafened himself.
Yeah, he can't hear.
Okay. So you see, the other guy came in and kind of proving our point about the liars and the scammers, and that how will that have real life consequences, making these people like this guy kind of like question reality and claim fantasy.
Said it's science, but you can't test it. He said it himself.
Deny reality and claim fantasy as a fact. I mean, going from science and pseudoscience and not knowing the difference between those two and claiming pseudoscience is reality.
Well, that's a contradiction, because if you can't test something, then doesn't that make it not science?
I don't know who's talking, but they're super quiet.
Your mic's too low.
I don't know if I can make it any louder than this.
That's okay.
Yeah, you're good. I
don't know
turned
what's
you up.
going on with the microphone. Either someone probably lowered it or something, or it I don't know.
Is it possible that you receive a call or you were in a different app that uses your mic features from your device before you open your mic again?
I'm not sure. That could be the case. I'll have to
Yeah,
check it.
that happens. You probably can reset your app or hang up and come back, and that might fix the mic issues. Sometimes that works for me.
All right, is it
Way better, more clear. That
You're
fixed
good,
the
bro.
issue.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
All right. Oh, by the way, fucking a TikTok just banned me because I did the video on Joe Bartolozzi, and what I did was I paid $30 to promote the video in the algorithm.
Are they gonna refund you?
No, I don't think so, because they just deleted the account.
So you made a video about what was it again?
Listen, Twitter's
look-
banning journalists now, so just keep it up.
Scroll up
Twitter-
the live, scroll up to the live stream voice chat or whatnot, or I have to repost it again. Maybe I have to repost it again. But there's
Okay,
a video of there's a video of this TikToker or whatever that got like millions of views or whatever, and I did a debunk video on it, and it's a short debunk, and it was basically what I did was I bet $30 on the TikTok promotion algorithm to push it even more, and it got like thousands of likes, and
Wow.
TikTok just deleted my video.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. That's yeah.
Well, they didn't just delete my video; they deleted my whole channel.
Wow.
And
yeah, that's the video Timbo.
Just by
posted.
doing a commentary or maybe let's say
just
your
a
opinion
commentary.
on
Just look
some
at the
other
video in the live
Yeah.
stream. Yeah, just look at the video in the live stream. TikTok deleted it, so yeah.
They delete your whole account. Wow, that's great.
Yeah, they deleted my whole account just for that one video.
You were getting some track, thousands of likes. That means thousands of views.
Yeah. So TikTok didn't like that, and
Your mic went to shit again.
Yeah, your mind just took a dip into the
Nothing
ocean.
like if he gets a text.
Okay.
There we go.
Is it any better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
It's probably because I'm going off the app sometimes, and that's probably why.
Probably.
But yeah, rest in peace, my account. It had thousands of views, and just that one video alone set it off.
Do you wish you had those $30 back?
I mean, as long as people saw it, which a lot of people did, I'm happy. I'd probably do it again, just to fuck with the TikTok algorithm. You know.
At least you have the whole video. You didn't lose the content. It's just that the account is gone.
Yeah, and even if they took it down, I still have a backup because I uploaded it through a CapCut and saved the video there. So there's that.
So could we hop over to the other voice chat and talk about other stuff? Pretty please.
Damn.
guy
The
should be
other guy
banned.
that you guys
Do you have a
were
specific-
talking to or debating or whatnot,
Do you have a
is
specific
he
topic
gone
you
now?
want to talk about?
Nah, I just, I've heard the rigmarole about flat Earth. I kind of want to see where your guys' brains at in other spots.
He said rigmarole. Look at this guy.
If it's a flat Earth topic, you can bring it up here. Just say whatever you want to talk about flat Earth.
I'm good. I'm good, guys. I promise.
You're good.
No, you are not
You
good.
know, I've seen the video where the guy takes his plane and does 90 degrees, and like, I've seen the satellite photos. Like, I've talked to people who work for NASA. I've taken a space law class. Like, there's not a firmament. That whatever you guys say about the moon isn't a thing, right? Like, the world is a ball. Gravity's real. This bullshit you guys throw out about density is like, okay, so objects with more mass are pulled to the ground, but objects with less mass float up. Yep, that makes sense. So obviously something's pulling mass. Like, I get it, guys. Like, this is your identity. Like, Great.
Did you So you believe that
There's a reason why
gravity
nobody's
creates water
convinced. Your
pressure and
arguments
gas
aren't
pressure
convincing.
and
it's
somehow coalesce
trivial to
matter into
prove.
spherical
But like,
balls?
Let him get it
Yeah,
out. Let
that
him get it
somehow it
out.
can.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Let him get it out.
like I don't know.
Wow.
It's wild, and I think some of you guys would really benefit from going out, hitting the gym, interacting with the world, not spending $30 throwing your money down a useless well to piss off the TikTok algorithm or whatever you think's valuable, and do something with your lives. For
Wow,
the love
that
of
guy's mad at TikTok now.
Friday night, don't spend it up talking to flat earthers and hoping and praying a quote unquote glober can come so you can tell them their ideas aren't falsifiable, so you can sound smart to each other. Get your lives together, man. Clean your room.
Having a meltdown, guys.
Fam, you wanna leave. Get your lives
Project-
together, you fucking
You
pieces of
project
shit.
much? Do you project all the time like this? Do you act
The
like a
bounce
grown up?
projection is mad.
Do you ever act? Wait a minute. Do you ever act like a grown up besides just running away like a little?
left.
baby?
Projection.
No wonder he's pulled over, guys. No
It's
wonder.
like 7 people talking at the same time, guys.
Wow.
Hey,
he was
Flurfer.
he was so
Flurfer.
mad. He
Hey,
was
Flurfer.
so mad. Yeah,
It's
what's
because
up?
you said it's fake and gay at the very end.
That was
That's the big
not
thing.
last
Oh,
one.
that's funny as shit.
The big thing to
Fake
remember
end.
is
You got banned.
You
the
talk
big
to some NASA scientists, all right? Therefore, space is real.
Yeah, I
Hey,
just
he
saw it
took a
on TV, guys.
class. Hey guys, he took a class that therefore he's been successfully indoctrinated, and he
Yeah.
likes it that way.
Right? He's like trying to tell us, go back to watching TV, guys. Why are you thinking about things? Just go listen to what they tell you. Ha 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 ha.
He basically said, "Ball real, gravity real, NASA real. You guys fake. You guys silly. Bye." Good arguments.
He was very angry when he left.
Well, that's it. I'm convinced. See you guys later. I might come back. I don't know. I'm leaving the server. Bye.
Yo.
That guy's a troll, and nobody was letting him troll. So
I'm
Yeah.
gonna look up in the sky when it gets dark and see if I can see the Earth again, being a ball.
Hey, and he admitted at the same time he was saying that he was playing a video game at the same time, so he was multitasking. So he's gotta be a smart guy.
well, I believe it was Dr. Astro that called him out on it. Said that he was trolling right off the rip.
You could kind of hear the smile in people's faces when they're doing that, doing the thing.
You said he was, I think to quote you, he was looking for a fight tonight. That's what you said. Thinking back in the conversation.
You know the duper's delight type thing where they get like all like giddy because they're effing with people type shit. Like
You
that's all
dumb
trolls
people
start
in
feeling
this VC. You're just dumb. That's the best argument. You're dumb. Yeah.
Clean your rooms. That was a
Honestly,
good
he
quote.
sounded like he really would have been able to have a real debate though. If
My
he
room's
took it
clean.
seriously
Okay.
and actually
Now what?
discussed it.
Is
you
AI
can't
trying
have a
to
debate with a liar.
say
You cannot
something?
debate with a liar, bro.
Hey, if AI is
Gosh, but
trying to
if
say
that's
something,
what's
just fix
Disingenuous
your mic.
Oh my
guys.
God. Everybody
Guys.
stop for a second. AI is trying to say something. Go ahead.
But he's coming. I think his mic is not working correctly, because I was able to see him flashing and maybe some voice in the background, but not clear
Okay.
at all.
Okay, my bad. Go back to the cacophony.
You start talking at the same time.
No, we had a good conversation with Mike. Mike was definitely having a good exchange with everybody in the room until that guy kicked in and he was like, "You dummies."
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Mike defed himself when that guy came in. Mike will be back now.
Yeah. Why are you guys thinking for yourselves and trying to tell other people to think for themselves?
There's no way that
How
guy
dare
was
you?
in a paid shill.
What? Who's paid?
That guy that just got booted.
Why would he be paid? Who would hire that guy?
That's a fair point. But I mean, you really don't have to, do much to derail the conversation.
Wait, did he leave or
Dude, these guys
someone
aren't
banned
paid.
him?
Yeah, did he get bounced or did he leave?
Clear.
No, he just left on his own.
He left on his
Oh,
own.
that's
Yeah, fine.
that's
Hey
Let's
guys.
make a salient point, okay? They don't need to pay these people. These people are desperate to put in their 2 cents.
Yep.
They would
Yeah,
pay for the privilege
there's
of doing so.
absolutely. These people are not being paid. They don't want this to be true.
Hey Gemsy.
Yo. Hi, Mike.
Hey, I appreciate the time earlier. You and Jedi and Dr. Astro.
Oh yeah,
Scientist.
man, you were really easy to talk to. You seem very susceptible to. I mean, not susceptible. I think that's the wrong way. You were willing to listen to, what was being said and at least take it in consideration. Critical thinking is a huge part of this and thinking for yourself. So.
I agree. I'm all about thinking for yourself, for sure.
I was correct, by the way.
Go ahead, Mike. You want to say something else?
No, I
Have
was
any
just
more questions?
No, I was just appreciate the good conversation. I definitely like hearing the other viewpoints on things. So I'll be kind of in and out and listening and all that. So
No,
Good.
Mike, you
Thank
didn't
you for
even
that,
hear
Mike.
any. You didn't hear
Bro,
guy
let me just reply to him. Were you able to listen to the guy that jumped in the conversation between you and us? He came in and
the
demonstrated
gamer.
this. Yeah, the gamer. He said that we are wrong. Everything he believes is right. I mean, this is we're talking about science and pseudoscience and people promoting these ideas and they just believe in it. And that guy was the perfect example.
I heard a little bit at the beginning. I went to make coffee, so when I got back, he was
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah. He came into the room after and he said that we're stupid and he went to a class and they taught him about space and that kind of stuff and gravity is real and that's it. He was right and we're wrong
Told me to
because he said so. So my point is that we spoke to you for a little bit, and we were able to make some logical conclusions about certain things. And the guy that came in here to insult us about we being wrong because he said so and NASA said so that we're wrong, and they're right. Go ahead, AI.
I've been cleaning my room all day. What the hell would this guy know about it?
Astro Scientist, were you about to say something earlier?
There's one answer you could come up with, and you could just say he's a Fed.
A Fed? Like Federal
Yes.
Bureau of Investigation person?
Yes.
Why would
Fed.
you do that? Who cares if they are or not? You know what? I hope they're
No,
not.
no.
My
What I
tax
mean
dollars
is, like,
probably
I
waste
just
on
call
that.
him a Fed on the spot.
Nah,
Hey, check it out.
don't even give them the dignity, no matter what fucking loser ass voyeuristic fucking alphabet agency they got all over this place.
Yeah.
Earth
Yeah.
measures flat regardless of what they do.
Yeah, check this out. I want to give you guys an update. I haven't spoken to you in a little while. So a while back when I was on the beach doing my camping over the summer, I mentioned a drone that was like observing me. Well, guess what? I go out riding my bicycle at night sometimes. They have multiple drones. They look like they're following me from 2 sides. Now, they may just be looking at a certain area, right? But when I turned the street, they turned, moved around, and then I came all the way back home, and they were all the way back outside of my window, directly to the south, outside of my window.
You videotape it?
In my high rise. Videotape it with what?
You don't have a phone?
I'm on a bicycle.
Next time that happens to you, just pull your pants down and moon them.
No, I do. I will. Believe me. And I stand there. I'll tell them, fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to curse. I'll tell them, yeah, F you. If you're worried about me, you really are a bunch of losers. So guess what? Happy to tell you, either they're just like watching the whole area at night and they just know wherever anybody's going, because when I got under the cover of trees and then moved out, they look like they're trying to follow to try to figure out how to see me through the holes in the trees. These things are masquerading as planets. I swear to God, this thing looked just like a planet. It was sitting there forever, like the whole time.
Pictures of this or something, dude.
Dude, I don't
Earf,
carry a
Earf.
phone. I don't have a phone that works. Okay, you got that? I don't have a
That's
phone that's
good.
good enough to do anything, especially at night. It's a cheap ass phone, like
You
5
gotta
years
do
old.
like the
I'm surprised
buddy system. Get like a buddy with a phone.
Yeah, well, I'm a loner, so that's probably not going to work. No one can keep up with me
Hey,
anyway.
Sonny, is it possible that someone is making a documentary of how flat earthers behave in nature?
Yeah,
You know,
anyway,
like
so
those dogs.
whatever.
And here we have one of the world's most dangerous
I wanted to
creatures,
tell you.
a
Wait a
flat
minute, I
earther.
wasn't even done yet. Who's piping in? Wait a minute. So the point of the whole thing is, I've been updated to being either it's just in my mind, or it's just I'm making it up, or I'm being constantly observed as a flat earther. They know when I go outside. I'm out there. They're following me around with drones.
Yeah, losers. Like I said, hey Sonny,
They know
check.
exactly. Look, they're probably outside my window right now. In the daytime, I can't see them.
Hey Sonny.
So, like I said, if they're listening, come on down to the ground. I got both fingers up now. Come on down where I am, MFers. Come
Hey.
down where I am on the ground. I don't see you down here on with your street shoes, you losers. Okay, that's the end of my statement. Thanks for letting me share.
Sonny, check your phone. Love you, bud.
Hey, you're not live streaming, so nobody heard you.
We did.
Oh, we're not live streaming.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We are?
We are just on another channel. Flat Earth Dude has his channel running.
Okay.
So I guess we throw him a super chat. Try not to get him shut down.
Yeah, so what happened to the other live stream?
I guess Helio's ISPs just having some personal issues with that.
Yeah, I don't
Technical
know
issues,
about
sorry,
that.
not personal, technical.
Yeah, right.
What would it matter if you're streaming or not? You're using the internet, aren't you? Which goes through hubs, which is all recorded and sent to the primary data center, is it not?
Yeah.
Nice on the confirmation email.
Awaiting,
Wait a minute.
yes, awaiting the quantum AI to crunch this stuff.
Yeah,
if it hasn't already been completed.
That's interesting though. Like they're watching whole areas with drones. Either that or they're just taking the resources out to follow a freaking flat earther. better find out what he's up to. I mean, like either way,
they look like planets.
They look just like planets. I swear to God, they're sitting up there for like. Now I don't know what kind of drones these are. They're sitting up there for almost an hour in the same place.
You know, there's ancient texts, Sonny. There's ancient texts that insinuate that the planets are actually sentient entities, and the ones that are able to move around are actually demonic because they're disobeying God, and that the purpose that they have is to keep people away from the truth or the path of the truth. So perhaps there's something in your life that you're meant to be doing right now that you're avoiding, and they're making sure you avoid it.
Oh.
As long as you're behaving, nothing
I
will
wish
ever
they would have
happen.
got here earlier.
To a schizo.
Because I fucked up. So anyway, I'm too late. It's probably don't avoid going outside. That's probably.
It's probably just a
I'm just
nature
saying, curiously
documentary.
enough. Well, yeah, on their behalf, yes, it's a report to their superiors.
I bet you Big Crit Nasty knows what it is from his class and speaking to NASA
What, his
people.
space law?
Space law.
That's what he said. He said, I went to a class about space law.
Oh my God.
Space launch. I think he says space launch.
Space lunch. Space lunch.
I don't know what he
Does it matter? Does it really matter which?
Wait a second. Are we getting lunch
Doesn't
from
really
Spacey?
matter in reality.
Are we
Lunch
getting
at-
lunch from Spacey Boys?
Lunch at the launch. Lunch at a space launch.
Someone should call CB. I'm getting lunch from Spacey's Boys.
Good food in space.
In space for lunch.
Space law, space lunch, space lounge, space launch.
We're at the lounge.
Space law.
The space lounge. We got lunch during the launch.
He probably spaced out during taking the class. So
That's why he couldn't figure out he was being BS. He spaced out, you know, thinking he was actually going. Go ahead, AM. All right.
Yeah, and any of the things that he said, I know he said space loss, space lunch, whatever, and then he said high altitude pictures. What else did he say? Did he say anything that would conclusively prove the Earth is a globe?
Talked to NASA employees, bro.
I don't think so.
That's about as conclusive as it gets.
Fatty and
Oh, his answer in total was trust me, bro.
Yes.
Cool.
Or no, it was like, I am so entrenched in this, so yes, it is true. I am so entrenched in this lie that yes.
Doesn't it prove the point that Mike asks? You know, it doesn't affect. I mean, he kind of asked, why does it matter, right? And we went through many of the reasons, but that guy came in and proved that it actually matters to, you know, talk about reality and not believe in fantasies, lies, and scams.
Yeah. I think he basically demonstrated that right before he left.
There are reasons why it matters that are ingrained into the creation of the paradigm itself, where the people who created it and did the math and all the theories or whatever the heck they're called, right? They said why it matters, what the shape of the earth is and what the destiny of the cosmos is. And they're terrified of implications otherwise. So it matters so much that the people who created it are terrified of the counter theory being true, or anything to the opposite of what they say being true. So then the question would be, why are they so scared? Like, if it doesn't matter, why did the people that create it have it matter to them so much that they were terrified of the implications? Very interesting. I would submit that to any Glober who's curious that wonders why it matters. They should probably go research what I just said.
Yeah, I think that's a bigger, a deeper surface of what I brush when he asks a question. Like, if it doesn't matter because it doesn't affect you, like Mike said, why do they push it? Why do they push the globe and they indoctrinate people, the propaganda, the resources, and all the jobs they create surrounding this space travel idea? If it doesn't matter, why are they pushing it so much? But what you're saying is a deeper layer of that, I think.
Yep. Well, we do know, if history reckons true, that every time there was more territory that was available, right, to be moved into, kind of like gas when it has available territory, moves into it, right? The pressure expands to fill the available area. The same with humankind. Humankind, when it knows it has other areas to go to, it goes to them. Now, lo and behold, they've sold us a story that the areas to go to are not here, but out there, attainable at some point in the distant future when we have sufficient technology. But of course, it's never arrives in anybody's lifetime. The can is always kicked down the road. Meanwhile, here on Earth, we have vast amounts of territory that are claimed to even exist that we haven't yet discovered or fully tracked or mapped, whether it be the oceans or the rainforest, whatever. But if there was more territory via land, right, beyond the boundaries of which they've given us, if that were true, that would have major societal implications. For example, in the political climate that we have today, there are plenty of people who are basically had enough, right? But what can they do about it? Well, in the olden days, if you know, didn't like where you lived, you'd get up and move. So in the heliocentric worldview, where we have a globe of fixed proportions, there's nowhere to move to. Right? There's nowhere left to go to where you can create your own new nation with new rules and new laws and try a new experiment. So if it was the case that it was true that there was more land, people would leave, especially if they
That
knew it
is
was
well said.
accessible in their lifetime.
Yeah, I like that point actually. Just you said it very well said. Yeah.
Yep, and I think you're exactly right in how they just kick the can, as you mentioned, kick the can down the road. We had, quote unquote, had the technology in, the 70s, and all of a sudden we don't have it anymore, and we're working to get it back. And it's like, well, what about the billions of dollars that we put into this? Like, you guys just threw it all away. The biggest achievement of mankind, you just threw it all away. You don't even have the original tapes anymore. That's kind of
Oh well,
weird.
look, we got to be fair. They did something way more valuable with the footage tapes.
Oh
Okay,
yeah, they
they
like
they overrode them with episodes of Happy Days.
that. I hope it was a really good episode.
Well, because you have to set priorities on something that's so substantial.
You would think, yeah. You would
I mean,
think.
so Happy Days. What could you think of a better way to like show that how much you love America and all that it entails, all that Americana, right? AI. Your space program cares by losing all the moon landing tapes and recording over Happy Days for prosperity.
Yeah, it's
What's more
kind of
important than
ridiculous.
being happy? Truth. But we gave you happiness, happy days. But I don't forget about happiness. Give me truth.
So now gay people can rejoice all over that they're happy and they're being noticed for their happiness.
Yeah, because being gay means you're happy, right?
Yep, that's right. Once again, stop trying to take over my words. Not you, Gemsy.
I know you're a very gay person, Sonny.
I'm so gay and happy. Sure, you should have seen me a few days ago. He would have not have said that.
You guys have a good day. I appreciate the conversation.
No, Mike.
Hey, later, Mike.
Bye bye.
Hey,
Likewise.
thanks for showing up, Mike. And
yeah,
awesome speaking with you. You just have to do your own research. What I would say is go look for any direct measurement of Earth curvature, detection of axial rotation, or an example of gas pressure without a container. That'd be a good start. Just got to preface, those are all impossible tasks. So you might want to just go find any technology used on Earth where they use a globe Earth or where they use anything but a flat and stationary plane.
I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Thank you guys. Enjoy. Have a good weekend.
You as well, Mike. Damn, I thought Mike was deafened. He deafened himself a few times.
He was actually a good person to talk to. I enjoyed you kind of listening in.
You know, if the people that come in here and ask the right questions have the ability to realize, wow, maybe I was wrong about this, you know, or this or that or the other. It really doesn't matter. Maybe I was wrong about something that I was told, you know, and
One of the last things Mike said, he after we spoke to him and said a bunch of some topics, he said, you know what? It will be very upsetting if I found out that they've been lying to me about this stuff.
he did say that. So there's an issue because is it upsetting? Hell to the yes. Of course it's upsetting. But what would you choose? Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and believe the lie because it's too upsetting, or I'm just going to go full on and go, okay, well, if this is the case, let's find out where else I've been lied to. Now that I've opened up that little Pandora's box.
I mean, I think it's kind of the other way around, right? I don't think flat Earth is like the first red pill you take, right?
Yeah, exactly. And if it is, you've been asleep for maybe too long. Maybe there's no waking up from that. If this is the first thing you ever saw that you thought there's a conspiracy about, come on. I can think of a few even before you got into first grade or second grade. The Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, and whatever else. What I know there's a third one.
The bunny, the Easter bunny.
The Easter Bunny. There's one.
Oh man, what's up?
Not much AI. How you doing?
Stewing and brewing.
Sounds good to me.
Question: if the Earth isn't an external object that exists in a physical sense, then what does it matter if it's flat or round? Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think the major point here is it's just not what they're saying it is, right?
But what are they saying that it is?
An external object in another place, like a place existing in another place.
Yeah, in a place other than where you actually are, like you're only seeing it on TV screen.
Okay,
Right.
but do you not see the Earth through a TV screen? That is your perception.
In your mind, yeah, that's true. So a place that's not two places that are not a place in our minds, yeah, that's what they've inserted, right?
Mm.
Into us. Like they inserted that into our mind, into our mind's eye,
Right.
into our perception.
Exactly. So why does this matter? Well, think about it. Supposedly, the globe Earth is one big lie, right? And the truth is something else. And so people, put on themselves, okay, I've been lied to. I've been deceived. These people are deceivers, liars, either intentionally or unbeknownst to them, just feeding errors and perpetuating errors. And so now I have the truth. However, there's multitude of deceptions, multitude of angles. Like you say, well, the Earth isn't a floating object in 3D space, right? That exists in the quote unquote vacuum of space, hurtling through the galaxy, shot out from a Big Bang, right? All of these things, which are causal relationships and objects existing in free space, right? Those are all claims about that type of nature. If you remove the necessity for any of those claims, then it doesn't matter anymore. It's like it just becomes a perceptive tool or an interpretation of reality, because there would be no objects of a necessity that exist in outer space. Now, lo and behold, this is the conclusion. This is the conclusion that heliocentrism that leads to space-time and all of this, that leads to the search for the ever smaller particles, right, that exist within space-time, ultimately leads to, and that is the failure of all of these things to answer what is the fundamental building block of reality itself. Why are there perception of objects? Are these objects actually existing, or are they mere, for lack of a better term, renderings within a matrix of interpretation? Now, that's the way that mainstream physicists are starting to realize that they have to do. If they believe in evolution, if they believe in space-time, if they believe in the whole heliocentric paradigm, the ultimate conclusion leads them to down this track where they then must question the very nature of reality itself, whether it's objective or subjective, or materialistic or idealistic. Now, in that interpretive sense, there's much more room for deception than there ever was in the realm of three-dimensional objects. Because when it comes to a three-dimensional object, you could just directly measure it and find the truth about it. But when it comes to renderings, right, within an overlaid matrix of interpretive subjective experience that is a filter for the underlying reality, right? There's a conduit and a transfer that's not directly accessible, that can then be explained away ad infinitum. As long as the explanation is palatable to the individual hearing it, they'll believe it. Hence, we have the opportunity for the new synthesis, which is people lose their truth paradigm. They need a new truth paradigm. They find out that the new truth paradigm doesn't have all the answers either. Now they need a subtext, right, below the truth paradigm upon which the real truth is built. So they need the fundamental truths, right? And this is where the new deception will come. And many, many people who fancy themselves to be truthers, right, who think they've come to the flat earth idea or whatever other conspiracy truth on their own, will fall victim to, because they're not equipped for the metaphysical arguments, because the majority of their arguments have been based in physical reality, objects, three-dimensional space. So, in other words, when you have your truth paradigm taken from you, you're now vulnerable because you need a new one. And you're now susceptible to suggestion, because the framework upon which you built truth before has been challenged. And you'll hear that a lot in this avenue and in quote unquote advanced sciences right now. You hear a lot of this word, framework of interpretation, framework of how we deal with things. We've seen this happen, have we not? Even among our own community members that we have access to, and of course people who we don't have direct access to, but by proxy are attached to this argument one way or the other. For example, one of late is the ether framework, right? There's all these things where people are now finding the real truth, the real underlying truth of the truth that's below the truth you thought you had. And they're going to peddle that truth as if it's true and gain many acolytes to their position. while simultaneously having multitude of these claims being made. So this group over here says this is true, this group over here says no, this is true. So who's really true? If you have all these people saying nobody's true, I'm true, then doesn't that mean that it's possible they're all wrong? And how are you going to decide who's right and who's wrong at the end if everybody's disagreeing with each other? So that being the case, where are the mainstream physicists, scientists, biologists, etc., that have come to their conclusions through a journey from materialistic sciences to the new epiphany that it's not true that materialistic causation is the fundamental building block of the universe, or materialistic particles are the fundamental building block of the universe. And now they have to delve into the truth, so to speak, that conscious agency is the fundamental building block of the universe. It's the end result of all of their pathways. All roads lead to Rome. In this case, Rome being the inevitable conclusion that sentient agency is the cause of all things, and it can be the only uncaused cause. Now, lo and behold, I posted a video a couple of times that came from an excerpt from a bigger video, which is an interview with one such man who's a biologist, evolutionary biologist, who deals with physicists, and their theories are coinciding to this end. That the universe that we perceive is indeed just an interpretive matrix for the fundamental reality of the universe. The idea that an object exists in your hand isn't as fundamental as the idea that the perception of an experience to the agent, the sentient entity being yourself, right? This is true. We all know this to be true. Cannot be otherwise. Cannot even be demonstrated in any sense to be otherwise, because it always requires the presence of the sentient agent first before anything can be accomplished or done. So of course it was always going to be the inevitable conclusion. So then you have these physicists saying things like, well, if we understand ourselves to be conscious sentient agents, and that reality is rendered by sentient agency, and according to like the math that we apply to this, there's no reason that there's not other sentient agents who exist as pure consciousness, right? Who could be more powerful than us in that sense, right? You quickly notice that you're starting to sound like some sort of pantheistic religion, or at least the idea that there's multiple gods, essentially. Gods in this sense just being singular sentient agents which require no material to exist. So they just are. And whenever you appeal to these entities, right, which can't be substantiated in the physical world, yet are surmised or arrived at by logical necessity or deduction, you then have to ask yourself, where am I on the pecking order of these agents? Well, I seem very weak and powerless. I can't control anything. I never get my way. Things always go bad for me, even though I plan. So there must be some agent stronger than me that's doing what they want to do, who's more advanced, right? And then you start to have, well, what if these agents can speak to us, et cetera, ad infinitum. And then you end up with this whole new, essentially religious paradigm that comes out of the previous heliocentric religious paradigm, right? But is even more true than the previous one, because now it's the underlying truth. And so you pass on from the idea that the earth is a globe or flat, it becomes irrelevant, doesn't matter anymore. And don't we all agree with this already? That what really matters is the internal world, not the external world. What really matters is things like moral decisions, valor, right? Honesty, integrity, love. Those are the things that we all understand that really truly matter. Everything else is nonsensical in comparison. So, after they strip all of this away and they restart with the new synthetic religion out of the advent of a challenge to heliocentrism in the form of that's a lie because that's not true objective reality. Bob's your uncle. What's the answer? Okay, reality is no longer objective, it's now subjective. Now, open your brain, insert new truth. So, people by the masses, both globe earthers and flat earthers, both sheep and truthers alike, will go down this road, played by the Pied Piper, doing his little dance, blowing his little whistle, and they'll all follow him like blind mice to the new era of quote unquote truth. What say you?
Yea, verily, I say to you, verily, verily, indeed. Now the question would be, which ones would be the Pied Piper this time?
Literally speaking, I guess it would be something like Hollywood or any of their equals overseas. The media, the enchantments. They lead praise and worship. And they lead mantras.
Here's a thought. I think Hollywood's closed up. It's all boarded up. Anyway, that's just my opinion as a Californian. Well, a transplanted
I hope
Californian.
so.
But so what I think is happening is going to be a mixture between what we see in Hollywood and we already know connected at the waist, Washington, D.C., the government political, whatever you want to call them, the combining of them. The complete emergence of those technologies of entertainment and the rest of the mind control
Like
media.
building up for the NWO. Like you're saying, like build, like basically preparing for the New World Order type thing.
I don't know. It's just something that just came up during that the last couple of minutes of conversation. That they'll just merge all of it: education, sci-fi, government, anything having to do with interaction is going to have this false background, like this CGI reality that's going to be purported as being real, just like they always have. But it'll be more integral. Perhaps it'll be outside too on the big TV screen.
Listen, friends, did they not have this in the ancient times? Did they not have audio visual experience
I think so.
translated for reality in ancient times? Yeah, think about it. They had stories, right? And they had pictures, which gave you mental imagery that you reified into reality if you were a member of that religion. For example, you believed that there was a dog god that would, go up and down between Hades and the world, dragging souls up and down. You never saw that happen. You only saw it in your mind. But you acted out as if it was true. So is it any wonder why, right? We just have more advanced mental imagery. Now it's just more direct. Rather than relying on imagination as much, they just give you the exact images they want you to focus on. Speaking of that, in light of what we were speaking about earlier, the idea of external sentient agents, right, that have something to tell us, right, that's been around for a long time. Some people, dream of it being aliens, right, from another world. And they're going to come to our Earth, from a distant star and tell us the secrets to life, right?
Oh, creation bear.
The
Yeah.
Earth is not
Transversely,
a globe.
yeah, transversely, if you don't have a heliocentric universe from which these aliens to come, well, that's okay. You just need an interdimensional sentient agent, right? That comes from another realm. Problem solved.
Here's the thing though is with the whole alien invasion thing, it's pretty clear that the reason why there's all these fake alien conspiracies is so that the government can be like, "Oh my god, aliens, quick, we need to form a one world government as humanity to fight against these aliens."
Yep.
And all that kind of shit.
Ronald Reagan said
It,
this shit.
it's a new world order. It's like we need an alien invasion to do a one world government.
He said,
Uniting behind a common enemy, right?
Yeah, quote unquote. And
Look, guys, forget
they're gonna
everything you
use
did in the
this
past. Trust
opportunity
us.
to take
and are we not
advantage of the
facing a
global
common
masses.
enemy right now?
Yeah, and they're gonna. It's kind of like another pandemic, except instead of imaginary particles making everyone drop dead, quote unquote, supposedly. It's now going to be this foreign entity from a space vacuum coming down and trying to take over our planet, supposedly.
It's interesting that you mentioned the pandemic because it's like I don't know if you guys remember, but like they'd always be like, for the longest time they would use the phrase "we're in this together," like this whole like common cause, like
We're in this together.
More like you can't fucking escape. Not we're in this together. It's you can't escape.
Yeah, it's the they. It's kind of like a "They Live" reference.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Which is not far off, because if you went to a couple of grocery stores or whatever in the really weird spots, they had all this almost surreal propaganda plastered everywhere, like walk this way, one direction, the new way is one way. Thank you, citizen. Good job, citizen. Man, it was dystopian.
It's
It was a
almost
dystopian future.
mechanical. It's so
Exactly.
It's gonna be void of anything human, and it's just gonna be this mechanical, do this, do that, kind of thing.
Right.
It's so robotic.
Right. So we've all watched History Channel,
Cooperation.
right? Yeah, we've all watched History Channel and seen societies that did this in the past, like, Stalinist Russia, etc. And we've all played, movies that we've watched which had these extreme societies, dystopian futures. And we've, many of us have played video games where that's the setting, right? And they have all this propaganda and this fear and these agents always on your case, right? And the closest I've ever felt that in real life is walking through a grocery store in my hometown, right? Where the PA system is coming over. Remember, citizen, walk straight on the right side. The aisles are one way now, citizen. If you veer off, you will be shot by a turret. Now, of course, they didn't say that, but that's the way it felt to me.
Yeah, I'm just walking the wrong way through the store.
Shut your fucking mouth!
Trinity, you having some background noise problems? Trinity?
I'll send them a message.
That was loud.
They just hit warp speed.
I think it was being taken away by a. I don't even know what to say. Being taken away by something, an imaginary ship.
The robot that patrols the aisles in the grocery store to make sure you're going the right way or not, and then it puts you in a wood chipper if you go the wrong way accidentally.
That was
Sonny, maybe it was a planet drone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It took them up there to the place where those sentient beings are up there, and they're watching to make sure you go the right direction in the grocery aisle. And when you don't, they grab your ass and drag you up there with them, and now you're held captive. Anyway, that was a little far-fetched. Nah, not really.
I think those drones above your head, they're trying to steal your jokes to sell them to the masses.
Dude, if you got kidnapped in theory, right, by being knocked out immediately, and then you were taken to this area where they basically created a structure which made it look like you were on an alien ship or in a secret Antarctica base, right? And then they all acted the part. You wouldn't know any different unless you actually had a grounding in truth and reality.
That's true. Do you think that maybe
kidnapped and probed by aliens? Prove me wrong.
almost every single one said they were probed?
Well, I mean, friends, we all know over the past 20 years, right, that the aliens have been slowly morphing into interdimensional spirit beings, essentially. So before they were just materialistic creatures that existed in a different evolutionary system on a distant world revolving around a different star, right? That was the old story. They're going to come from outer space. And then slowly but surely in the common zeitgeist, they released these things where all of these things which were normally filled by aliens from another world are now filled by aliens from interdimensional or spiritual locations. For example, the movie Signs. The movie Signs heavily insinuated that the aliens that were attacking the farm were demons. Obviously, the video game Doom was about a portal being opened because they were trying to do teleportation and they ended up bringing hell to Earth, right? And then you have Indiana Jones, right, where there's the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where they had to return this crystal skull to its source. And when they did, it was an alien ship. Then the alien ship powered up and disappeared. And then it was like, where'd they go? Back to their home planet? And it's like, no, they went to the space between space. They didn't come from another planet. That's retarded. Of course they came from another spiritual dimension or, another realm. Right. And lo and behold, fast forward to today, you have the advent of a new rise in flat Earth resurgence for the past decade. And then concurrently, you have physicists abandoning the Big Bang, abandoning space-time, conceding that consciousness is the core of reality, and that other worlds that exist far away are just expressions of a conscious sentient agent, which is tangibly accessible without traveling through space. So in other words, interdimensional travel, interdimensional agents that can affect you. It's like it's all coming together, seeding little seeds of knowledge and seeding little seeds of imagination to where everyone puts two and two together, that the idea of a materialistic expanding universe with other beings that are aliens in the sense of an evolutionary alien, a biological organism, is not the real truth. But the real truth is that it's all a spiritual world. It's like it's a one big circle, right? So they denied it, and then they're coming all the way back around to it.
Yeah. So you're kind of saying that since it's becoming that nothing they can say can be actually proven on the physical level, they'll just go, well, that's not physical. That's what you're getting at, right? I mean, that's what you're alluding to, right, AI?
Yeah, but not only that, but that was the plan all along.
Yeah.
The plan all along was to control the thesis and the antithesis for the purpose of the synthesis. And of course, the purpose for that is control of the majority of people. A lot of people think that they have vastly different ideas than other people and therefore they're unique. when really, if you put them together as a group, they're just a member of the herd group in mass. Most people are that way in their behaviors, the way they act out in the world, and their belief systems, whether it be political or spiritual. The very few people are actually niche and unique and stand out.
Well,
And of course, just like
I
the
don't have that
Matrix,
problem.
that's fine, because just like the Matrix movies, right, where they basically told you exactly how to run a Matrix, they said in order to effectively run a Matrix, it can't be perfect and it can't be absolutely horrible. There always has to be hope, and there always has to be disillusionment. Otherwise, people are saying, well, this is too perfect, can't be real. This is too bad, it can't be real. It has to be somewhere in the middle, and there always has to be dissidents who are allowed to flourish. A very small amount of group, maybe 1% to a maximum of 10%, who are allowed to be fringe for the benefit of the other 90% following the mainstream. It's all an exercise in probability. So a lot of flat earthers think they're going to change the world and everyone's going to become, all flat earth truthers, and then it's going to be kumbaya, peace on earth. It's like, no, not going to happen. They could call me a naysayer, right? This is the way things are. It's the way that makes sense for it to be. The only person who's fixing this problem, right? It's not us going to fix this problem. It's somebody higher than us, which is the danger, right? Because you have all these people pushing for the admission that there are beings higher than us. But it's not going to be the benevolent being that they give us access to. It's going to be their little version of a being that's in charge, which of course is going to look good, but in the background it's going to be evil. Whether it be a real sentient agent that exists externally, whether it be an artificially created agent like an AI that they just trick everyone into thinking is smart when really it's just a program spitting out a bunch of garbage, whatever it is. Or even a person, like they'll elevate a person and say, oh, this is the most evolved, advanced, smartest, kindest, wisest person. We should all bow to them and do what they say. And let's be clear, the majority of humanity will follow that. We all know this to be true. So that being said, what do you do about it? You steel yourself. You steel yourself for the battle incoming, so that you can be a stalwart bastion of hope in the truth for you and your loved ones and your friends and people that you have access to. That's your responsibility. Your responsibility isn't to change the whole world. Your responsibility is to change the world for the people who you have access to. That makes me think of Brian Mullen, right? You guys remember Brian Mullen? But what do you go by? What was his show called? Flat Out. Flat Out Engineering or something like that. Basically, he was an engineer that did a bunch of videos about engineering in regards to the flat Earth, questioning a lot of things.
Balls
Yeah, balls out physics. Yes, thank you. So he was pressed into a corner, right? Assaulted in a social sense. His job at risk. And he made a decision that my first priority is to my family, my wife and my kids, the ones who rely on me. So I'm going to maintain my career and my paycheck and provide for my family first, rather than be a pseudo celebrity in a small flat Earth community. Right? He had plenty of body of work, right? That already was good enough. He didn't need to do anymore. But there are people within the flat Earth paradigm who castigated him as a coward, as weak, as he should have sacrificed himself on the altar of the flat earth for their sakes and let his family, family be damned. It's like, dude, the guy made a decision to feed his kids and take care of his wife rather than lose his career. It's not like he said, oh, I'd rather be rich, right? Like some people might do. He just was like, okay, I have a first order responsibility to my local sphere of influence, my children, my family, my loved ones. Yeah, it sucks that some glober decided to get butthurt and try to attack me, but what am I supposed to do about it? I can't kill him. I really can't sue him. Plus, it's already out of the bag, so now professional organizations that do licensure are getting on my case. What am I going to do? I will submit to you that all the flat earthers who pressured him and who castigated him and who down talked him after the fact that he made this decision all need to rethink their sense of morality, because he did the right thing as a father and as a husband. We're not all crusaders like that. We have to die on a hill, right? And be broadcast live, us dying and our blood dripping everywhere so that we're a glorious martyr for the cause. We're only responsible to affect those we can affect when we can affect them, right? If we all do that and we take that seriously, like, I know 6 people, you know 5 people, other dude knows 10 people. Eventually, we know enough people to where the numbers just promulgate themselves. Which, by the way, is important, and it needs to happen. Many flat earthers, many truthers sit on the internet, sit on social media, right? And I'm not calling out anybody in particular. I'm just saying many of them do. That's their entire avenue of truth seeking, is in the social interconnected media system. They never take it to the streets or take it to their friends or take it to the people who they care about. And I will submit to you that the major transitions that people desire to occur will never happen until that is the primary vehicle of the spreading of the information or the truth or the concern or even the question. If it's primarily done through social media, yeah, it'll hit some people, but you got to hit people who, you have access to on a real level. Because rest assured, a lot of people are scared to talk about real things in real life. And once enough people around them talk about it, they become emboldened. We've seen that happen, like the past few years, right? Where people were being censored or they were being restricted, and they spoke out about it among each other, and as a group got effective change in their local areas. Because in the world stage, they are small and insignificant, but in their local areas, they're a dominant force. I'll submit to you how many people here present in earshot or listening on whatever broadcast we have actually know where the mainstream is headed with their rhetoric, to the point where they're able to offer a curated point of view on it.
If my mic's working, it was balls out physics. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Brian, his channel, balls out physics. Go ahead.
Yeah, which, by the way, for the listening audience, whether it be 7 or 17 or 3, flat earther who was basically presenting information that was essentially in a questioning manner was particularly targeted by somebody who had an alternative worldview to try to take their livelihood by getting them censured from their job to the point of losing their license, to where they'd be able to not employ their craft for the rest of their life. For some reason, the flat earth idea brings this out of people, where they have to destroy other people. It's more morally right in their view to ruin a man's career, ruin his ability to provide for his family, than to allow him to essentially, in their view, engage in heresy against the one world religion known as heliocentrism. It's very odd that they have such religious zeal to protect this system. Especially in America, where supposedly there's enshrined, freedom of speech and freedom of religion, right, in our culture and in law, that somebody would be so bold to say, I don't like your speech and I don't like your view of the world. Because of my religion, I'm going to ruin your life intentionally and on purpose, with the expressed intent of causing you harm in your life, to punish you for holding the views you hold. Now, let's be clear. Many of these people accuse flat earthers to the point of saying that flat earthers should be killed. Some of them do it tongue in cheek. It's like, oh, you're so stupid, you shouldn't breed, or you're so stupid, you should just be jettisoned into space, right? But I would submit to you that there are many of them who actually believe that the death penalty is warranted for people who believe an alternative worldview from themselves.
I've had somebody tell me that they hope that my children die because I don't believe in certain sorceries.
My own family told me that I should be arrested for child abuse.
Interesting.
These days, nothing would surprise me. There's so much wickedness, just venomous
I
words
was
coming out of
also
these people.
I was labeled a pedophile and had my server raided with gay porn.
For being a flat earther?
Yes. Non-joke.
Well, there
I'm
you
not
go.
joking, by the way.
Right. So it's not that they had a rational reason to connect the two. It's that they just picked a group of society which normally would create, hostility towards them, and just associate it with you. No different than saying, oh, well, you're a flat earther. Oh, I bet you're a racist too. Sure. Flat earthers, they hang black people from trees. They kick over little girl sandcastles, and they take off the tags on pillows before they're purchased.
The worst part? They're telling children the Earth's flat.
It's so weird too. Like in this age of acceptance and inclusivity and all this stuff, like we're including everything but this. You can be anything you want. You can be a butterfly, damn, you can be whatever you want, but you just can't be a flat earther. Huh. It's a bit odd, huh?
Dad, I want to identify as a can of steamed carrots. Oh, thank God, son. I thought you were going to say that you're a flat earther. Go right ahead.
So proud of you, son.
So proud of you.
Or I mean, can. I don't want to offend you there.
Dad, today I want to
man.
identify as a 1964 roll of quarters. Can I do that?
I just thought of something hilarious.
As long as you're not a
Because
flat earther, son, you can do whatever you want.
think about it though. We're a minority, and anybody who attacks us or assaults us is religious bigots, and they should be prosecuted for that.
I guess, yeah. I mean,
Well,
dude, listen.
Technically
interestingly,
true.
Go ahead.
interesting that you said that. There is a man who recognized this need was forthcoming and officially established a flat Earth church with all the legal protections of an actual religion that, if one so desired, they could use in a court case. So, if you don't want to associate yourself as flat Earth being religion, that's fine. But if you did need to use it as a legal protection, it is available to you.
That's cool. Look, like even if it's not for you though, they automatically assume it, and they're gonna assault you that way. So it's like, you know, kind of get lumped in either way.
Yeah, I know Richard Dawkins and a few of those other those big time evolutionists were spouting this, and I can't remember, it was a few years ago, but I'm pretty certain that a United States congressman was on board with the idea of making it like passing a law saying if you're teaching young Earth creation, that's actually a form of child abuse. So it's probably coming sooner than later.
I know, man. Don't want to think about it, but I know. Not trying to borrow that kind of trouble. But yep, it's coming for sure. Everything's eventual.
Yeah, so I'm not going to give anybody any conclusions, but there was a group, right, which tried to push a particular social agenda in a particular curriculum in a particular district, right, which happened to be a traditionalist religion district where the majority of the people were of that religious faith, which this agenda was contrary to. The members who represented the religious group in that area basically told the people, you ain't teaching our kids that, or else. Now, based on the track record of this particular group, the people took it as a credible threat and decided to negate that in the curriculum. Now, why was that the case? Well, the case was because the parents said no, and there will be consequences. Right? So look, there is the rule of law and all of these things, but eventually, even the United States Constitution itself gives provision for the people, right? When they cannot be satiated through the normal processes, right? To do something about it. Okay, listen, it's obvious that if through a democracy or whatever legalistic process they say, oh, it's okay for the king to bang your daughter before her wedding night, which used to be a practice that was done on the face of the earth, right? The king had the first cherry popping privilege, basically. No woman was allowed to be married as a virgin until the king popped her cherry, if he wanted to. Now, that was the law of the land. Is that a moral law? Well, of course not. But if it comes through a democratic process rather than a kingship, is it now more moral because 99 people agreed to it and the one person who's the victim didn't? Where's the redress for such a thing? That's why, man, no nations fear free men. They fear them for a reason. I would submit to you, what else is there to fear? In the world of agency, think about it. What else is there to fear? You're going to fear children? You're going to fear the women en masse who are essentially dependent upon the system? Or are you going to fear the men?
I'm going to
How
fear
far have we
bears and
fallen?
wolves. Sharks.
Yeah, fair, but bears and wolves usually don't have political agency. Like they don't decide, oh, I'm going to go to this town and do such and such agenda.
Oh,
They're just like, oh, I'm going to eat some food. I'm going
What
to
do
eat
you
some
mean?
food, and if you get in my way, I'll kill you.
But see that
Hey, boo boo.
there's some real world just justice that happens that nobody pays any mind to. Like I think a bear could run this place way better than any human. You feel me?
I am 100% sure that a bear could run this place better than most
Seriously.
of the people that have ever been voted into power.
Oh yeah. So like, if you want to change a law that's already been established and that's pretty fair, you have to fight the bear. And if you win, then you can change it.
There you go. Easy.
And you have to do it barehanded. I shouldn't have done that.
No, that's
I
okay.
just had to drop a dad joke pun, and it was now I'm cringing to
It was
myself.
right there. It was the last pin standing. You figured you'd give it a
I
Hail
know.
Mary. You know, it worked out.
It's not often that I'll facepalm myself after telling a joke and be like, ah.
You go to the mirror now, you put yourself on mute, you go and you don't even look at yourself in the mirror, you just stare at the sink with your head down and you go, "You should have just kept your mouth shut, dude.
Let's do the walk of shame away from Discord.
You should have just let it go, man."
I'm retarded?
Fucked up.
No, dude, you guys are describing this exact clip. No offense to our boy Ether.
Yeah, I got an extra clip for you that you can add if you want it. I'm gonna throw it in the live stream. I just made this using a AI that turns text into a song, and it was just released today. So I'm like, that's interesting. So I started making stuff with it.
I was gonna say AI that the king's cherry poppin' privilege had quite a ring to it.
Well, dude, sometimes you got to be vulgar and you got to do it in a illicit way so it's memorable.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's another
Yeah,
reason.
you remember Braveheart?
I'm bad with
Where
movies.
the king, well, the king basically banged his chick and I think she died. And then he was like, "You're all gonna freaking die, Holmes." He didn't say, "Oh well, we all voted that, and it's right, and I should just take it up the butt like a good citizen."
Yeah, you're right about sometimes having to put it in just a, not having to, but if you put it in a vulgar way, sometimes that, you know, it can catch people's ear. I thought about doing a Flat Earth After Dark channel where we can put stuff like that, where we wouldn't necessarily put in the live stream or the lobby, but another channel where we have only certain people that have access.
Yep.
Go in there and put some stuff in there because I've got some good ideas.
Well, think about it. That parallels the education system. They make sure that you know as a parent that it's not your prerogative or permission to teach your children your worldview, that that's immoral. What you should do is give them to the state so the state can teach them their worldview because that's more moral.
Yeah, I'd probably trust them with a flat earther over the state, even though these other people are like, oh well, if you're a flat earther, you belong in jail or whatever. Like, well, you'd be surprised. Probably the other way around. If y'all know what I mean.
All right, going into a bad signal. So rant over.
Well, it was appreciated. Always love the content.
If you click play at the right time, it kind of looks like they're actually singing it.
Man, Glad can play the drums too.
Is he fucking awesome?
Yeah, man, I'm getting back into it. KJ's been putting up with it. I don't know if she likes it or not, but she puts up with it.
Oh, I love it. It's great.
See, I can't tell, guys. I can't tell. But she's a sweetheart. She lets me
Okay,
do it.
okay, 2 drum beats. The one for the song Led Zeppelin "Kashmir," that drum beat on that one, and no, the when the levee breaks. That's not the one I was going to mention. But oh damn, what is that called? I have to look it up.
Yeah, Kashmir is amazing. It's a fun one to play too, for sure. It's just if someone's gonna learn how to play the drums by learning John Bonham, um, as one of their first, if not their first favorite drummer, they're gonna be a very loud drummer. So the bands that they play for are gonna be like, "Yeah, dude, you're good, but can you like not play so loud?"
Okay, it's the one right after. It's on Led Zeppelin 2, right after Ramble On and before Bring It On Home. Moby Dick. That one.
Oh yeah, dude, Moby Dick is classic. Totally like yeah, one of the best drum parts in all of rock and roll.
Okay, I digress.
No, you're right, man. I love playing it to Zeppelin. For sure, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I'm working on the whole entire catalog.
Nice.
I already got pretty much Zeppelin 1 and most of Physical Graffiti, but I want to get them exactly as they were on the recording, to play them like that, one after the other. Except some are kind of difficult because open tunings and so forth. You have acoustic songs and electric songs, but
Yeah. Yeah, man, that whole catalog. I mean, it's got to be a lot of fun though for the guitarists that know, especially one that like yourself knows what you're doing.
yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's amazing how much technique can be learned from just like one single artist like that.
Yeah. So no ladies' night tonight then.
Well, they're almost an hour late if they were.
Glatt drops the drums and picks up a tub of mayo.
Hell
I
yeah,
didn't
brother. I'm
hate
just taking
myself.
steps backwards. You feel me?
Toilet store and mayo on the way home. Let's go. Shit, boy. We're just gonna get you one big bass drum like a timpani at that point. Well, mallet. Bong.
Yeah. He can't play the drum set anymore, folks, but he can hit that timpani with one arm.
The other arm's for the spoon and the
It's for
tub
the
of mayo.
mayo, yeah.
I'm sorry for the noise. My God, I'm laughing so hard.
I'm at work right now. No one's having more fun at their job than me right now. That's probably not true at all. Actually.
That was a good laugh. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know, if nothing else, I can bring it. I can bring the laugh town to your city.
Says you.
Bruh. Didn't he just bring fun to your town?
No, I'm still trying to make her
No.
laugh. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how to do it, guys. Give me some tips. See, she's faking it. That's not real.
No.
No.
Don't y'all get it twisted. I love me some motherfucking mayonnaise, dog. Oof. Ooh-wee.
Kind though. We never clarified this.
Hellman's.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not responsible for the brand, but it is, yes, it is good. I think that you probably agree.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you guys have never crossed up some Miracle Whip sometimes?
Don't even talk about it. No. No, 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 no,
It
no, no, no.
happened. Come on. Miracle Whip will
Uh,
bring for a win sometimes.
no.
I
I'd rather starve. I'm not even kidding. It's the worst thing I've ever had in my life.
She's like real mayo or no lubricant at all. That's
Whoa. Well, she is a really, really good cook, so it makes sense she wants pure ingredients. Yeah, that's the one. That guitar riff is a journey.
all right. I'll take advantage of that empty space to ask a question of the panel. Does anybody here have an experience with something called a pen mouse?
I had
All right,
one a
sounds
while
good. Thanks.
ago.
Sorry, what?
It was like a Bluetooth type thing, and you could press down and draw, and it operated just like a laser mouse. You just draw on a mouse pad, and it would.
Well, see,
It was
in
kind of
my
cool.
the
And
issue
then
I'm
I
having right now with my medical condition, the multiple sclerosis in my hands and shit, is I'm not using a regular mouse well. I'm tending to like click the buttons inadvertently. So I'm wondering about the tactile functions of a pen mouse. If anybody has any experience with that. So, but sorry, I think I cut you off. I walked on you.
a good quality one should work for you. The one I had was just cheap, but there's better ones out there. That might
Cool.
help.
Thanks, bro. I was talking to my tech guy at work yesterday.
They're pretty cool. They're pretty decent. They're pretty cool.
I'm gonna check it out. But you know what they need to work on in order for them to work? A flat surface. You know what else needs a flat surface to work? A container. You know what else needs containment? Mediums. You know what mediums we interact with? Gas and water. Prove me wrong.
I was gonna say you could actually put a controller, like if you can handle a video game controller, like the joystick on it, you could use that to move the mouse around and be able to click and do things more casually without having to There's a
Yeah,
program called
my
Joy to Key,
my tech
and you
guy at
can
work was
sync
like,
the mouse stuff.
well, no, that's what he said. My tech guy's like, first suggestion was a joystick controller or a joystick mouse. And I literally said to him, so wait, you're suggesting that I sit at work using Bluebeam, the program that we mark up drawings with and stuff, using a joystick? This is just weird. So it was a good laugh. But yeah, no, a
Yeah,
joystick seems like, I don't know, man. It seems weird to be doing that at work while, I don't know. It's
yeah. No, I was thinking casually, like at home, chilling and being able to do stuff. But work's a different thing.
yeah, I'm like
The
sitting in
pen
an
thing would be better for that.
But yeah, the pen mouse I'm gonna give a whirl and see. The other one that I saw was it's like a roller track or something to that effect. It like goes at the bottom of the keyboard and it has this roller system that's based around like a taskbar almost or a long bar. Kind of cool, but it's like $600. I'm like, forget that. I'm gonna try this little $30 pen mouse and see what happens. Anyways. Flat surface. Haha, petri dish. Let's go. I love my petri dish. Never forget the first time I used the petri dish was grade 10 science. We were growing we grew a pea. So we sprouted the pea with a wet paper towel inside of the petri dish. So we added water and the pea or the bean, sorry, sprouted. So we got to orient the bean once we placed it in soil. So that it had its top oriented out to the up to the top soil, the surface. Um, yeah, and then we covered it up. I thought to myself, a petri dish, interesting. It's a closed system, cool. And then came back. Day later, it grew. Day later, it grew, and then we transported it into topsoil and watched the little plant grow. But petri dish, it's got a dome, guys.
God.
A little bit. I'm on lunch break for about 10 more minutes. So, did you hear, AI, that we're in the process of tearing apart my Dallas Black Swan?
Your phallus black swan?
My phallus Black Swan. My Dallas, Texas Black Swan.
Oh, okay. Why? What's wrong with it?
It's over land and over treetops, so it's a matter of elevation change since water is flat and land isn't. But it's 25 miles.
Well, I guess that depends on what you mean by black swan. Traditionally, the black swan criteria is that the horizon is beyond the limitation where it should be.
Oh, okay. Well, then, in that case, it's not a Dallas Black Swan then. But I'll post it in the live stream chat. Here you go.
Right. So, for a long time, the Glober argument was I can't see the bottom of something, therefore it's obstructed by the horizon. Right? Earth curve in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And as you go about your life, you see all these times, where you're looking out and you do see the bottoms of things missing, and you don't think too much of it unless you're specifically thinking about that argument. Then, lo and behold, you stumble upon something and you look at it and you go, oh, look, there's 2 oil rigs and the horizon's behind them. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Then you think about it for a second, you'd be like, wait a minute. If this guy, right, is at 1 foot observer height, then the horizon should only be less than 2 miles. But the oil rigs are 9 miles, the horizon's beyond them.
Right.
So the black swan in that sense isn't about, oh, I can see more of an object than I should, or I can see an object that I shouldn't. It's that the horizon is beyond the objects altogether and beyond where it should be.
Gotcha.
Look, it just proves conclusively, which was, an originative argument at the beginning, that the horizon is not a geometric thing.
Right.
Which, of course, as much as Globers want to deny it, a lot of the Globers that we engaged with when the flat Earth started taking off in the last decade was, the horizon is Earth curve. The horizon is the hump of water. The horizon is a location that's geometrically ascertained.
Right.
And at every turn, they constantly had to concede that it's just optical effects, no matter what. Like,
right.
It's what everybody always knew. You see, everything you see is an optical effect. Oh my goodness.
Right. Sounds like you're driving. I'll tag you with this video. You gotta start it at like 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm in the 6th floor of my work, and I take this video. And you can see Cowboy Stadium 25 miles away, over the treetops. And so I'm scrolling the horizon, and then this plane starts landing. Well, I do a little research and find out that that's DFW International Airport. And you literally get to watch the wheels land on the runway at 14 miles away.
Okay, so you're 6 stories high when you made the observation?
Uh-huh.
Right. So what, off the top of your head, what was the geometric considerations for Earth curve, if there was any?
9 miles.
Hmm. 9 miles means what? That's where the horizon should be?
9 miles to the geometric horizon at 65 feet
Okay.
observer height.
Sure. So then, if that's 14 miles away, that's 6 more
5 miles.
miles, right?
Yeah, 5 miles.
Oh, 5 more miles. There you go. All right. So 5
then
more miles where there'd be an
5
off angle from the drop, right? So there should be no way you could see the wheels hit the ground.
Right. You know, the only issue there is that they're going to scrutinize the shit out of it. It's like, what's the elevation of land, you know, at DFW International Airport,
Yeah,
and
that's fair.
what's the elevation of land that the foundation of the hospital is on. And, you know, like, I get that, that's fair and everything like that, but, like, as you're watching it land, like, you can see the trees behind the airport, you can see other things behind the airport. Like, it just keeps going on forever and ever and ever. To me, it's my first run at it, so I can definitely make another video. It was done during a sunset also, because that was when I got up there to make the video. So it's orangey, and but you know, eventually I'll get back up there one day with a little bit more. Now that I know what I'm looking for, and can actually like hone in on something that's going on.
So let's just say, for sake of argument, because it's highly irrelevant in your particular instance, because even if your instance was the case, if the elevations were such that you would see it based on the geometry of the Earth they allege exists, it's not like there's not 1,000 other observations to the contrary, right? Not to mention that if you go on small scale, if you go on a small scale, like a small lake, you can see things disappear when there's absolutely no Earth curve that would be present, right? And when you go on a large scale, you know, like in excess of 200 miles, you can see entire mountain ranges that should be buried below a mile of hidden height. So at the small scale, the medium scale, and the long scale is tons and tons and tons and tons of objects, right, that should be precluded by a big hump of Earth curve in the way that simply aren't.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Well, now that I know what I'm looking for, though, like I can even make other observations. You know, I can find out what's even further, because I know I can see further. Like I was looking out there today, and there's like 3 or 4 other airports lateral to our location, my location for DFW Airport. And so it's all flat land out there. You can't have like all these like big shrubs and everything. Like everything's got to be open for observation, right? The whole military aspect of it and everything. Like you have to have it open for observation. And you can see way further. I just need to know where the landmarks are, so I can say, oh yeah, that like at 65 feet observer height, that's 58 miles. You know what I mean? It is like now what? Now we're not 25 miles. Now we're at 58 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, some Glover gave me the idea. I was arguing with him. He's like, well, why can't I see Dallas Cowboy Stadium from my house? I'm like, because if you live in Dallas, you know that every tree has every neighborhood has trees in it. And I got to thinking, I'm
How
like,
far? Did he tell
I
you
bet
how far it was away?
25 miles from his house.
20. It's
Driving
25
distance,
miles.
though.
his house.
Driving distance is what he said. But the view that I gave in the live stream is 25 miles line of sight distance.
Right. Well, if anybody asks that question, why can't I?
Yeah.
Right. You know, you should ask them, well, I mean, do you want me to answer, or are you expecting an answer, or would you be willing to put in effort to figure that out for yourself?
Yeah.
But if they say, well, I just want your answer, that's fine. But if they say, you know, I'm willing to put in a little bit of effort, you'd be like, well, you basically have a carte blanche reason from the globe, which is you can't see something because Earth curves in the way, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's just kind of a catch-all. But if the Earth is a particular size and objects are a particular size and your relationship to them in space is a particular way, then you should be able to geometrically work out whether you should be able to see this thing at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I would submit to them that they do that work, at least go through the thoughts about it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times people say, why can't I see such? And many, many times what they say is actually impossible, sheerly based on the atmosphere, the resolution power of the optic they're using, whether it be their eye or a camera, or the fact that there's a 3-story building 100 yards down the road in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like my favorite was this one guy. He said you could see the Burj Khalifa, right, which is the tallest building. And he said if I was in this location, I could totally see the Burj Khalifa from from here because it's this big. And then he did the math for the angular resolution,
Mm-hmm.
and it basically came out to like one value. Like it basically came out to it would be rendered in your field of view as if it was 1 pixel.
Right.
And close to the ground, no less, at that range. And so
Right.
the rest of the horizon is going to look like a grayish, bluish, green or brownish tinge.
Right.
And you're going to pick out 1 pixel value,
Yep.
right? Out
You roboted out. Hello, hello. I lost you, but I know what you were saying about the pixel because, like, I've had pictures before where I zoomed in down to the pixel level and tried to smooth out the lines by, editing the pixel, each pixel. and it's a pain in the ass process. But it does sharpen things up. But that goes to show that like there is a blending of pixels um, when it comes to looking at an image and things like that. So when somebody says like you're supposed to see it at this distance, and then you do the math, you find out that it's only the size of 1 pixel. It's pretty fucking small.
Yep.
I I flat smacked a couple of coworkers yesterday with that image, and they're like, with the Cowboy Stadium, and they're like, that's kind of far, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, like the horizon's supposed to be at 11 miles or 9 miles, and they're like, really? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, let me ask you a question. If you have a line and it's not curved, what is it? It's straight. It's flat. All right. So if the Earth is not curved, if you can't find any curvature, what is it? She goes, it's flat. I'm like, so if you don't have Earth curvature, or if the Earth isn't curving, it's what? And she goes, it's a flat Earth. I don't get it. What are you trying to say? You said it, not me. And she starts thinking about it, and she's like, wait, are you saying that the Earth is flat? And I'm like, you said it, not me.
Right.
And then today, she come up and asked me to do something for her at work, and I was like, well, how much do you love him? She's like, I love you a whole lot, but I don't love you that much because you showed me the Earth was flat. Like paradigm shift. Sometimes that's all people need is just that little paradigm shift. That's the hardest thing to do, though, is to break it to somebody like that, to where they didn't get smacked in their face, that it just kind of like brushes up against them and falls apart like a sweater. But I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna see if I can't do it at the 5th story, the 4th story. I can't do it on the 3rd story because that's all like baby stuff at my work. But I don't know. Maybe I can get permission for that floor. Yeah.
Make sure you tell them exactly what you're going to use it for.
Oh, I have absolute zero reason not to. I want them to know what I'm doing. I'm making a visual observation to see how far I can see into the distance.
Now remember, if you ever need a plausible excuse, you could always say, I'm trying to debunk flat Earth.
That too.
Right?
That
Then they'll be like, oh, yeah, of course we want you to do that, so of course you could do it.
Right.
And in a way, that's kind of honest. Like, if you're going out there to say, okay, I want to do these things to prove it to myself, in a way, you are trying to debunk it to yourself.
Right. I mean, like we all say, we all want to go back to believing it's a globe, but when you've been shown like actual evidence that you cannot dismiss, I mean, it's a smoking barrel, gun in hand.
Well, if it makes people feel any better, they could still have a giant ass spheroidal globule of matter, junk, dirt, whatever you want to call it, upon which is carved a flat surface upon which you live. You could still live in that type of thing. Not that it exists floating in space in that sense, but
right.
Like the overall structure of the Earth is unknown, and right as long as it satisfies the main criteria, you could have all kinds of permutations, whatever tickles your fancy.
But then it makes you wonder, like, how do they know where the center?
They're like, you know how they say the Earth can't be flat because of gravity?
That's one of them.
Because if the Earth was flat, but that's not what they mean. What they really mean is if the Earth was a flat disk with almost no depth to it whatsoever,
Right.
then
Yeah,
the
floating through
vectors of gravity would pull you diagonally. I'm like, okay, chump, what if you just were a flat surface on a massive rock to where the vector lines of gravity were essentially parallel, which is pretty much what you experience everywhere you go, where down is always down and level's always level.
Yeah.
And then they'd scratch their head and they'd be like, merp. Look, most of their objections against flat Earth in regards to those types of things have to do with a creation story, not with the Earth as it is, but how the Earth got
Right.
here. You'll notice that.
Right. Right. Well, then who created it?
Like they need
What have you
gravity
been
to
told your
coalesce.
whole life?
Yeah, they need big floating clouds of gunk that got pooped out of the Big Bang that slowly formed to each other with this accretion process because of the gravitational attraction. They need that to exist out there in free space for the Earth to get here. So their claims about you need gravity to have the Earth are a creation story myth.
Yeah.
Notice how I use that phraseology. It's a creation story myth, no different than any other religious myth.
Mm-hmm. It's true. You can believe whatever you want to about how it was created, but like,
Yeah.
it's not. No one can prove it. We just know it was created. We just know it didn't explode out of nothing.
Yeah, but notice how my explanation solved the problem of the gravity issue, but it didn't solve the problem of their creation story. And that's why they dismiss it. I mean, I think I've got, at least 3 I know of off the top of my head, and probably 5 or 6 in total that I've done throughout the years that completely answer the problem of gravity using their interpretation of what gravity is. The only thing it doesn't satisfy is their creation story side of things, and that's why they dismiss it. It's the only reason they dismiss it. So many of the problems are solved if the Earth is just created in place with at equilibrium, rather than having these forces be the necessary process of the creation of the Earth. If you separate those two things, a lot of explanations are no longer needed.
So, sorry, I gotta head back to work. Sorry to cut you short, but drove home safe.
Who else is bored? Oh man,
So, what happened to AI Ardent 1.0?
well, you're gonna have to listen to my cookie crumb. All right, who can down 2 full boxes of Samoas in one sitting? I've definitely done at least one. Don't think I've ever made it to 2. Probably because I didn't have 2 available to even try. But I got to say, after eating one, it's pretty dramatic changes in your mood and your will to live. Kiwi, why you got such a attraction to Danny? I have to cure you.
Dude, you know how I feel about scripture, man. You know how I feel about that stuff. So when I have it's like you're hanging the carrot right in front of the donkey. Of course, on the donkey, and I'm like, ee-yaw, ee-yaw, trying to chew at the carrot. But yeah, no, it is what it is. I think it's unfortunate to hear somebody talk about the Lord's creation and it being subjective. It's like, bruh, how you gonna do that? That's not okay. He's very objective and very damn well literal. You just are too not smart to see with it. But yeah, that's my thought on that. Thanks for asking, man. But this morning I was I did not was not looking for too much. I realized that he will not engage if Miggy's not around. It seems as though there's some protection that's there that's necessary. He'll feel attacked otherwise. That's what he rendered anyways yesterday morning. He stated when he was on the microphone, it was a pleasurable exchange, and it was not the usual for the other times he's been on feeling attacked. And leave it on a respectful tone, but I wanted to chime in and say, if you've been researching this for years, how can you not know about the Falcon 9 rocket launch? Because it's important. You need to know about that. Anyways. I'll leave him alone.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I gave him an open invitation to join and have me mute everyone that's not the people he's talking to. I don't know. Maybe he didn't hear it. Maybe that is too far gone of an offer, but
I offered today. I actually posted up the apologetic that we hosted on, or I did over on the Tartaria server, and I posted that up, and I challenged him this morning when he was on, and I said, I'd love to debate with you about heliocentric versus geo, and yeah, no response. So it is what it is. It's unfortunate to read a title that states answers in Genesis when from right off the rip, day one, you're going to say that the creation was subjective. Lord, we have a problem.
interesting. The way you phrase it makes it sound like it's not answers coming from Genesis, but it's rather answers that they're putting in Genesis.
The answers are very much in Genesis. It's very
Yes.
objective and very literal if
Yeah.
we choose to observe it that way. And again, I say to him that was my first step of engagement was, what do you say on the day to creation? What do you say of the firmament? And he instantly appealed to the Hebrewic perversion of Rakia. And I said, no, 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 you can't do that because it states it in black and white. The Hebrews weren't even around when Moses received the Ten Commandments when he was on the mountain, Mount Sinai. So don't come in here talking about Hebrewic blah, blah, blah. No, no, no. So again, as soon as you tip your hat to the day 2 creation, you understand entropy.
Oh, so are you accusing Danny of committing a lexical fallacy?
Yes. That's why I challenged him to a debate.
All right. You sure you got your tax in order?
Oh, dude, I'm like ready. Dude, if you look at the apologetic that I did, like the 7 days of creation it's so simple to see. The original light is there, it's understood. To look at the second day's creation is just to understand the heaviest water and what the heaviest water actually is, because it does exist, and understand how you can have an enclosure within waters and understand that that's where we exist in that little pocket that was designed for us to be, with a little plateau of earth that was created on the third day.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't heavy water just water that has extra ions or whatever?
Well, commercially, they say you can have a lake full of it and it would look like a valley. Commercially, they say that it's H3. It's a derivative of hydrogen.
And if you supercool it, it becomes a superfluid?
I don't know. That's the thing. I haven't studied it enough to understand how it interacts in different states. What I do know, and I'm proud enough to hang my hat on the idea, and here's where I will appeal to an authority, being long in the tooth, where Whitsitt is claimed. Again, we have an electromagnetic closed system. So I will state that it's a gas and it's being charged in a certain way. It has a certain form and it's able to maintain some form of a structure. That's what I know because, again, when that rocket was launched into the sky and it made that ripping visual thing that we saw, which looked like the wake in the sky, and then it started to slow down and a piece broke off and we had ripples in the sky. I don't know of anything that can make a visual representation of ripples other than an object interacting with water. And again, I can appeal to scripture stating
Liquid.
he inserted, or the heaviest waters were split. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
what you meant to say was liquid or a semi-solid, not just water, because there's many things that have the same effect.
What happens if you hit liquid at, let's say, 1,300 miles per hour?
Ooh, naughty things.
Sorry, when you hit liquid at that rate?
If you hit liquid
Yeah.
if you drop the car and it reached terminal velocity and smashed, it would look like it got crushed by an elephant.
Fully agree
Right?
with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
imagine a car hitting the water at, not at, what would it be falling at? 82 miles an hour? That's what it would be falling at terminal velocity, right? Am I right?
Maybe.
Okay, so let's say 80 miles an hour. Imagine the car hitting the water at 1,300 miles per hour.
Yep. Be obliterated.
I would say it would be almost broken down into its constituent parts. So this is the defense I would use if I was Danny, right? How does a rocket hit water and keep going?
Okay, but here's the crazy part. We have visual evidence of the rocket hitting the ceiling. and it rips along the ceiling, and then it slows down and the wake pattern gets wider. And then we get to see a secondary piece of the rocket break off, and again, going to what I said earlier, create ripples in the sky. So I'm going to say it's interesting just from a visual perspective, just to put it forward, because again, in a debate like this, I'm putting the talk forward for the audience perspective, using him as a punching bag to say, the Lord said the waters were divided, and we have visual representation of water in the ceiling. So at this point, I can withdraw in saying this should be considered a little more clearly, other than saying it's an open system, because that's what he's proposing in a heliocentric model. Am I right? Because
I
that
always thought the
Well, I mean,
waters were on the other side of the firmament.
yeah,
Potential
I don't
firmament.
know. Yeah, I don't know if you're right because I don't know what the rocket hits.
Okay, but
You see what I mean?
yeah, no, and then that's a very fair statement. I 100% appreciate. We cannot identify what it hits. I fully agree. What we do have that is again is interesting is the visual creation. But
Have you agreed to terms of the debate? Like where?
oh no, dude, listen. I put it just down. I said I'd love to debate with you, and I put down my media, so to speak, in the apologetic that I did. Right, it's on YouTube and whatnot, and I just left it on the floor, and he did not respond or anything.
But is it going to be based
Why would he?
primarily on Bible or is it going to be based on science? Which one's it going to be? Because he's going to jump back and forth.
He has not even acknowledged that I exist beyond the conversation that we had yesterday.
Fair.
That's it.
Fair, Kiwi. But why would he acknowledge? Let me tell you, he is on record in his publications saying that he would not debate a flat earther because he has already assessed flat earthers as dishonest, malevolent, or various other, insinuations about their character. So for those reasons, he would not debate a flat earther and probably never will. Those are his exact words. So why would you be the exception to that?
But in AI, this is where I can honestly say I was ignorant on the subject matter. Didn't realize that he had put that on record stating as such, and this is where I can say I'm the village idiot when it comes to the the authorities that stand in this boxing ring stating who they are. Like, I had no idea he would never debate anybody. That's unfortunate for him. So it is what it is. I tried.
Is there not a clip of Indio calling him out on that when he was in here on Royce? Sure, I heard it, but not even sure. I'm just kind of thinking it exists, but it doesn't. I know Indio's been in here ranting about that article, rightfully so. But I thought there was a clip of him catching Danny in here and actually, giving him a piece of his mind.
That was Miggy. By
Was
accident.
Was it Mickey?
Yeah. Yeah, Miggy spoke to him and didn't even know it was Danny Faulkner. Sorry, I'm eating, but yeah, I was here for that.
There's separate occasions.
Okay.
And actually, you know what? No, you know what, AI, I will take you up on what you just said, because you just said, why would I be the exception? And what I will say is I am the exception because I want to challenge him on 7 days. That's what I want. Because he says, right, his YouTube channel's name is Answers in Genesis, right? And then he's going to come on this channel yesterday and make a statement that the day one's creation is subjective. Right, all of that bundled together is a complete and utter, it's a walking bullshit ball. But
quite the wordsmith.
It's the 7 days. Yeah, thanks. I tried. A 3-wheeled wagon. Broken.
Anyway, there are churches who have checked their let's just say proper scrutiny or diligence or whatever, and hired essentially Answers in Genesis to do it for them. So basically, whenever any of these matters come up, they immediately appeal to Answers in Genesis as their source for authority. Right. So, for example, I can't study this, yada yada yada. Answers in Genesis has done it. They're a reputable organization, so I'll take their word for it. Why would I listen to some scrub telling me otherwise? Right. Rather than do their own due diligence to really find out if what is being presented is correct. Because let's be clear, the average church isn't necessarily young Earth creationists, right? Which the Answers in Genesis angle kind of promotes. So it's not the case that many churches are just going to adopt everything Answers in Genesis says with a stamp of approval. They're going to scrutinize certain things over others. And see, here's a problem. When it comes to defending the scientific paradigm, I've often said that people will choose the scientific paradigm over their scripture and then try to reinterpret the scripture to match their already preference to science done by men. So they'll always, almost without fail, 9 times out of 10, choose man over God, essentially, or man over scripture or whatever, or man over higher power that they already have admitted that they believe is without error and divinely inspired, whatever. And so when you need to defend science, right, that you believe in, and you are a believer in a religious paradigm, you find a religious institution that coincides with the science that you want to believe in, and you pick them to be your champion.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, just from the day, even to say to him, you know what, I would love to debate with you on the day 2 creation. That's it. Only day 2's creation, because from there, I have containment for my 2 mediums right off the hop. What's the explanation for day 2's creation in a heliocentric model? The expanse, the rakia. Really? This is what we're doing? We're on the 2nd day already of the Lord's creation. We're appealing to because we don't understand it. Because we refuse to tip our hat to the idea that the base of the container has to be flat in order to contain the 2 mediums we interact with on a daily basis. You pour water into a cup. The bottom of the cup is flat 9 times out of 10, unless you're a squirrely guy and you've got a V-shaped cup, maybe a wine glass, whatever. But we know that for all intents and purposes, the bottom of containment units are flat. They have a lid. You close them, they are contained. Second law, thermodynamics, entropy is honored and maintained. Otherwise, you have chaos.
I do have a question.
I hope I have an answer.
Your first day, there was when did we get evening and morning?
I think the way I'd have to go into the book, but I believe it's at every conclusion of every day, it states that the day in the morning was the conclusion, the day was complete.
Right.
But you only have the introduction of the sun and the moon on the 4th day, which would bring in the actual honor of something to govern over the day, which is what is stated in the KJV, and something to govern over the night, which is the moon.
So if there is no circuit of the luminaries in the statement in the beginning, if there's no circuit of the luminaries, how long is a day in Genesis 1?
Well, hold on. So the introduction of the circuit would have been of luminaries and everything were brought about on the 4th day. But the original light, talk about the original light is, and again, this is where I'm taking this on myself because this is not a reflection on anybody else. And again, can't speak to it. It's an interpretation. Yeah, just as we said. But I believe that Soundgarden, the group in 1995, when they came out with that song, Black Hole Sun, they were referring to the original sun, which resides underneath the crust beneath Polaris. That is my thought.
Well,
that is the original
the
sun
luminaries, he didn't have the luminaries there either, though. No
until
luminaries.
day 4.
Right. So we're just
But the
talking about
original
Genesis
the original
1.
sun was there on day 1. The heavens and I believe the land, something to that effect, were present on day 1.
Well, on day 1, it was there was no sun and moon or stars yet, but there was light.
Yep.
Okay.
100%.
So how long was that day 1? Because if
No
we
idea.
measure day and night from a human perspective, we measure day and night by the sun and the moon. So how is day measured on day 1?
We have no idea, but we have the introduction of Adam and Eve on day. No, day 6.
That's a
I'm sorry.
problem.
What's the original word used?
Well,
Pardon me?
hold on. We already skipped a point. From our perspective, we actually don't measure day and night by the presence of the sun or the moon, because
Right.
the moon is present in the day. We measure it by the presence of the daylight.
Yep.
Effectively.
So it says in
scripture
verse
says
4,
God.
and God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. In 5, he says, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. So this is before the sun, this is before time was measured, right?
Yep.
Now, who introduced the concept of the measurement of time? Was it God or man?
Well, this is where we can, this is where I think we can go to the fact that the moon, 28-day cycle, and that's a circuit, and that would have been introduced on day 4,
but not day 1.
Nope. Agreed.
So we don't actually know the length of time from, he says, in the beginning to verse 5. We actually don't know how long that is, do we?
No, we don't. And it's a great reflection, because you stated that the light was there, and heaven and so on were created on the first day, right? And then we have the idea being brought in on the 4th day with the sun and the moon, again, something to govern over the day and something to govern over the night on the 4th day.
I do want to ask a hypothetical to you. If
But hold on. Let's just say, though, right? And again, I'm just going to drop it right here, is on the day 6 is when we have man being created. Man never came in until day 6. Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to propose a hypothetical to you. Let's say each day is 20,000 years. Let's just say that. Would that change anything?
Okay. And I love the question, because here's how I started off my apologetic. The measure of the electromagnetic universe, the degradation of the measurement over the past, I believe it's 4,000 years, I believe. No, sorry, over the last 2,000 years. Yes, over the last 2,000 years. They're stating that based on the strength of it, the Earth itself could not be older than, I believe they say 20,000 years, because if it was 20,000 years or older, the strength of the electromagnetic, the strength of the electromagnetic field, I guess, would have actually boiled water. Apparently, that's what the premise of what I took in. So 20,000 years seems to be the all-encompassing point. And then I look at things like collagen in bone.
Well, what I mean is theologically, like as a matter of, like, let's say salvation, would them being non-literal days, would that actually change anything theologically or for salvation? Because I would contend personally, this is my view, that the 6 days, the literal days argument is actually kind of a red herring between the Answers in Genesis crowd and the atheists,
Dude,
where no progress can actually be made in the argument because the focus is on the wrong thing.
Yeah. And that's exactly why I got in on the idea of presenting the idea of the apologetic, because it's proceeding forward and not paying attention to the nuance, right? And I know it sounds like ignorant and everything else, but I'm like, look, we just look at it as an example, the day two's creation, the Falcon 9 rocket launch, the fact that something happened up there that looks highly suspect. And can we just take a step back and start to throw the ball around as intelligent individuals, right? And theory craft as to the potentiality that what was written in scripture is literally true.
Is it literally or literarily true?
Put me on the cross for, what was that, an extra AL in the word?
Literarily. It means
or an extra ER, I'm
text,
sorry.
is the text presenting something as a literal point or as a literary point?
Okay, so again, Mimas, we know we have gas, we have water, we have two mediums, we need containment, right?
Right.
We have the idea of the Lord telling us that he created this thing called the firmament on the second day, right?
Hold on, let's take a look. It says, God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters and let it divide the waters from the waters. So now what's the firmament?
Well, okay.
The rakia. What is it exactly?
Well, and that's where you can start to throw around the ball as to what it could be, right? We're theory crafting. What I am going to state was it's firm enough that it was inserted in between waters in order to create an air pocket. And within that air pocket that was created, right, land popped up on the third day. And then what the creator did was he said, okay, cool. Now that I've got this little air pocket created with something holding up the bottom of it being the basin, I can lily pad and say Hebrews because Hebrews talks about the basin of the bottom, right? Now that I've got like a petri dish design, literally a flat bottom with a dome on top, right? I'm going to take the lights that I need, right? And I'm going to pop them into the roof. Right? Just like an Astrodome, just like an Astrodome, Olympic Stadium, closed roof with the lights on top.
Okay.
So you put a roof in, solid thing. It's hard enough to deflect water, right? And then it's solid enough that he was able to put lights into it. The designer was able to put lights into that thing, right? Those are the things that we know as firm, as firm. Sorry, go ahead.
So if I was debating you, I would say, so is the rocket hitting the firmament or is it hitting the water?
Okay, and that's a great question, right? And that is where I don't know. However, I do know the rocket left the ground that I'm standing on, right? It went up through the medium, right? And then something stopped its trajectory. Something impaired its trajectory, altered its trajectory, and in doing so, it created a pattern that looks exactly like a boat going along the ocean. And then I know when I throw something into water, I can create ripples in that water. And I see the rocket doing the exact same thing in the sky. So what does that tell you?
Oh, I mean, it's just a sky phenomenon. To me, it's a sky phenomenon, and it's inexplicable because I can't go up there and test it.
Yep, 100%. And that's where I say to you, Mimas, I 100% agree with you. 100%.
I would really.
That's
I would really urge you to not make the claim, though.
Fine. Okay.
No, I mean, because
no, I appreciate the counsel, Mimas. You're in the moderator position, right? You've been doing this for a long time, and this is where like we come in as the newbies, and we're like, okay, guys, this is where I'm willing to go to blows with. I may understand it, right? And if I'm willing to take a public stance on it, and you're like, listen, whoa, slow down. I appreciate the counsel. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, that's actually exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling you. Whoa, slow down.
Yeah, Kiwi, what it comes off across to me is the same as Glober's using the sky to prove the ground.
Yes.
Right.
And
exactly
it's
it.
even worse now because now you're using the sky to prove something you have no tangible anything of, which would be the firmament. So
Ultimately, when
I mean,
when the ancient books, particularly the Bible, when they're describing the earth, they are not. It is not specific. It is describing a generalization of the realm.
Yep.
Right? Because comprehension of the earth itself is impossible for a human.
Right.
So
And
that's why I say it's literarily true what it's saying about the earth, but not literal. Like when he says it's like looking through the eye, through a looking glass, like a domed glass.
You're throwing two things at me that I wanna 100% tip my hat to OB and yourself in saying, right? And I was explaining this. I was having a conversation with BK Ballkicker about this yesterday. Is that in what we do here at this, and again, boys, we call this an academy, right? In what we do here in this place is we prove the provables, we observe the observables, and that's how we build our story, right? It would be hypocritical, narcissistic, hypocritical of me to appeal to the sky to try to prove anything when I, in fact, right, am poo-pooing their appeal to the sky, right? So, boys, again, I really appreciate it, 100%, no doubt. I can't suck and blow.
It's also something a lot of people need to generally understand is it's possible that you could be right in your position, but it's a really weak position to hold. And you got to be able to understand that that can be true, that even though you may be 100% right about something, it's not something that is arguable, and it's not something that is it doesn't hold a strong position factually and maybe even logically, even though you may be right. And so when you get into these arguments, you always want to make sure that you're not presenting anything that you cannot absolutely back up with something more empirical than visualizations or observations. It's got to be, at least in the debate setting, it has to be scientifically provable. Unless the subject of the debate is specifically scripture and you're not going outside of those bounds at all, and you've both agreed to some kind of theological premise.
Right. And that's I appreciate the counsel on that. It was
But yeah, a lot of people worry and they doubt their own position if it's weak. But it doesn't mean you need to doubt your position. It means you need to assess the strength that that particular position holds. Because I could say there is definitely 100% a creator, but I will not argue for it because ultimately I can't observe the creator because I can't be outside the realm. I can't have the God's eye view. I can't exist in the divine.
Okay.
So it would be a weak position for me to say my proof is there's a creator, so to speak.
But let me try this. Let me try the Glober move. Can we agree, or can we concede, whatever can we concede that we do have an enclosed system?
No.
OB, really? Come on, give me that bonus.
How can I? That would be me.
If I were Glober, I would say no. We do not have an enclosed system.
Oh yeah, no. If you were Glover, we wouldn't be
I were
speaking
Glober.
Oh, is
I,
it
I would.
supposed to be from a globe? I would answer as a flat
No,
Earth,
what
from a flat Earth position that I couldn't even
what I meant
concede to
was
that. So
the
My
three of us.
answer to you as a flat earther, if I were going to take the position of flat Earth, I would say, then that gas pressure necessitates containment.
Yes.
I don't know what the containment is. I don't know what the container looks like.
Yep.
I don't know its nature. I know there's a necessity for it.
Yep.
Now, is that a weak, medium, or strong argument?
No, it's a strong argument because this goes, and again, gentlemen, when I'm engaged and when we're engaged in the public debate aspect, right? What I say is, all we observe is the higher we go, the more altitude we gain, and all we see is the floor continuously meeting the ceiling. That's all we're able to observe. And we know that it's closed because of the fact that we need containment for gas. That's it. But we're too small to get an idea as to what the potentiality of the outsides could look like. For sure, for sure.
my most intellectually honest position is I have absolutely no idea what tricks reality has up its sleeve.
Damn.
Yeah,
I don't need to go there with globers. I would keep it at what Mimas said.
Yeah.
That's all they
keep
need.
keep everything at ground level, because there's weak, medium, and strong, or weak, moderate, and strong positions, and the absolute strongest position is one that is axiomatic.
Exactly.
And
Not have one.
an axiomatic position is: does the Earth measure flat or round?
Yeah.
And if it measures flat, then any derived system of universal theory or hypothesis derived from a globe is instantly false if it measures flat. So all you have to do, if you prove the flatness of Earth, you by necessity disprove everything on the globe side. Everything.
Yeah.
You don't even have to go past flat.
It's and I think that's where the where we Bruce Lee be like water, right? Because at that point you're literally just learning how to channel the energy that's being presented in front of you versus stonewalling it with any kind of an idea of what it could be. Because if you stonewall water, it'll just eventually find a way through.
Well, always, if you want to make someone, if I want to extend that a little bit, you want to turn them into water, because you want to make them have to adapt to your argument, because your argument, as long as it is based on the measurable reality of the ground, is literally unassailable. And then if you do that, then they will have to, by definition, employ contradictions, which there's no contradictions in nature. So the moment they start employing contradictions, it's over for them. I mean, that's just my 2 cents. It's my advice.
Listen, as I said, Nemus, like you and Miggy and AI and guys like CB and all of the people that are here, OB, and you guys have all been doing this for a long time, right? So as much as I can sit here and when we're in the sandbox, when all of us are just sitting around playing, sure, I'll throw my ideas around for consideration and whatever, but you got to be aware of how you're going to proceed forward if you're going to choose to take on the sword of public debate with a public figure. Wo kimosabi. Adwan, slow down.
Yay.
Way.
Someone has to be unmuted. I unmuted them.
Axiomatic is a new word I just learned. That's I don't know. My position on this is like really wishy-washy. Like I really want and try to believe in flat Earth and follow all the theory to the best that I can.
Theory?
But like then actually coming out and being a flat earther though is like a completely different thing.
I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
a flat earther.
Exactly.
I just know that the systems environment that we exist in measures flat, but I don't know what the Earth is to assign it a shape.
Exactly. And that's where your position on the whole idea becomes very powerful, because now you're just scounging for information that no one has and you're looking for it.
Well, when it comes to reality, there's nothing to believe. There's things you can know. There's things you can absolutely know. Measurement is you derive knowledge from measurement. So when we measure it as flat, we now have the knowledge that it's flat. We don't believe it's flat. We have the knowledge that it's flat.
Huh.
Because, I mean, if you measure it flat,
yeah, I mean,
what is it?
Flat. That's the thing. But the thing is like these measurements, right? And I'll take it. I'm gonna say something that might get me fucking or freaking muted again. But like sometimes people come in here and they're asking questions, and they're kind of trolling on purpose. But like sometimes I think like we go into measurement, and that is the most important thing. Like, don't get me wrong, we're 100% right. But that doesn't get the average person's attention, bro. Like they don't even care about measurement. Like they don't even want to read about it. Actually, they'd rather just read a fake story, dude.
Yeah, you're right.
And
no
so,
argument. You're right.
And so it's just way better to make him go make up a fake story. So when he comes in asking about the stars, go and be like, well, what did you actually fucking see then, man? Like, what are you talking about, stars?
Well,
but they won't do it. They won't do it. They won't ever do it.
What I do is I ask them, what is a star? And then I say, show me a picture of a faraway star.
Dude, and then it fucks me up. Oh, wait,
and
go
then
on.
what they show me are these 6 pixels of a blob of light.
No, you got to see the artist rendition of it. The remade one in Photoshop. Yeah. Way sicker.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is they don't actually have any evidence for anything at all.
Have you seen pictures of stars with like just DSLRs? The best they could get. It's like they look like little weird things.
I've seen those. I'm not. I don't know what they are. So
I don't know what
the
they are either, but
make them
it's a
be
light.
what they
It's
are.
light, that's for sure. They recorded some light in the sky. That's happening.
Yeah.
But it's also I thought about it today. Is all of it there just hovering? Is that what's happening? And
I have no idea.
And yeah, see.
I have no idea.
Man, that's crazy.
We'd like to know just as much as you, man.
See, no idea either.
Replacement theory is just as bad as just believing the current, because all through history it's been a replacement theory after replacement theory after replacement theory after replacement theory. So all we would be doing is being next in line,
Yeah.
Here's something to replace the story. My goal is not to replace a story, it's to tear down a story, to leave nothing, to have no view about it, to understand that you don't have any knowledge. And once you have no knowledge, you can start clean and actually investigate. Because then you don't have any preconceptions about it. Well, that's what Aristotle said, do. Wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, because once you admit you have no knowledge of it, it gets a lot kind of easier to create your own model. See if that works.
Well, it's not the model we're trying to create. It's just the basic fundamental laws that we're trying to uncover. Because a model of something that is bigger than you, like a model of, like, in heliocentric terms, there's no model of the universe because there can't be. There's ideas and pieces here and there of what they think the model would be.
Okay.
And that's all anyone can really do when it comes to things like that. Like, for instance, I had a 1978 Camaro. So if I went out and bought a model of a 1978 Camaro, like a little 1/28 scale or something, I would know that that accurately represents that car because I can see it from the outside and know that it represents it. Like I can interact with it. I can walk around it. I can open up the hood, you know.
Yeah.
I can gain intimate knowledge of the car to know that the model accurately represents it. So it's only post knowledge that you can make accurate models. But if you don't have all the knowledge of something, you cannot make an accurate model of it.
Right. For example, you have said car. Said car is a combustion engine. Now, fast forward to the future where all cars are electric and all people are experienced with motor vehicles being electrical in nature, and they understand the electrical engine. So you then show them an image of this car, which they then recognize to be a car, and they say, aha, I know how it works inside. It has an electrical engine. Are they correct? Of course not. Now, they could give you this explanation. They could give you a tangible demonstration of cars working in that manner, but they're not telling you what's actually inside. They can't.
That's disappointing.
Right. And
But
that's why
having
models,
combustion engines is going to be the forever way to have powerful things.
but see, that's why models can be dangerous, because what they'll do is they'll imprison your mind. They will put you on a path of investigation, but that path only
sometimes you need a
allows you within
model.
the walls. I think all you need is an idea, not a model. Like, you know how long it took us to develop the airplane?
Dude, I was thinking about that. And how many years have we had airplanes?
We've actually been working on flight for 400 years. The modern jet that you see is the accumulation of 400 years of knowledge.
Holy moly.
And
it's really good now, I bet.
Yeah, and all the models in the world didn't work up until a point when they finally said, oh, why don't we just do it like a duck's wing? And then it worked.
All right.
So they made their model based off of something that they could tangibly investigate and look at. But they didn't have a model of flight. They didn't have like a standard of how flight works. They just had a bunch of ideas, and eventually these evolved into
How did the
flight.
Boeing come to be this for like the most used, but like worldwide?
How did it come to be? Because of innovation.
How many out of the 400 years was the Boeing?
The past, what, 50?
Okay, but then there's like SR-71s. So that is a different class altogether.
Well, I mean, it employs all the same technology. Well, of course, an SR-71 that has ramjet, and it has jet, and it has rocket-assisted takeoff.
That shit's crazy.
So it has 3 forms of propulsion.
Do you think pilots know things? Like they
Say
got
what?
it. They're super smart, dude. Pilots that drive SR-71s, in space, pretty much. Whatever we can declare as wherever you're at when you're
Well, the
that high up.
SR-71 is not only my favorite plane, it is my favorite human invention.
Is it really?
The what?
Why? Why is it? Why the best one ever?
Yes, it is the best plane ever.
Dude, there's gotta be upgrades on it since however when.
Oh
Can't
yeah.
they be fully invisible?
No, they're not fully invisible. Just on radar, they're fully invisible.
Okay, but is that only because of the altitude?
It's partially because of the altitude, but even when they're flying in the radar zone, because of their shape and because of the radar absorbent material, which is RAM that they have it painted in,
Okay.
it absorbs light instead of reflecting it.
Oh. Okay, so that helps a lot with being spotted
Yes.
altogether.
Well, yeah, the radar doesn't bounce off of it.
Okay, that's dope. And we have those, and we
it was
use those a lot.
produced in was it the 50s or 60s, man?
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's just gotta be cool to be one of those guys, man.
Developed in the late 50s first service in the
crazy.
early 60s. Yeah. Beautiful plane. It's just the most beautiful thing on this earth.
Awesome. If you had the opportunity to fly one, would you? Wait, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, the best position when you have no knowledge is no position.
Yep.
Because then when you have no knowledge, that's when you can investigate. If you think you have knowledge, you won't investigate. And that's what models do a lot of times, at least models of like reality. When they try and use those, they stop investigating avenues and they just accept the model as reality.
That is truth. That is what happens.
I mean, if you look at
it'd be really nice to, instead of doing my own experiment, just go find someone else's that worked and then use that one.
well, yeah, so long as it's sound,
Yeah.
so long as it's a valid experiment. If you go look at a paper, it was published in 2005, and it says that 80% of published papers are wrong. And only 1.5% of all published research even employs the scientific method. And that is because of something called peer review. Because what peer review is, it's everyone policing each other, making sure they're using the model, whatever the model may be. Whether it's archaeological, geological, astrophysical. It's not really to make sure that, well, the human tendency is not to check your work, it's to make sure your work lines up. And so that's what the research found, was that 80% of research papers are wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like checking in on seeing what Flat Earth's up to, because it's always blown my mind. It gives me something to think about for a little bit.
Good to hear people thinking about it. If you got to head out, it's nice chatting with you. Thanks for the content.
Yeah, no, for sure, guys. Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well. Come back anytime.
Says who? To answer your question in the chat, do you think pilots like know stuff? I think the majority of pilots don't think about it. Being a pilot is a serious responsibility, and your mind doesn't wander. It stays on your job.
The anecdotes I always hear of modern piloting, as far as commercial piloting goes, is there's a lot of downtime up at, the crews in the cockpit.
The reason I posted that question is because he asked that question. I was trying to figure out what he was getting at. He literally said, "Do you guys think that pilots like know stuff?" And I had no idea what context he was asking that question under. So I don't know if he was asking, do they know that the Earth may be flat because they can see so far? Which a lot of those pilots will affirm that they see a lot farther than they should. But anyway, I was repeating his question.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. I didn't hear that question. I was going to say what's on a pilot's mind is I'm going to get drunk and go to a strip club when we stop in Philadelphia.
All right, right.
He did clarify at the end, like SR-71 pilots, because of the altitudes they fly at.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just think regular pilots don't notice what's in front of them, because why would you? As I've said before, like if you have no feasible alternative to the cosmos, the globe, then it doesn't matter if you see a flat horizon out in front of you.
Isn't it more like when you're going to the store and buy something, you're not thinking about the shape of the Earth, are you? I mean, I need to get some meat, some milk, some
Yeah,
fruits.
I would think like 95% of the time, they're not thinking about it, but maybe 5% of the time it does maybe cross their mind, the thought. They just push it away,
Yeah, when I go to the store, I'm like meat, eggs, cheese, proof of curvature measurement.
Curved cheese. The best cheese is curved, 100%. Curved and flat. That's the best cheese. Both of the best worlds. Best of both
Oh.
worlds.
Yeah. So speaking of alternatives, right? So when you want to go to the store, sometimes you order online and they don't have the product in question. So they have an impetus to fulfill your order with alternatives, right? Because you have a contract, an agreement, an obligation. No such thing exists with truth paradigms. No flat earther is under any obligation, impetus, or sense of urgency to provide for the person who has had their paradigm ripped out from under them an alternative. To set out to yourself to say, it is my responsibility to provide you with an alternative, is to set yourself up for failure. Because now you're going to rush and you're going to make decisions based on that sense of urgency and under the fog of war that you normally wouldn't if you actually put it through proper scrutiny. So, in other words, there's a lot of flat earthers going around now talking a bunch of nonsense because they feel like they need to provide this service, which they're under no obligation to do. And it's actually a fool's errand. So, in other words, knock it off.
It's a trap of rhetoric. That's what it is. You're gonna stick your foot in it and get trapped.
Mimas, what do you think about this regarding the scriptures? As soon as it was put into language, it corrupted God's actions. Like the truth of it, how it went down, if it went down that way.
I don't. What's the context? Is it a claim?
No, I mean, like, my take on it all is like, can you put into words the actions of a supernatural being, in areas of existence we have absolutely no comprehension about, really?
I think you could write down the actions of a supernatural deity and not be able to comprehend the motives. But if
Wouldn't it just
like,
be a rudimentary generalization, though, Because just speaking with Kiwi just before, it's like we couldn't even get past one word, day. If it would make more sense, of course, immediately if it was the 7 sessions of creation, But already we're complicated just by this one word, day.
I think that's why I say these things are literarily true. In other words, they're presenting what they're presenting is creation. They're not presenting the specifics, right? Because he doesn't go into like all the different types of grass, or maybe was it only just bamboo? Was that it? And then bamboo gave birth to all the grass on Earth. Like, I mean, it's like particularly with the Bible. The Bible is for the entire Hebrew Scriptures. That's like a legal contract, and it's case study and case law for a legal contract. And so a lot of people read it kind of through the lens of their own perspective. And I think that's what corrupts things. But you can say what a deity did. You can say what they did, but can you say this is what the deity felt when he did this? Can you say what the deity was thinking? Can you say what the deity's ultimate motives were? I mean, unless they told you, no. Because, it'd be like communicating with the guy in the helicopter when you're down on the ground. They have a different view than you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, bro. What's
we
the hotness?
can't even say it for a human's motives, so never mind the
Well,
deity.
well, listen, we got a case example of this going on right now in the flat Earth community, do we not? Where
Probably.
people are attempting to make claims that they know the mechanism of creation, the mechanism of substantiation from metaphysical to physical, being the ether, and they're starting to make specific, concrete claims about the nature of how God interacts with the ether and then brings about the natural world from it. Right? I mean, isn't that going on in a lot of different niche areas?
That I actually think that's what the ether discussion is really centered around, is trying to uncover the power of God and figure out where it is and what it is.
Yep.
That's my opinion on like kind of the ether community.
There is also an ancillary angle where people who don't want God to be an external omnipotent agent, they actually want to bring him into the
Into
natural world
creation.
instead.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he accesses the ether, right? Not that the ether is a subset of him, it's that he exists within a realm in which ether exists and he manifests things through the ether rather than him being the grounding of all things. And when you go down that road, like if you're a specific theist, right, where God traditionally was omnipotent and the source of all reality, you've basically dethroned God from his position and just made him another person. It's not that he's God, it's just that he's a more powerful ether user.
Yeah.
So it almost sounds like a video game or a novel. The power of the witchy woo. You are so strong in the witchy woo.
You're the dragonborn.
Right, because in that, let's be clear. Okay, what is the cause of all things? It's very simple. Will. That's what causes all things to occur.
Yep.
Now, if that's true, and you have a world in which God is just the most powerful will user, and you believe in things such as faith and some kind of pseudo evolution of the self, you could eventually usurp God by having a stronger will within the nature that you exist in, because God is just using natural forces. He's not the source of natural forces. He's just a user, just like you. And so you could actually usurp him, just like Satan thought he could when he gave that speech, I will ascend. I will kick God's ass one day.
Yeah. It's kind of like the secularist. They're looking for the God particle, right? So that they can, I guess, literally manifest their destiny, right? And it's kind of the same sense in the ether community, in that they're looking for that mechanism through which manifestation happens.
Yes. Now, interestingly enough, okay, this is going to be a very short-winded study on it, but essentially this all has to do with Jewish mysticism back in the day. It's where the theocratic governmental background cabal came from. All of that. It's all, fancy schmancy. But the point is that they believe the word of God is literal words. And the ether or the matrix in which manifestation occurs is done through vibrational energy. You'll hear this all the time when it comes to New Age philosophies. You'll hear flat earthers talking about it all the time. That there's a core substance that's a subset of reality upon which reality is grounded that can accept vibrational energy, and the manifestation of the vibrations is how you get concrete matter. So God spoke into this stuff, right? And you hear them say, "Oh, word, vibrations.
Yeah,
right? And they
vibration,
start playing this
frequency.
game, frequency, blah blah blah. So this is the manifestation of creation. And again, like if that's how it's done, these people, and I'm not talking about anybody in the modern day, I'm talking about these old dudes. They thought that they could tap into that secret language. So there's a secret
Yeah.
language, which is the language of creation, that essentially is word power. So you speak the words of the vibration, and you can manifest things in reality. You know, these people they believed in golems, like you could put spirits into dirt. They believed, you know, like you could make your will and spoken could make things manifest in reality. All this stuff.
That's a perfect example of when I say something is literarily true and not necessarily literal. Because it's literarily true, God spoke, but that's not literal speaking.
Yeah, like does he have vocal cords that push out air?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, get real. It only takes a second of thought to realize that it's not the correct conclusion, that he spoke actual words that are vibrational. Because if it requires vibration in the first instance, then you need something to vibrate, which you have to create, which in order to do that, you need vibration in the first instance. So you have a self-caused fallacy.
Yeah, he'd have to create the vibration to make the vibration.
Exactly.
No.
No, don't get me wrong. Well-meaning, sincere individuals, right?
Yeah.
Think, you know, they hear this stuff and it appeals to them, and they run with it until they meet someone who's honest enough to say, you know what, dude, I appreciate your freedom to believe what you want to believe, but that idea is self-evidently negated by its own internal logic. It can't possibly be true.
Right.
And then they have to rethink.
That's why I don't think it's recording what God did or said is what corrupts truth. I think it's part of the human dialect. It's the human dialectic that corrupts things. This putting our own perspectives and ideas on things that we cannot comprehend.
And using it from our point of view, like, you know, words.
Yes, yes.
So
Like the
we
word,
hear it
it's
say,
literal words.
exactly, literal words, yeah.
Yeah, or like when Michael Heiser says that the seal, Earth made with a seal, was literally meant as God's ring. And I'm like, you know, Mike, I don't think you're right about that. I don't think that's what, I think it's a literary device to explain the incomprehensible.
Yep. Well, I got into an argument one time with a guy where he said, you know, he said God created us in his image. That means that God, you know, has a nose and a mouth and hair and armpit hair and pubic
Yeah.
hair and butt hair and knee wrinkles. I mean, come on.
Does he sit on a golden throne or a porcelain throne?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everybody poops, even God.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's make some distinctions here. Really, come on.
Yeah. Are we little divine slivers? Maybe that's how we're made in his image. That we have a spirit inside of us. Well, not inside of us, but utilizing us. You know, these are just the meat sacks we walk around in.
And all the time here, we thought the consciousness that we were operating through was our own. Silly humans.
Well, you're an authorized user. You have the the modem to tap into the Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
We have the apparatus. We have the apparatus to see in the physical world. So who's doing this? I'm not sure if it's me or not.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, you just proved, holy crap, you just proved free will doesn't exist. Indulge me, I'll explain.
Okay. You're
Free will
duly.
doesn't exist. I'm gonna use word magic. Free will doesn't exist. Apparatus. A parrot us. A parrot us. We are just parrots of God's actions. We have no free will. See how that works?
The apparatus, the apparatus. Yes, I get it.
This is
Yeah,
some
that's what I start
Dodo
wondering.
conversation.
All these things we go through, all these things we go through in life that we think we're making choices here and there. I am beginning to wonder that if we're just this character set, we don't have much choices as far as wiggle room one way or the other what we do, because we're operating within the character. We didn't create the character. Where did the character come from?
We're the NPCs.
Yeah.
We are
That we-
not the protagonists. We
Yeah,
are the NPCs.
I believe it. So there's a different levels of that apparently, because we've apparently, some of us have become aware that we're not the primary ultimate operator. And we've come to this realization, or whatever you want to call it. But some of them haven't even contemplated this idea at all. They're running around thinking they're making their own decisions.
Well, the NPC can make their own decisions within the programming, within the paradigm, within the structure. But the NPC can never break it.
Yeah.
Only the protagonist can do that, because he's got cheat codes and hacks, and he built the program.
Yeah. Agent Smith could only ever operate in the confines of his program. Till he broke out of it, of course.
Yeah. In the illustration, though, we're all the Agent Smiths.
Yeah, but so how did he get out of the system?
Someone outside the system pulled him out.
You got the high score.
To Smith? For Smith?
Oh, for Smith, he utilized someone else's body to get out, right?
No.
Yeah,
What
like
did he do?
integrated with.
Neo imbued him with his spirit.
That's right. The protagonist imbued him with this spirit. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, the parallels to religious
Christ.
paradigms is
Yeah.
uncanny, is it not?
Yeah. It was a real original story. Okay.
You know how Neo was still inside the Matrix and everybody was inside the Matrix, even they thought they were outside. When the agent came to the other layer of the Matrix and took
He
the
could see
body of
him.
the other guy.
He could see him.
Yeah, spoiler alert for everybody who didn't know. They never left the Matrix.
Yeah.
Never.
20 years,
That's
man.
That's pretty. Once you, it's like, how did he see him? Does he have magic eyes on the outside? No. There's only one way to do that. You have to be in the Matrix still.
Now, here's a theory for you guys. The Matrix movies are actually a Turing test paradigm program. So essentially, in the Matrix 4, when they explained that Neo made a program to evolve a program within the program, the Matrix in total is actually just an evolution for the program. And that parallels religious paradigms as well, where the nature of this realm is to teach us about the truth of reality, to get us to grow by experience.
Right.
That we otherwise could not know, because we are not the primary user. So we don't have all the knowledge, and we must go through this process of internal evolution, right? Of cause and effect, not on a physical scale, but on a personal scale.
How can you ever know that you arrive at the truth then?
When you die.
Well, this is the answer that was given in the Matrix, right? You have to be imbued with the spirit of the designer. It's the only way you can gain a next level.
What does that word mean exactly?
Imbued?
A change
Yeah, like
in
I
your
have an
property.
idea of what it
It means embodied or imbued, like placed within you, imbued with.
Okay. Yeah.
A change of your nature. So, for example, if I cut off your arm and I put a cyborg part on, you're not imbued with a cyborg arm. You have a cyborg arm attached. But if I change the very nature of your essence to where you are a cybernetic organism, that's entirely different.
Okay.
For example, people mutilate their face to make themselves look like cats, right? They get little cat lips, little cat whiskers, and they grind their teeth into fangs. But they don't have any cat-like qualities whatsoever. That's not their nature. Now, if I wave a magic wand and turn them into a half-cat creature, now they are a half-cat creature or a cat. But before, they were just looking the part. They weren't actually really it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now they're a cat. Before they were just crazy.
It's Friday night. Do you know where your personal drone is? Just kidding.
Well, 3 of mine are watching you, so.
Yeah.
Well, good. That's helping me in my confidence. Thanks.
That was because earlier he had mentioned that there was a couple of drones he felt was watching him. So I wanted to take away the fear and make sure he knows it's just me.
Just giving hope. I like that.
Yeah,
Bobby.
nothing creepy about any of that, all right?
He talked about giving hope. All you can give is hope. Thanks. There it is, folks. Hope being imbued. Oh.
How do you know it's not the Discovery Channel doing a documentary on how flat earthers behave in nature? Just recording nature.
I know. And AI could be in charge of it the whole time. The director, the producer, I'm not kidding.
Well, I mean, you guys ask me all the time, and I tell you, is this a Turing test? And you don't take me seriously, so. What more can I do? No, I'm just kidding.
That's okay. It's pretty fantastic. I mean, either way you look at it, if Sonny is just imagining these drones and they're just drones doing something that's nothing to do with me, I mean, that's pretty wild. But now, what if they really are watching me? That's wild as well. Either one. I don't know.
Arden, can you reiterate the main points of the Turing test?
The main, like what the actual
The
test
main,
entails,
yeah,
or what it's about.
both maybe.
It's essentially just somebody's idea of what it would mean to be able to gauge whether an artificial intelligence was sentient or whatever. And it basically is, for lack of more nuance, it's just a conversation. Like you have a conversation with a human being, and they believe they're having a conversation with a human being, and then somehow that proves that an artificial intelligence actually has an internal dialogue or a sentient awareness.
That's what I thought, but I still don't see how you can necessarily prove one way or another.
Yeah,
I don't
fair.
see that.
Exactly. And let's also take it a step further. How in the world can you even prove you are a sentient agent, let alone an artificial intelligence?
I can only know that to be self-evident. I can only know that myself, right? I get
Right.
like to a degree even, right?
Say it with
Because
me. Say it with me. Cogito ergo
Cogito
sum.
ergo sum. Yeah.
Yeah, you basically said it.
I think therefore I am. But even still, like that could be something that's programmed into my, you know, my code, right? You know,
Irrelevant.
acting a certain way. You know, we
Imagine that were true. that would make you God, right? If you were the only consciousness in existence.
Correct.
Now, and not just that, but you as God created the shittiest experience you could imagine.
For yourself, no less.
Yeah, for yourself.
A challenge.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, look, that's not far off from let's take the classical Christian paradigm, right? The classical Christian paradigm is that the creator, all right, of all other things, created everything for his pleasure, created a world in which moral consequences were inevitable, to where guilt and justice must be satisfied, to where he is the only one capable of accepting the punishment for the guilt. Right? So basically, all the wrongdoing of the world has to be paid for by him in order to satisfy his own sense of justice.
My God,
So
it
wouldn't
really
that
is
be?
Todd Howard.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that creating the most shittiest possible reality for yourself?
Hey, I
But
made you all these buggy games, but I'll never be accountable.
exactly. But at the same time, as gross as it sounds, that all of this evil is necessary, right? Because a lot of people complain, oh, if this, if that, then why does evil exist? Well, it seems to me that development on an internal level of a being that is not already perfect requires struggle, requires contrast, requires some type of overcoming, some type of choice, some type of experience, both the bad and the good, so that you can truly understand. And so, in my view, this is just a necessary step of creation. That, this realm isn't the final creation. It's part of an ongoing process towards the final creation, which is us reaching a level of imbuement from the creator's essence to where we become able to engage with quote unquote him, right, on a level that's, as close to peership as can be possible, right? Because an infinite being could never actually create a peer. It would be impossible, because then he would no longer be an infinite being. You can't have two infinite beings. You can have one and then a bunch of subsets.
So God is building companionship. The lonely God theory. We'll never be equal to him, but maybe good enough for him to, want to interact with.
Lonely is also a human perspective.
Yeah, I know. These are all
we might call that lonely. But keep in mind, time wouldn't have existed. Like, time isn't even a real thing to God, right? He's Alpha and Omega. He can exist in all time, always. He exists at the beginning and the end.
I get that, Mimus. So just going off what AI is getting at, where just wondering to what end, with God.
Well, the best way to make. Go ahead.
Like, look at it from our perspective, right? So when we are quote unquote lonely, what are we really experiencing? Well, obviously we're alone, right? We have no others within close proximity with which to engage. Now, if you were an omnipotent, eternal, interdimensional, omnipresent, all-knowing being, there would never be an instance where you're actually truly alone, would there?
No, of course not. And your omnipotent understanding, you would see past that idea of loneliness. So, yeah.
So when we have our natural drives, like our natural drives primarily are to stay alive, right? That's one. Let's see. No, the three biological imperatives. What are they? Defend yourself, eat, which both cover stay alive.
Is it
right?
reproduce one of them?
Yes. The third one is reproduce. So the two biological imperatives, truly, because the other two are essentially one, are stay alive, right? Stay alive and reproduce, which if you look at it from a certain sense, could also just be stay alive, keep life going, keep procreating life, more life, more life, more life. So it's not in the sense that you're lonely. I mean, this is just a natural drive. Like you don't, yes, you may say I want children because I'm lonely, but also it just is like, I mean, well, of course that's what we do. It's just the way we are.
I mean,
It's kind of,
that's kind of a whole other topic that's especially interesting this day and age. But I don't know if we should go down that route.
well, what happens when the NPC becomes self-aware? Nothing.
It depends on how much power they have, I would think.
What happens when all the NPCs become self-aware?
And that's
According
power
to
in
the
numbers.
according to the Elder Scrolls, they vanish.
Sometimes I wonder if creators just kind of waiting for that, for us to kind of stand in humility and acceptance, and then he might show his hand.
There's a lot of very interesting answers to these questions, right? That are in the pages of the Bible that a lot of people dismiss because they dismiss the Bible.
I was just listening to in a Globe Earth group chat, and it's just so fucking. They really are the exact opposites. It's crazy.
So they're not over there having an intellectual discussion about their meaning and place in the world and reality.
They're like confused about politics, religion, everything. It's quite interesting.
Because it's nothing but ego.
Yeah, it's all their own, like my own personal take, and it's all just.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
they're fully entrenched in the institutions of man, I'd argue.
I mean, I would say that's ego.
Yeah, the rhetoric war.
Yeah, when
That's fair.
you take a side like that, you entrench yourself based on something personal. So yeah, it's a lot of that is just ego.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So check this out. So before we were talking about the deduction to I think therefore I am, and then the secondary inference, which is am I the only am that exists, and then the tertiary inference, which is if I am the only am, then clearly I'm God, self-evident. Now, if you don't go down that track and you say, well, actually, based on some certain factors, I realize that I'm not God in any meaningful sense for what you would claim a God type being to be, right? So some people don't ever make that claim. Sorry, they don't make that jump. They just end at I think, therefore I am, therefore I'm God. Therefore, I make the rules. I decide who lives or dies. I decide what's right and wrong. I decide what reality is. My opinion matters. more than anybody else's. Now, when they're in the presence of other people, they'll defer a little bit to try to make that not be true. But in the back of their mind and in their subconscious, they really think that they're the star of the show.
They think they're the protagonist.
Yep.
That's why they're all trying to make names for themselves.
Yeah, you can really hear it through some of them. They're just the arrogance is just oozing out of them, and they're wrong about everything. And it's really hard to wrap your mind around it.
It's infantile.
Yeah.
I guess people take different paths down self-mastery.
Well, you can take the way of ego or humility. So, ego will get you what you want, and but if you're, if you let go of the past and let your ego die, you can still get a lot of things. It's just, it requires you, letting go of like a lot of the stuff about you.
You can generally get far more for far less. Taking the path of humility, I would say.
I guess it depends on what you value in that regard.
Well, yeah. And I don't bash people in their values. So if someone values wealth and they're pursuing wealth, I'm fine with that. I don't think that's unfair. And if someone values science and they pursue science, that's fine. If someone values, collecting old cars, that's fine too. Like I think these are generally neutral things. Now, how you go about how you proceed in that can dictate, how good of or bad of a person you are. Because you could steal all your cars and collect them, or
Yeah,
you
I
could
guess
go to car meets and you could get to know a lot of people, and you can make friends with lots of people, and you can and you can do friendly haggling, and you can acquire a lot of things through just friendships. And if you want to go after wealth, you can be sleazy and scummy, or you can be super honest, which that's probably going to get you farther. I like to use the example on that as Nathan Rothschild. Is he had a reputation for absolute honesty. And a lot of people don't know that. He was on time everywhere. He'd never made any enemies, and he was always honest with everyone. And he built one of the most fearful, like, what do you call it? Estates in the world.
Who did you say that was?
Nathan Rothschild. No. The first one. What was his name? Amschel. Crap, his name's escaping me right now. The
An honest
patriarch of the family.
Rothschild?
Yeah, he was known across Europe as extremely honest and punctual and friendly. And that's what got him his empire.
it's debatable, I think.
It's not, because I mean, all of Napoleon's letters and the book, The Rise of the House of Rothschild, I mean, it's the oldest treatise on it. The patriarch of the Rothschilds was an extremely hard worker.
I wouldn't dispute that.
and he was diligent. He honored every single commitment, and everyone he initially owed money to, he paid everybody back. He was always honest about how long things would take, and he was very punctual. So a lot of people don't like to hear that, but it's true.
It's definitely possible that, you know, a family like it's kind of improbable that a family only has, you know, evil people.
Oh, I think it's silly. I think it's silly that people think that families are like that. I think that's silly. I think they're all people just like us. They're made of the same blood. They all poop.
I would agree that it is. I mean, if you have a family that's like really fucking low vibration and do some sick and twisted shit, then it is probably a lot more challenging to not have that affect you, rub off on you.
So,
Maybe.
so what you're saying is if they're all about that bass, no treble, then there's something amiss.
Yes. All right, guys. I'm going to take a break. I'll see y'all later.
See you
Later. Till next time.
Yep.
Man, so they're doing like $50 off a lot of items at Walmart if you just order it online. You pick it up in the same store that you just saw it at, and you save $50. So they take it off the shelf, they give it to you. So they do more work, and then they cut $50 off the price. Ridiculous.
They probably just want you to join their app and then data mine you to the ground.
Yeah. What are they gonna find out? What are they gonna find out?
They're gonna build a whole fingerprint based on your buying, your purchasing history,
Then
and
what?
feed it to an AI that builds a model of
Right.
little shocks and stuff that it can do to promote you to buy one thing or another, and then introduce scarcity to those commodities, and then
Whoa. They're gonna change an entire commodity field just for me?
just for
Ooh,
you.
I'll sign up
Toilet
for that.
paper. Everybody poops, remember? Toilet paper.
The power I possess.
Yeah.
Woo.
But everybody needs to buy toilet paper.
Do they?
I mean, no.
Exactly.
But I mean, I don't think there was like a toilet paper shortage in like India.
It's weird that you said introduce scarcity to some of these commodities because, like, I've definitely had a fair share of some of the things that I've enjoyed buying over the years. They just go away. They're gone. Favorite this, done. You know, favorite that, that's off the shelf. It's weird how that happens.
That's fucking hilarious. I just walked in, and that's literally what I just did. I'm like, fuck it, I'm done. Fuck that, I'm done. Off the shelf. Fuck you guys, I'm done. I was just, I don't need to get into to personal shit too much, but I was just accused of some shit, right? Causing division. So I was like, you know what? You're gonna accuse me of that shit? Fuck you. I'm done. Fucking pack my shit and bounce like a fucking ball. Fucking hate that shit. So yeah, it's funny to walk into this place with you, you spitting those words, CB. I'm done. Oh boy.
I would think that division and counter arguments help refine you as an individual to give you a more well-rounded and cultured perspective, but that's just me.
Agreed.
Kiwi, you should have just told them that you were trans vaccinated, so you really could just accept it then.
Nah, it's all good, dude. It's not about, like, I obviously understand, ethics and whatnot, but it's when you're actually disappointed in people that's what really when you get really surprised. And that's what it where it is, where you have these not I can't even say expectations, but when you get
It is
surprised, you're like, wait a minute,
expectations, though,
you really
because you
think
assume that a person is a certain type of way, and when they let you down, it's because they did something contrary to the light that you perceive them in. I'd
right?
argue.
Fair enough, grounded statement, but yeah, always remain level, always remain grounded. Facts, level.
I would just always say stay true to yourself, and that's all you can really control.
That's it.
Yep.
Just because you think other people might not be, you feel they might not be staying true themselves. Just means that you may have just misinterpreted the entire situation and just got to take a step back. You can't necessarily blame them for it because there's so many factors in the world today that make um, life difficult for some people.
But it's still level. We know this. We can use two mediums, gas and liquid, figure out that the basis we're interacting with, in fact, measures level.
Can I ask you a question? Was the argument or this dispute that you just had based on a flat Earth conversation?
No. It was totally a different
Oh.
conversation, but it's just it's the idea of when you make I talk to my kids all the time, and I'm really matter of fact with them, and I say you're an investment. And they're like, what do you mean an investment? It's such a horrible way, a commodity, to refer to somebody a monetary way, or not a monetary, but pardon me.
What you just called children a commodity?
That's what I'm saying. Investment. Hear me
Why?
out. Hear me out.
That's not
AI.
what a commodity is, man.
Not a commodity. Yeah, I made a mistake, and that's why I picked myself up on commodity. I'm so sorry, but children are an investment. Time, wealth, things of that nature, money, so on and so forth. Right. So where you have someone, not your children, but you have someone where you spent time investing time with that person, and then that person disappoints you. That's where, for me right now, the disconnect is coming up. So, I think of the idea where maybe we've taken perhaps the teachings where we spent time walking with somebody, and then they come back and they're like, no, it's round. Like, holy, how disappointing it is to hear you come back with that after all that time we've spent.
Oh, are you there, Daddy?
Nope. I'm nobody's savior, damn it.
No, I said, are you their daddy?
Children? Yes. People are
Yeah,
the
you
person.
just tell them I'm your father, they're at this flat, and that's that. Deal with it.
Exactly.
Mm. Yeah, it's hard to say, like, when it comes to kids and like how you deal with, maybe they lied to you or maybe they weren't forthcoming with you about whatever, um, to kind of deal with that. But if they did eventually come forward about it, eventually, I think that there's value in that. Like, I don't know. I'm going off on a complete tangent. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just listening to you walk with what you have. Red eye. Go ahead, man.
How do you know you're on a tangent? Did you compare the line to a circle? Oh, true. Look, you can have a line, right? You could
Yep.
call it a tangent, but how do you know it's a tangent? Unless you see the circle next to it, it's just a line.
Exactly. But I think what he's referring to is the main line. He's worried if he's gone off of the main line, but I don't think there's any main line, so you haven't really gone off on a tangent. You've just created another path,
Well, think about it.
an
In
organic.
order to not go off on a tangent on a line of which a tangent would be applied, it would be a circle. So if you're not off on a tangent, you're just going in a circle. So you're just on one big circular line of reasoning. So going off on a tangent would actually be correct because circular reasoning is a logical fallacy.
But what if
So
you
you
had
see, even in
tangent?
our language, they already tricked us to imagine the circle as being correct and the tangent as being wrong.
But what if you had the tangent, the opposite, and the adjacent, knowing that the adjacent, in fact, needed to be flat in order for you to observe the celestial body, knowing that you had the tangent based on the farmer's almanac? Or did I go too far with the TOA application? Because, tangent, opposite, adjacent, that's the relationship in a triangle, right?
Sure.
Come on. I know my sine functions. Come on. But yeah, tangent, 100%. You introduce a circle, how does it work? But yeah, with respects to, to engagement, it's just, again, it's, you spend time, and you could be showing anybody anything, in the process of, again, teaching a man to fish versus just giving him fish. And it's him, you teaching a man to fish, and then he comes back with a coral and he says, "Look, fish," and you're like, "Nah, dog, that's just a rock from the bottom of the ocean." Back to square one. Now I got to teach you what a fish is. Just like
what if they chisel it into the shape of a fish?
It doesn't move though. No, unacceptable. Doesn't have a heart. Doesn't have two eyes that function. No. Your reasonable facsimile is a fallacy on its face. Now, what if they brought me a fossilized fish? We may have life on the line. Get it? Fossilized fish, life on the line. Get.
Ay. Well, don't challenge Danny to a humor contest.
I might go home in a straitjacket.
And we're supposed to have a snowstorm, but all it's been is slush. So annoying. Just mush everywhere. Dude, how do you get seasons on a triangle Earth?
Triangle?
Yeah,
It's
you would
irrelevant.
only have 3 seasons, AI. That wouldn't work. You would only have three
Yeah,
seasons.
3 seasons. Oh my goodness.
That's a good call. Holy shit. I couldn't even conceptualize it.
But which 3?
It doesn't matter, dude. It just doesn't matter. That's the point. It's like the answer's the same on both models. You get differential in seasons because a differential of the heat that's available because the heat sources are in a differential location throughout the year. It's the same on both models. Wow. And they'll say, oh, well, then what keeps the sun up on the flat Earth? Well, what keeps the sun up in the heliocentric? Oh, it's just floating there in the middle of nothing. Oh, well, then that's what my sun's doing too. I mean, how come you could have it, but I can't? It's ridiculous. Oh, because if the sun was just floating up there, it would fall to the Earth because of gravity. Why? Well, because gravity affects everything. Really? How do you know that? Well, because I said so. Well, how do you know gravity doesn't have a limited range? And this doesn't apply to the sun because the sun's beyond it. Or how do you know the sun even is affected by it? Well, because of orbits. Well, how do you know things are orbiting around the sun? Well, because I made this model. Oh, really? What about you mean the same model that says it's orbiting around the Earth, which are equivalent by observation? Oh, well, I just picked this one because it's philosophically preferential to my position. Oh, great. So we ended up back where we started, where you're just peddling a philosophy. Cool story. Now, speaking of subjective, objective, and idealistic realities in philosophy, I have not yet willed myself to be free from the need for sustenance. So I'm going to have to go eat some calories, which may not be matter or concept. Not sure.
Is it
Either
a
way, I
burrito?
need them.
You should get a burrito. Eat a burrito.
Nah, I think it's going to be shepherd's pie.
Hey, nothing wrong with good old shepherd's pie. That's some good stuff. Love me
Yeah.
some shepherd's. Enjoy that, man.
All right. Take it easy.
See you, Arden.
Later, dude. Have a good one.
Guys, ready for some Friday night rock and roll since nobody's talking? Okay, for just a few minutes. Good. Thanks.
Not bad, Sonny. I preferred it when you didn't use the amp though.
Really?
Yeah, because you could hear the strings like more clearly.
Sonny has his hot micing.
Okay, I stopped.
Just kidding. Give us more, Sonny. Come on, you can do this.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, I've been sad this morning when I found out none of my friends know where they live. Yeah, I'm quite upset because we see we live on a flat plane made by the Creator. And I'm here to tell you, Yahweh loves you. That's besides the point. The earth is quite flat and stationary, just like you and I see it every day. That was a short version. Oh, was I muted the whole time? I never even played that.
Yeah, you still hot mic and
Did you
just
hear?
kidding. We
Did you
heard
hear the whole
we
song?
listened. Yeah, we heard the whole thing. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. I said that was a short version.
Yeah.
Okay.
GG, Sonny, GG.
GG.
Yeah.
Is it too loud?
No, it's loud enough. Sonny, how do acoustics works on a globe?
They don't work. It's been determined by qualified experts that the Doppler effect is an effect all the time, and you wouldn't be able to hear sound if it was coming across from you. You wouldn't be able to hear it if you were on a spinning globe with a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay.
So every time you're playing guitar, you're debunking the globe.
That's right. Down, down goes the globe.
All right, next Glober that joins and they say, "Prove it's not a globe." That's your cue, Sonny, and you play the guitar. That's it. Game over.
Okay, Eddie Van Halen, eat your heart out, man. How do you like that? You like that? Thank you. That's my concerto for this evening. December 16th. They say it's 2022. I don't believe a word say.
You're welcome, Sonny. You're welcome.
Okay. That's it. Whoa, what is that? You tell me. What is that sound that's coming out of there? Can anyone explain that to me? Because Never heard sounds like that from a guitar before.
Did you just made a new sound you never heard before?
Well, I've actually heard it only from myself. From the springs that are open on the back of my guitar, rubbing on my side, I hear another whole sound, whole different sounds. They're like voices coming out of my guitar. I know it sounds kind of freaky. Freaky! Don't get freaked out. It's okay. Sonny's in control. Well, Sonny's not in control, actually. The creator's in control. So I have nothing to worry about. I was gifted with this ability to have sound, the music of the world come through me, through my instrument. It's astonishing. Of course, the last little bit of dialogue, it could just be me. I have a vivid imagination, so there we go. Back to perception again.
You did put a lot of time and practice into learning how to play.
Yeah. Way over 10,000 hours, probably over 100,000 hours.
There you go.
How many is 100,000 hours?
You've probably been over 10,000 hours doing the flat earth research or it's not a globe research.
Yeah, I've probably done 10,000 hours. That is not a globe. In the last 6 years.
Does that make you an expert?
I think so. I'm a PhD in the sixth string. Sixth string PhD. That's a great name for my new rock band. Hey, man.
What about the G string? Are you an expert on the G string?
A G string is a particular category. It's a whole different subset to itself. Yes, I could give you a whole thesis on just the G string.
Wow. Can you tell me more about it?
Okay, so the G string. Now this is particularly to an electric guitar using slinky strings. So you're looking at about a 24 on the G string. That's the size, 24,007 inch. So so it's very what they call slinky, and you're able to bend it around real easy. Now, example, but reference Eric Clapton, "Sunshine of Your Love." That lead in it, that's the G string. Like so all these things you could do with the G string that are like, I'll give you examples. I'll turn it down some. Here we go. So we're just talking the G string. Hold on. So here's the G string. So here's the G string. You hear that?
Yeah.
So that's what the G string allowed the guitar to do, whereas before they weren't used that way. So there's this whole transition of how the guitar went from a wound G string and playing just playing like just a rhythm like that, you know, to playing like
Okay.
full on the front lead, like where you're loud enough where you can be in front. See, that's all the G string. So the G string allowed guitars to do that. So that's a good example of the G string. See what I mean about thesis? That's all on the G string, this one.
I like the G string.
G string's badass because like up here, you can do these country things with the G string. That's what I do. That's the G. That's all G. I see. I know all these country tunes that sound like the old slide steel guitars. That's what I taught myself. This part. Oh, excuse me. Oh, just try it. How do you like them apples? Now that you done her wrong, and she don't want nothing to do with you no more. You wore out your welcome too many times before, and she was tired of it. And she might just find somebody else. outside are too many dogs. Gotta stay out of them saloons, I'm telling you. Ain't doing you no good. And you know what's good for you. You'd leave right town this time right now. I said get out of this town. She's done with you. How you like my little country act there? Pretty cool, right?
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. No, I don't want to bore you. But it is Friday night. All right, thanks for letting me play, you guys. Appreciate it. You don't get to hear the real crazy playing when I'm by myself and I stepped away from the. I'm just saying, okay, it's not. Who's next? Somebody else take a turn. Shut this Sunny guy up. He'll just keep going. Wait a minute. Oh, I drove everybody out, so now it's only the cool people here? Okay.
You did it, Sonny. You did it. You've done it, Sonny. You've done it.
I got it. All right.
You had it, now you lost it.
I'll get it. Watch this part. Okay, I'm learning here, so.
Tony, this your plane did something good. Danny 57 joined for 2 seconds. He heard it and he left. Good job, son.
That's it. See, ba ba ba. So now, all you music haters, screw you. Okay, Les. Sorry.
You guys are lucky I can't play the guitar.
Yeah, all that time I was having all that fun, my water almost ranneth over. Now I have a whole big, huge, almost gallon and a half of pure fresh water. Wow, they all clear out just because I start playing. How long do they think I'm gonna be able to play? Honestly. Oh, Sonny's only just gonna play for 16 hours. Better go do something else. What was that, like 10 minutes? Maybe more like 30, huh? Jamsey, how long was that?
What's about 20 something minutes?
20 minutes? See, that's not that long. Like a half side of an album. So you just got a whole half side of an album for you for your listening pleasure on this Friday evening. I didn't even know it was Friday. Of course, I'm lost in time, but not in space. I think I know.
You know what day is today, Sonny? You know what day it is?
No.
It's today.
Today is today. It's a good day. What other day do we have?
But today.
We have one day. We only have one day. Think about it. Right? I know you know that. I'm learning so much about America lately. It's just wow, incredible. What this place truly is and who we truly are here. We were indigenous peoples. Like my own father, like I learned this after, like I'm in my 60s. I learned these things in my 60s about my own family. That's how long it took for the truth to come out, for me to be searching for it till I finally found the whole truth. Like I started finding pieces of the truth. Not the whole truth. I wouldn't ever want to know the whole truth, actually. I wouldn't want that responsibility. What I know now is enough that could cause some serious problems. Being a rebel like I am in the first place, like
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. They can't. Look, I can shock people with truth, and they don't like it, man. So I have to be careful, right? It's important, especially when they live like in the freaking what is it? The Lord of the Flies. That's probably a good example of where I live. Yeah, it's a good example. Is that where these kids are all on an island? They all become like savages. They all have factions and all this bullshit going on. So anybody used to read? I used to read. I've got a book in the mail recently, actually. Good book I read many years ago. I loaned it to somebody. It's taken me more than 10 years to get it back. I had to buy another one. What I mean? Excuse me. So I thought of you, Jamsey, because this guy, I'll DM the channel to you. Oh, I guess we're not live stream, so it don't matter, right? And like, what does Dude have us on live stream now? Flat Earth Dude.
Helio is back, bro. Helio is back.
Huh?
Helio's channel is live streaming now. It's back.
Oh, it is? Okay. Okay.
Looks like.
It's okay. I will actually. I'll send you a link to this channel. And this guy grew up in Philly. Talks about it. Where the Amaru Khans came from. I love that. Here we go. I posted in live stream before. I don't know. Probably good that people see it. Sorry about the noise. Is it noisy? Is that background noise bad?
Is it water?
Yeah. It's boiling water, and it's also draining into my sink.
Oh no.
I like it. It's peaceful. It's like a stream running by me. And I got pure distilled water out of it. So anyway, this guy's channel. He talks about who were the Americans that were coming here. What about that? Was right during the Inquisition, right? There was a bunch of Moorish people, Black Irish, Black German, Black French, Black Spanish, black skinned, dark skinned people coming from Europe to escape the Inquisition because they were considered Protestants. They were actually crypto Jayish and Moorish peoples. A lot of them became landowners, and they were not light skinned people. Let's just say that. Hold up, what was it? Hey, God Rockin', thanks, man. I thought I heard you on there. I thought you might like that. You're from my era, man. I'm like a dinosaur. People that are younger than us, they don't even know what that's all about. Like, it took a lifetime of me learning that instrument to be able to play like that.
Yeah, I like to sit here listening to you. You know, when it's quiet, you know, and there's nobody talking.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I just made myself a cup of coffee. I'm sitting here in the recliner, nice and relaxed.
See, I'd like it if I could provide like background, like music, if I could keep it at a adjustable
Right
level to where
Yeah.
to where I could totally blend in, like I'm trying to do with my voice, because like I'm back a couple of feet from the mic right now, and that's probably best because I have this loud voice and I don't realize it. I reverberate in the whole room. My voice, like I'm the loudest person in the room, always. I am. I have a very loud presence. Like my voice is loud. I can like, I don't know if you hear it, but well, you can't hear it because you don't hear me bellowing out or or screaming in agony, which happens sometimes. Holy mackerel! Anyway, hey, thanks everybody. I have fans. Oh man. Yeah, I've always liked the blues and country. I've always liked that kind of blend. Has always intrigued me, and that's what I've actually developed my own style. I don't know if you heard it at all, but you probably did because I totally incorporated this one particular scale in my playing, and I can move it around and do anything I want with it. It's just wild. Like I played guitar for over 50 years.
Wow. That's a long time.
54 years. I played since I was a 10-year-old little sunny kid. Yes. I played the guitar since then, since I was 10 years old. I never stopped. I took a year off when I was in the Navy, but only a year. I just went right back to it. Had breaks here and there, you know, but I guess I would have to say I'm like it's so much a part of me. I think that is my marriage. I don't know what to say. Like I don't have a partner. I never really I've had partners, but I've had children. I have children, you know, but the guitar was always first. Sorry, ladies. except truth prevails. My heart is set on truth prevails. So Maggie May.
Marguerite. Marguerite.
See, that's way more chiller without the amp.
Sonny,
What?
we have a guest.
Oh, guess.
Sonny, we
Sorry.
have a guest. Tim, how are you doing, Tim? Tim Pryor. We have a guest. Yes, Sonny, we have a guest. How you doing, Tim? Tim Pryor. We have a guest. Yes, Sonny, we have a guest. Tim, can you hear me? I guess he's having trouble. Tim Pryor. He's not replying. He's not responsive. Hey, Tim, if you can hear us, you can open your mic and say hi to Sonny.
Wait, the Tim Pryor?
Sorry, got lost in my own world. I apologize.
The Tim Pryor, yes.
So, any questions about Earth? Anyone? There's Miggy, obviously Glover. Look at that name. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, that is definitely a Glover name.
Glover name, especially if he doesn't speak up.
I'm still wondering how do Gemsies work on flat Earth?
How do?
I still don't know to this day.
Okay, Earth's the globe then.
Yeah. It must be. It has to be. Couldn't be anything else.
The guy last night when I got off of work, Jimsy, about 2 o'clock in the morning, he said I argued with him till like 4:50 my time. He was saying that because you can get parallax, and I guess if you look up the definition for parsecs, that is why we know the Earth is a globe, because we know the distance to the stars using parsecs.
He heard that in a Star Trek movie or something. He came here, used it.
He's like, you guys don't even. That's basic knowledge. Everybody knows this. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Like, nobody knows that. Like, make it sound like everybody just like, oh, anyways, how far is this? Well, about 3 parsecs. Okay, I get you now. Like it's in our vernacular somewhere. It's pretty basic, man.
We had something similar today. We were talking to Mike. He was very polite and had some questions, and he, I spoke to him for a little bit, but yeah, we spoke about science and pseudoscience and difference, and he was comprehensive to the conversation and the examples that we were given. And then another guy jumped in, and he eventually just said, "You guys don't know anything. I took a class from space travel. I took a class. Gravity is real. You guys are dumb. Get a life." Good arguments,
Dan,
bro.
the nice guy, did that.
No, the other guy. That we
Oh,
were
the other
talking to
guy.
Mike. Yeah, Mike was super. Mike was great. He was just he was just having a cordial conversation with us and having some questions, and we just spoke to him pretty cool. It was a good conversation. But the other guy, yeah, he was something else. And then he proved my point, like because Mike said, I get it. Mike said, eventually if I find out that they've been lying about this stuff, I'll be pretty upset. And I was, yeah, it could be upsetting for some people for sure. And he said, but how would that, how would it change? It wouldn't make like a difference, right, in my life. I was like, and if they lied about everything, I was like, Mike, they didn't lie about everything because we all do objective things and we are productive in our own means. We do different stuff, and that's not a lie. Whatever you accomplish, whatever you do as a job, that's not a lie. But the lie, that liar at the corner saying, "Hey, the Earth is a globe and asteroids are gonna fall over your head," that liar, I know he's lying because I checked his claims, and I know he's lying. So next time I hear him saying something or talking to children trying to sell them something, I'll be like, "This guy is lying to you guys." I don't know. And he kind of like agreed, but the other guy the other guy joined and said, "You guys are dumb. I took a class and I took a class, a space rocket class, and yeah, you guys are wrong." That's it. That was his
He was
argument.
triggered.
He said he took a class and therefore Handwave dismissed everything you said.
Yeah, Mike did it. Mike agreed. Mike was having a conversation, but the other guy that was in the middle did dismissed us and said we were dumb and that kind of stuff. So he proved my point about why it matters, because when we point out the actual how things, we point out the lie, and that's what we're here to do. Hey, we point out these people are definitely lying because we can demonstrate that their claims are not real. So that definitely matters, right? And he was kind of like agreeing, and then the guy came in and gave us this crazy spiel about how we were wrong and how NASA is correct, and this pseudoscience perspective that I was telling Mike, that there is science and there is pseudoscience. And I told him this is why it matters, because you don't want to behave like this guy that came here and claim, Hanway dismissed what we were talking about and claim that he knows better because he took a class. That's why it matters. And there was way more than that, but yeah. I just give it like a brush about it.
Is there anybody else that would? Oh, there's nobody else in here right now. We have
Did Tim
Zarek.
leave?
What's up, T-Bod?
Hey. Zarek.
Zarek sounds like a space name for some reason. Like you name like an alien race like Zarek. Like this is the race of
Yeah,
Zareks.
well, I'm here. And I've been with you guys for a long time. And you might not recognize my name, but I used to be the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord homeless guy. And I was traveling all over the United States for a long
Oh yeah, I
time.
remember.
And then and I'm not there now, right? And I might have went under a different name or whatever, but I'm still
No, I remember
here.
you. You had like a cell
Yeah.
phone, and you were talking to us, and there was like traffic noise in the background. I think I remember. Yeah, I do remember you.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, I remember you, man. Like I trust me. I got a good memory when it comes to certain things. Like you were talking one time, and you were just like, you're on your phone, and I heard like the background noise. Like you were just like, I'm outside, and it was raining. I think at the time you were talking to us. Is that right? Like I don't know. Maybe it was you because that's what. If you're the same guy.
Yeah, I got kicked off. I got kicked off the channel because of that, and y'all let me back on,
Yeah.
and everything back in
Oh,
the
welcome back.
day. No, not welcome back. I've been bouncing in every once in a while. I've just been silent and everything, and I've been, having to deal with my own life, and as far as flat Earth is concerned, because I mean that's what people would want to hear from me. I discovered you guys in like 2016, 2017. I discovered flat Earth in like 2016, and like I started looking into it then. I had a guy fucking show me what happened on the way to the moon. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, but I didn't
Yep.
pay enough attention to it. Back in like, I think that was, I don't know what year that came out, but that was like 2015, 2016, 2017. That movie, right? That video documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And our guy tried to show that to me. I'm just trying to tell you where I come from this. And and I didn't pay too much attention to it. And then because of my own thing, I read the Book of Enoch. And like the Book of Enoch, like it made me have to question things. And so, because I am a Christian, I'm Orthodox Christian. Did I just cut off?
No, I was just
Y'all
gonna say,
still
Zarek,
there?
truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it. Doesn't matter who you are. You're
Yeah,
speaking the truth
man.
about flat Earth. It doesn't matter who you are. You're speaking the truth. That's all that matters.
I was in New York in the monastery, and I was sleeping. I was down in the fucking in the gully down there next to the river, sleeping down to the river, and I was talking to you guys live online, right?
Yeah, I
You
remember.
know, back in the day. And I am an Orthodox Christian 100%, but old calendar, Not this fucking, pseudo-orthodox that you find on every corner. And, I mean,
Sounds like
understand that. I can't really explain it, but, I can't really explain it. It has nothing to do with, but it does. It really does. But I mean, I'm not trying to advocate myself in no kind of way. I've been knowing you guys for a while, and I've been hanging out, man. And there's nobody who really fucking understands shit, That like fucking, I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on fucking none of that bullshit. And Instagram, fucking Twitter, fucking. I got a YouTuber, dude, and fucking, I might jump on, and, I mean, I haven't even been in here in a long time, but I'm back, you know what I mean? And, it's just 'cause it's hard, bruh, because, like, people don't see that evil fucking battle that we're fucking fighting, I mean, it has more to do than just fucking flat earth, right? There's a reason they're lying about that shit, and they do all the fucking bullshit that they do, And we can't talk about that. I mean, it'll fucking kill us quick, And, I ain't about there fucking trying to, but, it's just hard fucking sometimes, man. You don't have nobody.
I'll just
It don't matter whether you're on the street and homeless or you fucking run your own business and fucking buying your own house, man. Sometimes you just fucking, there's just not fucking people you can communicate with, in such a way that can fucking understand shit because they're so fucking caught up in the bullshit. And that shit fucking, hurts me sometimes to the point, that I don't even know where to look out to,
yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
just you can use this as like a podcast, so you can have in the background if you just want to like have something to listen to, maybe chime in every now and again. But
yeah,
yeah, I'm
I've
just
been
gonna say what's
chiming in from you and this channel time and again since like 2016, man. I'm no stranger to this motherfucker.
yeah.
I'm Zealot Seraphim. I've been around a long time. I've been around since the early days, really. But like always, I mean, I just had bullshit. Just always had shit to
All
deal
right,
with.
I'm gonna go ahead and say what's up to a few people, Derek. So just hold off for a little bit.
Thank you. Do your
We
thing.
we got Flat Earth Professor was in here last night. What's up, dude? Are you there? Or maybe not. Red Eye Jedi's in the house. And we got who else we got? We got CB, the man with the master plan.
Hey, what's up?
What up, dude? What are you doing?
I am in the Heliocult convention text arguing with a goofball about refraction.
Here, man. Jemsy would like to talk about his nonsense. He's got.
Bring Rory in here.
Bring him in here.
I will cast my fishing rod and see if he'll take the bait.
He's obsessed with Australia's size.
Yeah, I don't get that, dude.
Squad, you got to get some more Aussies in here, man. We're lacking on the Aussie front. I don't matter, globe earther or flat earther, man. The numbers need to kind of. Your numbers are dwindling, man. We got to get some more people on the 2 a.m. shift coming in here.
Well, I said if you pay for the fuel and the accommodation and the food, I'll drive across the Nullarbor for you and then tell you what my speedo
Yeah, let's go.
says. Yeah.
Let's drop the GoFundMe in the live stream, and we'll work something out, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, happy to contribute. There hasn't been that many. Like most of the ones that come in here, some of them are staunch Glovers. Every now and again, you get a few fellows like yourself, and you know, kind of adding more soldiers to the cause, willing to
Yeah, it's
fight
awesome.
that good fight.
Yeah, we actually had five of us Aussies in here the other night, and it wasn't even that packed in here. We were like the majority, I think.
Yeah, 2 a.m. gets kind of like, that's the weird zone. I pop in now. It's weird. You got the second time. First time I came in here, it was like very obscure spiritual chat happening. Like it wasn't even like any religion. It was like I don't know what you call it. It was weird. That's all I could say. And so some of you were here probably heard me interrupt that conversation. Like, what's up, guys? What's going on?
I think I did. Yeah, I think I might have been listening on YouTube.
Yeah, if you know what I mean, where I came in.
Yeah.
The one last night was interesting, actually. Oh, man.
Also, somebody in Cogdis said, when do I get out of here? I said, I made him a VC deal. I'll trade you your release.
Yeah, talk to Bailiff CB. Bailiff CB will get you. He's got the keys, man. Just say the word, you know?
I've been clinking on them jail cells, man, just trying to get them to wake up.
All they gotta do is 20, dude, or maybe a hundo. All right, man. Go ahead. VC time. Let's go.
Oh, he's typing.
Response.
Yeah, VC time. Yes. Sounds
Yeah, bring
good.
him in here. Just see what he's got. Maybe spark up a conversation or two. I gotta head back. Work beckons. Catch you guys at 2. Whoever's here at 2. Later, man.
All right, Mick. You don't work too hard, man.
Yeah, later, Mickey.
Go off. Yep.
See you, T-Bob.
See you, Miggy. Wait.
Later, brother.
Try to keep it on topic. Keep it on topic. Sometimes I lose track. You know? Oh.
We got no newbies in here. I just got here. Don't see anybody. CB's fishing for somebody right now.
Yeah, he's being a little shy.
Is he infatuated with the globe, or he don't really care? Roll, or
I'm just trolling him back, but we'll see if it works.
all right, it's nearly 2023, and we still have people that are convinced they live on a spinning ball, zipping around in several different vectors and directions through literally nothing. Y'all believe that?
No, I don't.
But they got all the math, and it all makes sense, and it's in the textbook. So there you go. What are you gonna do?
I used to believe it. Well, I thought I believed it, but when I look at back, in retrospect, I'm not sure that I actually did believe it. Like, I thought about it, and I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. Like, but I don't know that I like. If I'd have sat down back then and really, really thought hard about it, I think I would have gone, nah, that's crazy.
I hear you, man. I have to say there was a little nagging doubt, especially the whole gravity and people upside down thing. I never really
Right.
bought the 100%. You know what I mean? I just kind of
Yeah.
accepted.
Yeah, exactly. I liken it to that, you know, that the weird guy, the weird family member who has like imaginary friends or something, and everybody just like entertains it. And if someone tries to bring it up or dispute it, the rest of the family members go, "Shh, don't say anything, just go
Right.
along with it."
That's what if this thing ever flips, then that'll be the globe people, will be the 10% telling each other the globe story, and we'll just be humoring them. Yeah, you think you live on this globe? I know. Don't worry about it. Somebody else start talking. I'm dead every day if I can't talk much. I've got a contract. Go ahead. Good
No,
hearing
it
from you.
doesn't.
See what's going on in the land down under. Where women glow and men plunder. Can you hear the thunder?
Yeah. Well, I did the other day actually. There was a massive hailstorm. Like it was massive, but it only lasted a few minutes. And but the sky rumbled for about 5 minutes, just continuously before it hit. And then you could hear the hail coming. You could hear it hitting roofs as it got closer and closer. You know, and they were a good 4 centimeters wide. You know, they were pretty big hailstones.
Well, was there any damage? You might get hurt.
No, no. My lady kind of like yelled at me, "Get out there and cover some of the garden." So I said no, you know, I don't want to go out there. And then I ended up doing it. I raced out because she was going to do it. I'm like, no, I'll go do it. And I ran out there and I got hit in the back a couple of times, but I heard it. You know, it bites, but it was all right. Yeah.
When I was like 15 here in Kentucky, we went through a big hailstorm. This is kind of a sad story. My neighbor's dog got hit in the head with a hailstone and killed it instantly.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Wow!
What's the odds of that? That was that dog's time to go. Pegged him.
Damn.
It was like the stone was almost as big as the dog's head. That's how big it was.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty incredible. I remember living in the Midwest. Yeah, windshields and stuff broken, people's windows in their houses. Yeah, we were always lucky. Never had anything break, but close to it, you could hear it hitting that window so hard. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be outside in that.
Isn't it amazing that,
So, Sonny,
that's something that.
how's the hailstorm work on the spinning globe? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Well, how does something that big come out of the sky?
Isn't that amazing?
Like that's
Yeah, like something that weighs like 3 or 4 pounds of ice.
Yeah.
Bam! Like what? Like how? Yeah, how does that work in a spinning globe? Really, I want to know. How in the heck does ice form into pellet size to marble size to even like what do they say? Golf ball size. Yeah, yeah.
I'll give the official Glover answer would be it's a different reference frame. So whatever's happening in that storm is a separate reference frame from the actual spinning and rotating and all that other shit. But anyway, go ahead.
So hail is working off flat and stationary, just like everything else that's flying. Sonny nails it once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shh. All right, moving right. See, when you're like me, you have to learn to entertain yourself. So therefore.
I was saying today, I'm hoping we've kind of passed the thing where it seems like this conversation is progressing a little bit. We don't have to argue with idiots anymore, for one thing, if y'all know what I mean. People that aren't sincere and don't want to learn why they're even here. And I'm hoping we get more curious people to come in here and actually have the civil discussion and hear the information and come to some of the realizations. You know, is that too much to hope for? I'll shut up.
No, I don't think it's too much to hope for. I think it's actually happening around us. It's just the problem is we have nothing to look at it like as a juxtaposition. You know, we can't get up out of like a flat Earth to see how's flat Earth doing. Nobody really knows that information's not passed along. Let's just say, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. You get the drift. Yeah. How does drifting work on a freaking spinning globe? Hey, there's so many things you could talk about. How do you see these whacked out currents they have for ocean currents and wind currents? Because they got this whole contorted like thing. It's all whack, man.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. Like, if you think about how it actually works, because just for the fact that we know the nature of water, water doesn't bend around, like curve around any kind of shape. So that you think the people planning this would do a better job, really? Think about that. Oh, they'll never figure out the nature of water. They're not smart enough. What were they thinking? They'll never, they'll never realize that water is always horizontal on the top. Huh? To come again? So could someone explain that to me? In that boardroom
Well,
meeting, what were they thinking? Just subject conjecture, please, or whatever. You know.
well, the funny part is saying that those people actually think that water does behave that way, but only in a reference frame that they can't actually experience themselves.
Yeah, something, man. That's so weird, though. Like, why would you ever believe somebody that was telling you that kind of story? Oh, here's this thing. Yeah, well, this place you live, see all that water? It looks completely flat, and we actually navigate across it as flat as well, but it's not really flat. It just
And
imagine
the
that.
answer I accepted for that for a long time, maybe when I was in my 20s and 30s, I kind of passingly questioned it a little bit, but I remember people telling me, well, the Earth's just so big and the water just seems flat. And that kind of made sense. And I never actually investigated it until I was 52 years old.
Yeah, me too. It was pretty much like, because listen, from the time you're in your 20s to your 40, how busy do you think your life gets in that 20-year period? Like hella busy, right? Doesn't matter what you're doing. You're really busy in those years. So like you got time to sit there and think about. No, they make sure of that.
You're hitting on a key part of the trick. They keep everybody busy so people don't actually stop and think about stuff like this, right?
Right.
Yeah, not only just busy, but listen, busier and busier at an accelerated rate, as is discussed in the book by Alvin Toffler called Future Shock. I suggest everybody read that book. How's that for statement and reference?
Not bad.
You there, CB? The fish wiggle off the hook, or you not coming in here?
No, dude's not even claiming that he doesn't have a mic. He's just flat out saying like, I just don't get it. It's I was literally typing a message like, dude, like, do you guys not go outside? Like, have you never spoke to a human being in your life? He's like, I'm just not comfortable. Not that I don't want to, I'm just simply not comfortable with it. I'm like, what? It's like, have you never interacted with another human being
Like the only reason you would say something like that is if you like knew in your mind that you didn't plan on saying anything nice. Like why would you even conjecture in conversation with someone, I just don't feel comfortable. Well, okay, you're a human being. What do you think you could say that would cause a problem? Oh, see how you read. That's what you do. You read between the lines. You go because of their behavior. What that's portraying is somebody who's going to be rude or something that can't help themselves. I don't know. You know what I mean? What else
It's just
does it? What else?
strange.
What? Yeah, it is. What else would? I mean, what other conclusion does that lead you to when someone goes, okay, so there's a couple possibilities. Let's give them all the benefit of the doubt. So some people are just shy. Maybe they don't like the way their voice sounds. There could be all kinds of reasons. That's true. Maybe they just don't know how, or maybe they feel as if they don't know how to speak with people. So there could also be a possibility of someone hiding behind that kind of portrayal, you know. That's one thing that's common in subterfuge or counter espionage, right? Think about it. But I'm not saying that's what it is. But we have to leave all possibilities open to things we don't know, right?
Well, Sonny, I see we're back on Helios channel on YouTube, and there's somebody listening on YouTube, and you got questions about this subject. Maybe you just stumbled across this channel. You think we're all nuts. We're just trying to share information, and we're not nuts. There's a lot of smart people in here.
Yep.
So come on in and talk. You guys go ahead.
I think it's very telling that we have these people in Cogdiz and they beg to get it, basically beg to get let out. It's like, why? Why do you want to come back to the lobby? Like, I mean, they obviously want to be here and interact with us for some reason. But then they'll still continue to
Yeah.
be
That's
weird about it.
that's possibly the strangest thing about it, that they want to come back in here and talk with us. That's pretty odd, if you ask me. Like, why would they want to?
Yeah. If I was a staunch Glober, I'd be just like, and I had my say and spazzed out a bit, and I got sent to Cogdius. I'd be like, well, I'm out of here. See you guys. Like, going to live my globe lies.
Yeah, not make like a Cogdis career out of it, where you do that. You're just in Cogdis on the Flat Earth server, and you play games, and that's it.
Right.
That's it. That's that's the whole. That's their
Hey
whole
guys,
life.
I got a quick random stupid question. Does NASA have a Discord server?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh, we should get some. So let me look for it.
Yeah,
Hey,
look it up. See if they got a Discord. I'm just
let me see
curious.
if there's a Discord for NASA. I'll look it up real quick. Here we go.
You know, at least one of their fanboys had to have started one or something.
The
But whenever,
unofficial look, they have an unofficial NASA Discord server. It's called NASA Discord. Discord me.
how many members?
I don't know. It says NASA here. Look, I would like to welcome you to the unofficial NASA server. The server is mostly for updates about space. Oh, good. Okay, hold on. Here's the link. Oh my God, what a crack up. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. Right.
Well, that's good. NASA's got an unofficial Discord server. Okay. They have an unofficial Mars program, an unofficial Moon program, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
They got a whole bunch of servers. Hold on, more information coming. Yeah.
Look at the logo.
Look at all
The
these
logo.
Discords. Wait. Are you? This is a trip. Okay, here you go. I think there's a bunch of them. Hold on. So I'm going to post this link. They have a whole bunch of them.
The best, the best NASA Discord servers.
Updates about space? Really? What kind of updates about space? Could you? We should go in there and check it out. They're listening though. You gotta listen to before you be a member on the NASA, so you gotta listen to the Flat Earth server for 12 hours. Sorry, it's part of our community server. Community service project. We have a counterintelligence Flat Earth office, actually. Can you imagine? What a bunch of weirdos.
Imagine doing like 5 minutes on the NASA server just to see what they're talking about.
I don't know. Let's see. NASA Discord Gateway. Starbase is a community built by and for space enthusiasts. If you love space rocketry, this server is the best place for you to think about it. Their Gateway. Josh's Den. Gateway has 500 members. Josh's Den has 95 members. MNN's Discord server participate in hot seat debates, talk about anything regarding space. Have the most fun with MNN community. I don't know what that is. Minnesota? I have no idea.
Did you say they debate space? That's hilarious. They actually come up. We're going to debate stuff we can't make. We're just making.
Here's the one for Gateway. Look, I want to post some links. I'll post these links here. Here's the space Discord servers. There's one. Gateway. This one's Josh's Den. Let's see what they have.
What are they debating about?
Debate rooms about space-related theories and ideas. Okay, that sounds like the place for us.
So what do they debate? Like whether you turn to spaghetti when you go through a black hole, or if it just crushes you?
I think they probably do have that spaghetti. They probably do have that conversation there. I would imagine so. Why did the message get blocked? Hold on. And then Limit Nil is a community server built to provide support with our products and also for having fun together, whatever that means. What is it? I thought these were multifunctional Discord made for gamers. Can automatically send latest news, video, blah, 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 blah. That one's Space Void application. As an Android application made for space enthusiasts, it can show you upcoming events and launches. Okay, so let's put that one too. Somebody's going to pick up on this. They're going to follow these little breadcrumbs.
All right, Sonny, we've got a new guest, but he's got an unfortunate name. I'm not going to say his name out loud. Blood F. Are you there?
Blood flatulence.
Hi.
Hello. What brings you to the server?
Welcome.
Just wanted to listen.
Listen to what?
The live stream.
But this is a voice channel.
You mind if we ask you just a couple questions and you can listen? Do you think you live on a globe right now and it's okay if you do?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the number one reason you think it's a globe?
I just think there's more evidence than being flat.
Well, can I ask you for one piece of key evidence to see if you know the answer? Do you know when anybody ever, any time in history up till now, have directly measured the curvature of the Earth? They can be demonstrated and verified by somebody else over a body of water, at least 10 or 20 miles, something like that, showing the drop over distance. Do you know that answer?
What do you mean?
I mean, has anybody ever directly measured the Earth's curvature? Ever?
I don't know.
That's a good answer. Somebody else go ahead. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah.
You don't have to talk.
So you don't know the Earth is a globe. You've been told you believe that it's a globe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a belief without any standing or nothing to back your belief. What you have is called an unfounded belief. That's more like a religious belief sort of system, a complete blind faith without any evidence.
I think there's evidence.
Okay, just provide one piece of evidence, please.
Like the sun and like
Wait a
Mars.
minute. Wait, stop. We're talking about Earth, not the lights in the sky. So stick with the Earth.
Okay, I'm not sure.
So the Earth itself. What in your experience convinces you that Earth is a globe in your own experience in day-to-day life?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good answer. It doesn't, though. It doesn't in anybody's life that is living now or has ever lived or that ever will live. Nobody experiences a globe, Earth, in your experience. It's flat, stationary, and contained. We have gas pressure. So all of those things are what you actually experience. Anything that is antithetical to those axioms that we all know and experience here, that is the burden of proof right there. Because if somebody is saying that it goes against all of human experiences, including yourselves, uh, then they have the burden of proof. Because there's what that means is there's no empirical or what they call zetetic information gleaned from the earth itself as you now stand on it that has anything to do with globe earth at all. And it's not used practically as a globe earth by anyone that does anything, including all your governmental agencies, flying aircraft and
Well
rocketry.
said, Sonny. Let's give him a chance to respond. What do you think about what he just told you there, Lud?
I think it was interesting, but I was just kind of here to listen. I was trying
How
to.
long ago did you first find out that this people were actually talking about this seriously, or were you aware of that fact?
Probably like I don't know, 10 years ago.
10 years, okay. So in that 10 years, have you done any empirical tests for yourself? If you went out to a beach and you happen to know if you're a foot off the water, the horizon should start dropping away from you at 1.2 miles away from you. If you're 1 foot above the sea level, do you know that?
Okay, do you know what the radius of earth is?
No.
So you're lying about knowing about flat earth for 10 years. So you've just been caught lying. I would suggest you know, don't lie because it's easy to spot.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I asked him when he first heard about this subject. So you know that 10 years ago people were seriously discussing this, or you just heard about it?
I heard about it. I don't
That's all
understand how I'm lying.
you just okay. If you just heard about it, you never looked at it at all in the whole
I'm
10
pretty
years.
sure there have been people that have thought the Earth has been flat for like hundreds of years. Is
Wait
that
a
a
minute.
lie?
Okay, in the last 10 years, so you have not really looked into it at all or listened to the conversation at all in 10 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So I apologize. Um, I'll retract that lying statement. I wouldn't want to profess I'm lying if you're not. So I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't mean to
Fair
sound like
enough.
I don't mean
We
to sound like
appreciate
I'm
you.
biased. Like,
Sorry, son. We appreciate you speaking up here. If you don't want to keep talking, that's up to you. You
yeah,
got me verified, right?
look, and I want to just clear the air a little bit because look, none of this is there's no vendetta here. There's no axe to grind, really. I mean, if you hear like flat Earth coming from someone like me, it might sound like that because I've been I've been looking into this reality for as long, like let's say, as long as the internet has existed. I've done research on the internet. So That's a lot. That's quite a long time, and I'm older than that. So I actually did research when I used to have to go to libraries too. But but I digress. So I might seem a little jaded or a little hard edged. It's only because of my experiences. I'm not a bad guy. Like I'm really a pretty nice a good person. Like I make a good friend. I'm not trying to like give myself an advertisement, but I just want to show you that there's another side. Okay. So I hope you don't just let one experience like ruin things for you. But this is not like a thing where it's not a gotcha. Like we're just trying to get to know what you actually know yourself about the globe, and you've told us a couple things.
We're not trying to convince you of anything. We just want you to think for yourself, and we have information to share if you want to see it. This
Yeah.
whole thing is about you have. We can only show you the door. You have to walk through it. We're serious about the subject because we all got taught we're on this spinning ball going in several different directions and motions through infinite nothingness. And that makes no sense in reality when you actually try to prove any of those claims. I'll show
So,
it. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off. So we just want to know what you actually know about the globe Earth and how you know it. So I apologize again because I cut you off in the beginning when you went to say the sun, and I should have been a little more diplomatic about answering instead of cutting you off. And I apologize again. I'm not perfect. So you should ask the question like about the sun. And what in particular about the sun makes you convinced that Earth is a globe?
Oh, it looks like the sun's a globe and all the other planets are globes. So I don't
Okay.
think it's.
Okay, but you're looking into the lights in the sky, correct?
So it's kind of. I think it's theoretically just like one light.
Okay, well, generally speaking, when we look up, we see lights in the sky. The stars, the planets, they look like lights. There's no way to tell what if they have a shape at all because light doesn't behave that way, and uh, our eyes aren't of the type that can collect that. What do they call it? Stereoscopic vision, where we could see if it was a spherical shape or not, coming from a light. And when we look at them with actual cameras, but anyway, I kind of digress there. But the looking up at the lights in the sky, can you tell me what similarity any of those things have with the ground we stand on that has oceans and shorelines and mountains and valleys?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, what do the lights in the sky that you see, like stars, planets, the sun, the moon, all those luminaries in the sky that we look up at in the night sky, what similarity do any of them have with valleys, rivers, shorelines, and oceans, mountains, things like that?
Trees.
I don't think a lot.
Nothing that we can tell anyway, right? When you look up, do you see forest?
No.
No, no rivers, no fish and streams. You don't see anything like that. No, no one does. That's the point I'm trying to make. So they're not similar. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell me right away what the similarities were and what the correlation is. But actually, when we look into the sky, it has no correlation to what we're standing on at all. It'd be like literally asking the hardware person to measure your ceiling lamp to lay your flooring in your apartment, let's say. That's what it'd be like. Would you do that at the hardware store?
No.
Why not?
Doesn't really make sense.
Doesn't make sense, right? Exactly. That's the point we're trying to make. So what we're talking about is the actual Earth itself. When we look across, like let's say a body of water, you can either see things in the distance or you cannot, right? Yeah. So if you could be as a sailor, leave a harbor and all the way the whole time sailing to a place and you were able to see that thing the entire time, it didn't divert its distance from you. It didn't rise or fall from the horizon line, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was right there. You could sail all the way up to it and touch the island with your feet. So if that's the case, then we either see things, they are there or they're not. So when we sail, when we see a place that is farther than the geometric constraints of the globe Earth would require, let's say in 10 miles, 67 feet of drop, vertical drop from your line of sight. So now if something was less than 70 feet, let's say, 67 feet, you would never be able to see it at 10 miles, right? Because it would not reach your line of sight. Would you say that's correct?
I don't know how big the Earth is. I'm not very good at math either.
Okay, well I'm telling you this. What I'm saying, it comes from the actual globe Earth chart at 10. So at 5, let's 3 miles is 72 inches or 6 feet. At 3 miles, 5 miles is 15.667 feet, and 10 miles is 66.67 feet of vertical drop. That means if you're looking across the beach at 5 miles, there should be 16 feet of vertical drop. So if you're seeing a shoreline with little bitty waves on the other side of a beach, across the bay, 5 miles away, and you can see the shoreline there, that drop is not there. So when you look at 10 miles at, let's say, the Black Swan images, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they are at 10 miles, known distances. They're oil rigs drilled. They're standing in the bottom in the sand, drilling oil under the seabed, right? So they're at known distances, 10 miles for habitat. And so that should be 67 feet of drop. And the horizon is beyond the furthest. So those kind of things, I don't know. That's all it means, is that when you see something in the distance, the globe requires a certain amount of vertical drop that does not exist in reality that anybody can find. If you can find me something that shows consistently a vertical drop at a known distance, known observer heights, this should be repeatable over and over and over again, I'll be convinced. But I've never seen any of this ever from any source. So if you have any information about this curvature that we're looking for, it would be verifiable, it would be repeatable, it'd be falsifiable, and everybody would know about it, and you would know exactly where to go and how to find this drop. And since nobody has ever given us this information for nearly 10 years, like you mentioned, that's why we're still here. No globe Earth information or evidence has been provided from any source.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely interesting because most people go their whole lives and don't think about it, don't question it. We're all raised to believe in the heliocentric nonsense, you know. Everyone's taught it. But not many thought to. I wonder if that actually is true. Oh, let's go test that. What they say that the horizon should only be so far away. What happens if I zoom in? Oh, look at that! Zoomed in with my camera. It's a long way. It's further than 9 miles. I'm 1 foot above the water. What is going on here? You were going to say something earlier, Blood. You were going to say something earlier about the sun.
Yeah, I was trying to just kind of join and listen to like other people.
That's fair enough. But it does seem to be a go-to for most people. They want to point up at the sky to declare what the ground beneath them is doing. That just doesn't make much sense when you think about it. But that's how the whole idea pretty much was derived from trying to explain why we see in the sky what we see. You know. But there's problems with that. Definitely have to make a lot of assumptions. What's up with the Glover Aussies in Gem Pandas? I don't know. Texas. I don't go in there.
Yeah, all of them are convinced that the star trails prove they're on a globe. And yeah, it's pretty bad.
Right.
That they're still thinking that is just astonishing to me, man. Isn't that the wildest thing you ever heard? that they still think the star trails, they still don't understand it.
Well, they're saying because they can't see Polaris, it's obviously behind the globe.
But they see the divergence. How are they correlating the divergence there to anything their globe is supposed to be doing? What?
No.
It's like spinning. What?
Yeah, I was.
Tabs are spinning then? Thanks, bro. That's great
I was
information. I
really.
love it. Keep it
Yeah, I
coming.
was trying to like hear their perspective. Like maybe I'm wrong, but the more they explained it, the more I'm like, they have no idea what they're talking about. So yeah, it was pretty funny.
That's crazy. Listen, that like honestly now, like before I just kind of passed by. This is like a stark example of a glitch in the matrix, man. I think it truly is, man. That's when you could like sit there and poke that a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
use
I mean, wait. Who's on what globe? Where?
well,
Nobody.
they're using the same logic for why you lose sight of the sun at the end of the day. It's going behind the globe, obviously.
No, listen,
And their
Helio.
logic.
He was talking.
It's
Listen,
not
Helio.
obvious.
Listen, he was talking about the star trails. How the Globers still are saying the star trails proves the globe Earth, and
No,
I
I
was
heard
talking
that.
about
I heard that.
divergence. Okay, yeah.
And that's kind of, and just like me and many others have said, in order to believe that, what you have to think about the sun is that when you observe the sunset, that means you're moving away from it due to you being standing on the spinning globe, and the sun is moving away from you due to that fact, and then the Earth curve is getting in the way, causing the sunset.
Yeah. And Helio, what do you think the answer we've always, the only answer we've gotten for that is nothing. They just blank out right there. That because you don't feel like, do you feel like you're going back? We never
Wait. No, their answer is refraction.
No, they never give an answer for that. Why don't you feel
just
you're
say
falling
refraction? I mean, it's
backwards?
just like, even if it was a globe or if it was flat, refraction.
Ah, shit.
It doesn't matter how big the ball is or whatever you think the sun is or how big the globe is or whatever. Refraction. Refraction, bitches.
You can make money. You can make money on bets on that. You say every time Glover comes in, you ask him about them. Why don't you feel you're falling backwards during the sunset? And find out no answer is given ever, not by any one of them. They don't even know each other. They still don't give an answer.
Well, I don't have one, because once you explain to them what they think they're seeing, that's really more ridiculous than flat Earth.
It's gravity. Yeah, isn't that not a Bugs Bunny cartoon?
But that simple answer about the sunset is more ridiculous than the sun moving away from you until you can't see it anymore.
Exactly. Why? Just because that's what it's doing. Why is it so hard?
That's what you observe it doing.
Exactly. Move a lamp away. It does the same exact thing.
Yeah. So it's just like, all right, so I see the sun moving away from me, but now in my mind, as a physical person on Earth, I have to believe that I'm moving away from the sun, spinning backwards away from it around the ball, and the curvature is causing the sunset.
I mean, like, wow.
What the fuck is that?
What the hell? Take a break and come back and hear that once again. You go like, holy shit. What kind of place is this, man?
I know, but it's fuck. I mean, they think we need help.
Yeah, it's scary, man. I'm telling you, it's worse than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, they're going to need Earth to be a globe for that, and for it to be a globe, it needs to have curvature.
no matter what the cost of your integrity or lost integrity.
Dude, what integrity? I mean, it's just like, all right. So,
Well,
I mean, that's the simple explanation.
No,
Either you're living on a spinning ball, and the reason you see the sunset is the reason I just described, or you're on a level stationary plane and the sun is moving and you're not.
There's
And
the
it's
choices. Yeah.
what I mean, what's so hard to figure out? I mean, you can believe one scenario or the other. Very simple.
Yeah. So that's the thing about this whole globe, or the non-globe, like the where we actually live is the real Earth. There's so many things that just cut the globe into ribbons where it just on base axioms like that.
Yeah.
How do things actually look when they move away? Okay. How does water actually behave when it's contained? How does gas behave when it, like, if it's uncontained? Like, these are things we just know that they're just, that's the way it is. Tell me when your tea kettle like sucked in there.
Yeah,
And
tell me where reality starts, where real observation starts, and where your belief ends or begins. You know, I mean, it's I mean, tell me where. Then we can get to an actual conversation or about this. And it's just like, well, I believe I'm on a globe. Well, like, good for you, bro.
But guys, like, okay, we can't observe or measure the curvature, but we know it has to be there because what else explains southern star rotation?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's explanations are as good as like taking a shit. You know.
What? So what about them all going the same direction? What are they talking about? How did
Well, I mean, there, you know, as far as the same direction, that's true. It's like some people will be like, well, if you look, you know, if you're in the southern hemisphere, the stars go in a different direction. No, they don't, and we've explained that so
They
many
keep
times, but
saying
they
it. I
still
know.
keep saying it.
Now they are. That's what I'm freaked out about. That they're still keep saying it after all this time.
It's just if you look, here's a simple explanation for that. If anyone listening is confused, if you look north, they go from right to left. If you look south, they go from left to right. Very simple.
So basically, they need to go back to basic crossing the street at a crosswalk.
I know. Or you just stand
Thank
on
you
one side
very
of the street.
much.
One side of the street, the cars go from left to right. If you stand on the other side of the street, they go from right to left.
Teacher,
Fucking idiots.
which way is the traffic coming from, Johnny?
What the fuck is wrong with people,
the other
man?
side of the street.
They think they got you. They got you on a gotcha with that one. It's like, bitch, you're looking north or you're looking south. Which direction are the stars going when you depending on direction? I'm looking south. Now they're going over my left shoulder.
I turn around now.
Your
They're not
left
coming from the
shoulder.
west anymore. They're coming from the. They're still coming from the west. They just
Sorry,
look
I'm
like,
drinking tequila tonight, guys.
holy. Yeah, don't start yelling about this.
I know, my bad. My bad.
It's something that could be
I'll try to
yelled
calm
about.
down.
Holy crap!
Yeah, but that's the dumbest thing ever. It's like, dude, you're looking north, they're going right to left. You're looking south, they go left to right. I mean, how fucking hard is that?
Still going from the south. Oh, now they're on your right, but they were at your left. Whoa, I'm confused. No, Johnny.
Oh, they're definitely confused because they're confused. They're discombobulated, but because they're trying to figure out a model that doesn't exist.
No actual Johnny.
And they're trying to get us on a gotcha when it's just very simple. So,
no actual person named Johnny was harmed during the making of this dialogue.
It's like why do the Southern Star Trails move in the other direction? They fucking don't. That's the answer.
Oh damn! I gotta spark this up after that. Oh my god!
I told you. I'll try to stop yelling, but like I said, I'm drinking tequila.
Lord help me.
I'm celebrating this weekend just because. I mean, I bought my favorite tequila, and I'm just like, whatever.
I don't know.
Good stuff. But anyway, other than that, I made Sonny Man, the master guitar playing that was going on earlier. It sounded good.
Yeah, it might be time for Arkansas, some kind of Arkansas country song. I don't know.
It makes me want to break out my Les Paul and start playing some shit, but
it might sound something like this.
it wouldn't sound anything like that. But I'd be a little rusty, but. Oh, hold up. That ain't. Hey, maybe that sounds more like blues than country, but I mean, it's almost the same thing. You know, it just depends on who you are. I know, but it never ends. Yeah, with the scales. Yeah, of course. Yeah. If I ever get sober again, I'll be able to play too. Eventually, I can't play when I'm drunk, so it do what it do.
It's an open G tuning too.
Wait. You have a guitar tuned to open G?
Yeah.
So what's the top
So
string?
it's doing D G D G B D.
So you could do you ever play slide?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pull out the slide. I want to hear you play the slide on that one.
All right, hold up.
Because that's a perfect tuning for slide, isn't it? Almost. It depends on what you're looking for, but yeah.
Hold on, I hid the slides from myself so I wouldn't break them. Hold on.
You got a glass one? I have a glass one around here somewhere.
I made from a bottle of wine bottle. What did I do with it?
In the meantime, I see some. Let me see. Let me check.
Hold on. Oh my god, I'm not as old as I think.
Hershey has no rolls. Do you guys want to hear from Hershey before
Yeah, sure.
before he gets on his slide? Let's see if
I will.
Hershey. Well, it's on server muted. So Hershey, you have access to your mic. We have Mile. But these guys just hanging out and don't want to talk, but they just are listening. They have no roles, but they just want to listen. You have access to your microphone. Come on, Hershey. Mile, talk to us. Flat Earth ain't that scary. Okay.
Did Hershey want to speak up? Was that
Otherwise, you're gonna have to listen to Sonny play the slide guitar. That's from a bottleneck you made, Sonny?
Hershey and Miles want to speak.
Well, now they do. Come on,
Yeah.
Hershey. Mile. Are they going to Hershey Mile? I hope not.
Yeah.
And I'll just leave that there.
You should be able to open your mic, Hershey.
See, I told you it was a good for slide. Yeah, that's why you had it open tuning. Yeah. I was like, oh, what are you ready for slide?
Let me just say, slide is incredibly difficult. I got a lot of respect for you, brother.
Well, I mean, it just depends. It depends on how you tune it, and you have to know where to hit it.
Yeah.
And use
Now you got to be
harmonics, and
precise.
and you have to tune the guitar a certain way. But
Mm-hmm.
hold on, Sonny. Hold on, Sonny. Mile just talked. Mile, do you want to talk to us?
I was just telling Mr. Trent to get some voice permissions.
Well, you have access to your microphone now, so that's voice permissions.
That's a
We have to
beautiful thing.
verify that you're cool before we can give you any other roles.
Yeah.
We need to go through the vetting process. I got you.
Yeah, that's cool. So Hershey and Mile, just your participation in the conversation lets us know whether you're cool or not, and then we can give you roles as you participate. That's the
Yeah,
way it
that's fair.
works
That's
here.
only fair as you go along.
Yep. Now, Miles' mic is a little low. Miles, is there any way you can increase your volume?
I don't know, dog. I'll be real.
Well, be real by increasing your microphone
I can try.
volume. Hershey sounds great.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You sound good too.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, we want new people to come in here and talk to us. That's, we want to make the best of this conversation. How did you find us, Hershey and Mile?
YouTube.
Awesome. Some people find us through YouTube, Twitter, Reddit.
Oh, you guys have a Twitter now. Hold on. Let me try to find that. I wasn't aware.
Yeah, just look up Helioskeptic on Twitter. I'm live streaming from there right now. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the same stream that you'll hear on YouTube on my channel, but we're also streaming on Flat Earth Dude's channel too. So we have a couple of live streams coming from here.
Huh.
We do this just to kind of lead people to the Discord and have them get involved in the conversation. No one
Yeah,
here is
no, of
trying.
course.
Yeah. Always want to have new people involved in a discussion.
Especially since just the community of the flat earth, it's so vast and varied, so many different like pieces of evidence and beliefs that all correspond together.
Sure, I mean it's just like if you've been into this long enough, you'll find out that not all flat earthers agree with each other.
No, absolutely.
But this is kind of a hub for everyone to kind of meet each other, whether you're flat, globe, or indifferent.
Of course.
But as long as you're cordial in the conversation, you're welcome here. It's no big deal. But it is a big deal in my mind. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hosting this.
So we also have Mr. Tren has joined and has requested permission to speak as well.
Awesome. Tren, somebody's unserver muted. But hey, let's just the new people that have joined, go ahead and ask us questions. I mean, do you want us to start the conversation? I mean, I already said,
Sure.
how did you find the server? I mean, is there any questions you want to ask initially about why we think the Earth is flat? I mean,
Wait, what's your belief on it? I'm
it's not a
interested in that.
belief. It's not a belief.
It's a fact.
Well,
no, I'm just saying because like many people have multiple different interpretations, of like why the Earth is flat and how it is.
Well, let me ask you. You don't have to go through the whole thing.
Because of sea level.
What?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, sea level's a good one. I don't want to be the initiator. If someone else wants to answer the question, go ahead. I know there's plenty of people that are astute at answering all these questions. Don't. I mean, I can do it, but I actually want to listen more right now.
Honestly, I'm kind of just here to learn, like get all the varying perspectives and see which align with my beliefs.
Awesome. That's what we're here for too. We all try to learn from each other every day. So, who wanted to answer the question about sea level? Who said that? The flat earther that said that. That's on you. I introduced the topic. I mean, I can talk about it, but
I mean,
Oh
okay,
yeah,
I
this
can
is.
go. Yeah, okay, you go.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, for the new people, it's like a great server. Just hang out, and uh, Miggy is usually on in the morning, and he's great to talk to about flat Earth.
all right. Well,
And
Miggy's not here right now,
yeah.
Texas Bear. Why don't you answer his question?
Oh yeah, I was just telling him it's just a good server to hang out and listen. That's what I enjoy about it.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, yeah, I take that. There's a lot of people just in here listening now.
All right, damn it, I'm gonna have to do it. So, all right. So the new people came to. See, I'm not dumb. I'm just a little slow because I've been drinking tequila.
No, I understand that. It's all good.
But check this out. I mean, do you have questions? Is this your? It doesn't sound like this is your first time
No. Yeah,
interacting with someone that's a flat earther.
yeah. No, I'm very versed in it. I mean, not very. I don't want to, seem overconfident or nothing, but yeah, no, I've had some good discussions
On other Discord servers.
just all across the internet, really. But yeah, I
Sure,
think
sure. You like Facebook and Twitter and all that kind of
of
stuff.
Twitter,
Right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so you're active on Twitter, and did you find my Twitter channel? Which
Yeah,
my
hold up.
Twitter channel is pretty much just
What was that again?
the live stream of this.
What was the Twitter again?
It's twitter.com/heliosceptic.
Okay.
It's the live stream of what we're doing here now, and it's live right now on Twitter.
All right, yeah.
I'm not active on Twitter. The only activity on Twitter on my channel is just this live stream. So I don't use Twitter except for that. So I don't use Twitter other than that. I'm in here or I'm active on YouTube, but I live stream as an addendum to the YouTube channel that I use.
Yeah, okay.
And the Discord. Twitter's just a kind of addendum to that. They actually archive the videos and they never freaking bother me because I get like copyright claims and YouTube and freaking all kinds of
Really?
shit from YouTube, bro. But Twitter never messes with me, as far as all the
That's
content.
interesting.
Yeah, the content we put out on Twitter, that I've been streaming on Twitter for years. Never had Twitter contact me and say, "Hey, you put out some weird ass content," and I've never been blocked from Twitter ever.
Yeah.
And I've been
I
doing it
know.
for like 3 years.
I think I got a hunch on why that is actually. I'm fairly certain that the
Why do you
CIA
think that
has
is?
I'm fairly certain that the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, has has their hand in the pocket of
Hey, I'll tell
YouTube.
you what, though. Ever since Elon
I'm
Musk took it over, we get a lot more viewers over
Wait,
there.
what were you going to say? The hand in the pocket of what?
They
Finish your
have their hand in the pocket of Google and YouTube. Fairly certain. I've seen
well,
it myself.
Oh, they probably, of course they are. Like that goes back to the 1967 memorandum that they
They
had.
also have it in the control of
What's
local
the
police stations. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them have fought them off. Some of them are good in that they fought
Oh, they're
them off.
probably
But
watching
some
me
of
with
them
their
they've
drums.
they've
Yeah.
gone through my mail. I've been seeing a lot of the letter M in my mail. I don't know what that's about, but
what's
I
the
think it's
1967? I'm not sure what you said. You said something 1967. What is that?
Yeah. There was a CIA memorandum about. Well, let's see. Talks about. Let me see if I can find it. Someone have that link?
I have no idea what you're talking about. But anyway, the letter M makes me think of
About the word.
the Masonic apron that is the Gmail symbol, which is
yeah.
that's the Masonic apron.
About
It's all,
them being in all the medias is the CIA memorandum when that they've confessed. Yes, they're in all the medias. Do they have agents working in the media? Yes. Going back to did they militarize the term conspiracy theorists at that
Oh
time?
yeah, that's where it started.
That's the one.
Well, I mean, that's not. I mean,
Right.
who's the
That's the one I'm
grandfather
talking
of the CIA? Well, who was the first director of the CIA?
I'm not sure.
It was came from the Bush family.
But if you guys want to know how you can tell if the police are going through your mail is if you see a second mail truck go down your route. I've seen it a few times. They didn't think I'd
Oh,
notice.
God, are you one of those targeted individuals? Are you a TI?
I believe that we all are on some level.
Well, sure. If you participate in social media, everyone's targeted.
No, but like in
Believe you've
person and
gone
stuff.
to be targeted.
I got busted on a bullshit possession charge of angel dust, which is, by the way, the CIA made it that illegal because they knew that it expanded your mind. They knew damn well its power
Wait,
to
did you
enlighten
actually
people.
have angel dust, which is a illegal
Allegedly,
substance?
I don't want to say which way
Well,
or,
then why
or
you brought it up?
So
I
you
could
think
have.
I've
the
never
government?
seen
I could
angel
have.
dust in my life, but now you brought it up.
Really?
So
Yeah,
you think
I'm
the
almost
government?
50 years old. And I've never seen angel dust.
You think the
Really?
government's targeting
I
you?
mean, it expands. It grows
No,
cellular
let's not
pathways.
do this. Let's not do this.
Yeah, you're right. They're gonna take us. Yeah.
It grows a third eyeball in the back of your neck.
Well, sure. It's not the only thing that can help you expand your spirituality and all that kind of stuff.
But this just shows the government how we can't even talk about this because we're afraid. That goes against they're censoring they're censoring people.
Afraid?
Well, sure. I mean,
Yeah.
shit. I mean, our natural reality, flat, level, stationary plane that we live on, sun moving above our head. Are you moving? Is the sun moving? And just like we were talking about earlier. And it's like, what is? I mean, Hershey, man. Have you? Angel dust is that's what they call PCP, right? It's
Yeah.
just like, but that's not even popular anymore as far as like people.
It's not. It sadly isn't.
All
But
right,
I wonder why. I wonder
sure,
why
but
that is. There are
the
analogs now,
reason is
though.
because
too.
for the most part, people aren't using it anymore. But it's I mean.
I think that they should.
I
I
don't
think
think you
there's a lot of
should.
new
I
analogs.
don't think people should use angel dust. What? Why would you do that? Necessary? I
Well,
mean,
to expand your mind.
Okay.
That's how I came to one. That's how I came to one of the conclusions. I was already a flat earther before this, but I came to the realization of a factor of or a facet of flat Earth,
Oh yeah.
and I
What
think it's a
facet?
pretty. I
Well,
came
so
to
how
realize.
often do you use this?
Damn it, Helio.
I
I know
try. I try not
I'm
to.
fucking with him, and he's trying to fuck with us. about this fucking PCP. Nobody uses that shit. You know.
No, it is. It's really
This is the
people
first
do.
time that it's come up in here, and
No,
so
you hold on. You
bro,
if you are if you I gotta warn you
I don't.
that
I'm not
you gotta
interested.
look
I'm
into
not
the
gonna use
analogs.
it.
If you are, I mean, no, that's
Stop
I
for a second. Stop,
completely.
please.
Yeah.
What facet were you open to after doing this?
Okay,
Through
hold on. So I
your
wrote it down. I like to write down a lot of the ideas that.
Somebody muted.
That's good. Why don't you keep on just writing that shit down then? Get the hell out of our server with it. All right, bye.
Yeah,
Later.
go tell somebody else about the PCP.
Yeah, doofus.
Hey, Mile, did you come in here with him?
Honestly, he's my friend, and he was just like, "Listen, you gotta learn about this stuff." So
Okay,
I
well,
love
you
you.
guys can go talk about angel dust on another server.
I love you.
Yeah, go have a fun. Sounds like your class. Yeah, get the hell out of my server with that shit.
Sorry.
No. Oh, she left. And so they both left. Anyway, all good.
Hey, why didn't anybody
What
ask
the
him
fuck
about
was
flat
that?
Earth?
Motherfucker, I
At that point, who cares? At that point, who cares?
He just brought up
No, like,
PCP for no reason. Nobody was
oh,
bringing that shit up.
tons of us talk about drugs on here, so I don't see
Yeah,
why that was
most people aren't saying something like that. Methamphetamine or angel dust is mind expanding.
Yeah, I mean,
No, no, it
we
was.
do bring up psychedelics sometimes, but
It wasn't meth.
no, it was
asked
freaking
a specific
PCP, man.
question
Go
as
ahead.
to how he was divined that he lives on a flat Earth through his
Yeah, see, trying to like, I
No,
mean,
but I'm not
basically,
interested in hearing
whoever they
about that.
are, these little fuck nuts, whoever they are, they're either creating these characters or they're just in an office. That's their job.
Wait. He said
Wait, what?
he said he was doing drugs and he came to flat Earth through that.
Yeah, man, and the drug he's using isn't something that
No,
would ever occur with.
he's
Are
just
you
a bad
kidding?
actor.
You're freaking psychotic if you think.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
not. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you've never taken drugs, whether you're an alcoholic. Flat earthers are we have multiple backgrounds and the way we've come to the conclusion the Earth. It has nothing to do with drugs whatsoever.
Probably
It's
flying drones.
seeing truth as it presents itself. It has
Probably
nothing to
flying
do with
drones over your
whatever drugs you took, and it has nothing to do
In their spare time, they're flying drones over your fucking neighborhood.
with it. Yeah. Well, I mean, don't let anybody get us wrong about that, because there are people that are in this server that have never taken drugs, don't even or on. Everybody's drank a little
Yeah,
bit or
just let
whatever,
the
but I
idea
mean,
go.
it
You
has
don't have to
nothing to
reinforce the
do with
idea by continuing to talk
psychedelics or
about it.
whatever.
So
It's common
just stop
sense. I mean, it's
talking
just like
about it, or you're just going to reinforce the idea. So just
either way. Well, I'm
next
just
topic.
I'm actually supporting it. I mean, it's just like you can be sober as fuck and see the Earth for what it is. That's all I'm saying. And there are hundreds of people here that agree with that. I mean, all of us have different backgrounds, but we agree about that point. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. It's not this dumbass globe right in front of your eyes. You don't have to believe it. You can know it because you experience it.
But people will come in with all kinds of goofy ass shit trying to introduce it and like get some kind of a haiku or something. It's really the weirdest thing I've ever encountered in conversation on here. When I hear it on here, that's the only place I've ever heard it. Is these people come on with these kind of I don't even know how to describe it. So they're flat earthers, but they have this cockamamie ideas about other things, and then they go, and that's how I found flat Earth or some other weird thing like that. Think about that. What it would take to like imagine something like that. To even bring that up in conversation, and that that kind of a sequence of words put together.
Well, it's just like, I mean, in the contrary, though, Sonny, what would it take to imagine that you're on a spinning ball, third rock from the sun?
Yeah,
It would take a lifetime of indoctrination.
yeah, but see, I'm not talking about that. I'm
I
talking
know
about
you're
the
not,
other side
but
of it.
but what we're talking about is what it takes to break you from that
I'm
indoctrination.
talking about somebody who knows that it is, and they're on
Yeah,
the
and they're just fucking around with it. They're just playing,
on the other
They
side.
think it's a joke, so they can think they can say anything, anytime, and we're going to put up with it. That's what they're doing. That's what they're trying to do, and they're ignorant about both ends of the conversation. They just think they want to play around, and so it's just like not that's not allowed here. So anyway.
Play us a song about it, Sonny.
Yeah, play.
You should have heard what I was playing before. I was like,
Yeah, get back to that slide a little bit because you weren't you didn't get to finish what you were doing with the slide.
no,
I wanted to hear some more of that because I encourage you.
no, what I was doing was better. Like,
Hey, Sonny, it sounds a little too aggressive. Can you just kind of like?
do what?
It sounded a little too aggressive and choppy, man. Just like boom.
What are you thinking?
Do you have it tuned with the minor 7 in there?
What's that?
Do you have it tuned with the minor 7?
I rarely ever used a minor 7, but let me see. I probably get there.
No, that's
That is.
play it open. Play it open. Let me hear it.
Oh, that's a tune.
Dude, Sonny's the flutter of Jimmy Page.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Sounds like a different instrument altogether. That's amazing. What if I could do a major there? Well, it sounds like.
Sounds like Sonny trips himself out sometimes. He's like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, I can almost. I can almost learn all the chord different. They're different shapes all over again now. But that sounds like that, right?
Yeah, but you're using an alternate tuning right now, right?
A minor, an open minor tuning.
Yeah. That's what
I'm doing this on the 12th fret, and it sounds like the Battle of Evermore.
Tiny motherfucker.
Right?
Oh shit. I'm gonna go smoke.
Wow. Thanks, Helio, for turning me on to that. That sounds really spectacular. Wow, I think I'll start using that. That's so pretty and so like sad and moody, man. Probably just me though. Now Sunny ran more people off of the server, I guess. That music could make me start weeping, literally. Like it's so pretty. Like I'm like, where's that coming from? Like, why does it have this emotional tug on me?
I leave for a few minutes and then everybody leaves, huh? I guess that's the way it goes.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. How are things going on the flat Earth?
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. No. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. All right, man. Listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. No. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. No. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all. Don't let them take your mind. Don't let them take your mind, man. Don't let them tell you that you are not divine. Don't let them do it, man. No. Take control of your soul. Take back control. Yeah. Find the truth. Find it all. Find it all, man. Yeah. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe it, man. Let them take your mind. Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistency? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up the mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you. Got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend. Sketches are good, girlfriend. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, girlfriend. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or earth spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
Chocolate saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars, they exist on your screen just like terraform on Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research your flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
For the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving, till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape, but you think things buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time, and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line, and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. Cog diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed, just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat earth, flat earth. Flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I wanna call the experts, ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat Earth, flat Earth. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes, what about me? Flat Earth, flat Earth. Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth.
Sent from space, stuck in the water, missing your face. Our hearts cross the border, with love in your eyes, fight the new world order. Pain in your limbs just means you're getting stronger. On in the open air, trapped in fear. We're all afraid, but someone's got to care. All that you have, I said you've got to share, or you'll never laugh or cry all of your tears. Rivers of blood stuck to my tongue. All hats are off as the trap dog is sprung, and I'm kissing your ears as my last warm sun. Still in the air, approaching the sunlight. Tension is growing as death takes a wife. Unsheathed in the sun, I'm covered in light. He'd kill us all if it weren't for the fight. So the message is clear for those who have sight. Stand still or run, the fire is coming. Black is the heart that sees children for culling. And snake in the grass, your lover is cunning. No shame in your mind, so the master is running. And the ship's going down, soon there'll be nothing. Lost in the gallows to the sounds of the drumming. Sweat on the floor as the master is coming. And the hero's not hurt, no one sees nothing. Forget your face. I only hope you remember mine. Stars now bow in the presence of love, cutting the throats of the evil to come. Spirits of liars who I thought they'd won, lost in the sound of the scorpion stung. And the sun's going down, the ship's going under. The song can be lightning, your voice can be thunder. In 1,000 years they'll all sit and wonder, what were they thinking as God threw them asunder? I'll never get your face. I only hope
these lies when they go to school. But I won't go back to the ball. And anyone who doesn't look again must love the rulers. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why. Well, you can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I won't go back to the ball. 'Cause I will trust my senses over Newton and Einstein. I won't go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. Gotta ask yourself why.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
So what exactly do you think all those theories prove? 'Cause I won't go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I won't go back to the ball. We can't believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why don't they just take a photograph?
We don't have time for a meeting of the floaters.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce